imprisoned in this wretched cage they call paradise. But my power lingers. It seeps into the very earth, but in vain. It calls to them, mortals. They come seeking fortune, wealth, and glory, blind to what truly awaits, claiming the strength that flows through this land, taking each boon without knowing the cost. You are the key to my freedom. Your souls fuel my return. Soon, I will rise again. Your sacrifice will be my salvation.
I'm going to give this my all. You ready?
Then I don't need to hold back.
Soul versus Kai. Let's rock.
At least you're enthusiastic. Give me a moment.
And so begins, at long last, my world peace experiment.
Can't we just kill him together?
Are you ready?
Craft. Survive. Fortunately, not alone. Exploring deep into the green abyss together.
My weapon.
Bring her up.
Word. I'm hungry.
so many people. Wow. Hello, everyone, again. Thank you very much for gathering, and also thank you very much for watching over the internet. My name is Toshio Murouchi, also known as a Fox Clone. You are global community producer for Final Fantasy XIV. Thank you. So before getting the main guy to the stage, let me quickly introduce our presentation today. So in my personal opinion, this presentation today will be good for you for two main reasons. The first, as we say U in UI as presentation title, the UI is the area where we are taking your feedback directly to the game the most, comparing to the others. So it will be beneficial for you to getting the idea what exact area your team is working on to generate more requests in the future, right? And secondly, and most importantly, I know you guys love this phrase, quality of life, or QOL updates. Ah, such bliss, isn't it? In that case, you must be very nice to him because most of our QOL updates are in his hands. Yeah, you will soon know why in his presentation. So, are you ready to start? Good? Okay. So let's get started by inviting our main presenter to the stage. So please help me to welcome to the stage our lead UI designer of Final Fantasy XIV, Kei Odagiri. Welcome. All right.
Hey guys, thank you for coming today. Thank you. My name is Kei Odagiri, Final Fantasy XIV lead UI designer. 英語はここまでだ。
That's it for the English. I'm going to switch over to Japanese.
今回、開発パネルに参加ということで、初めてアメリカを訪れました。
So this is going to be my first dev panel overseas in America.
アメリカだけじゃなく、日本から出たこと自体が初めてなので、とても緊張してます。
So not only is this my first time in America, it is the first time I am outside of Japan. So I'm quite nervous.
Thank you. はい。今日は、ファイナルファンタジー14の UI に、自分が10年ちょっと関わってきて、印象的だったお話をいくつかまとめてきました。
So for today's presentation, I put together some of the most memorable moments I had in my 10 plus years on the UI team for Final Fantasy XIV.
おそらく、シナリオやバトルのお話に比べるとちょっと地味なお話かなと思いますが、一緒に楽しんでいっていただければと思います。
So it might not be as glamorous as, say, the scenario or battle combat, but I hope you enjoy.
短い時間ではありますが、よろしくお願いします。
So it's a limited time, short time here, but I hope you enjoy.
And before going to further, we have a great translator, Aimi Tokutake here.
Thank you. I'll be helping with the translations.
今日も 2カ国語でお送りしますので、通訳はあゆみさんに入っていただいてます。よろしくお願いします。
お願いします。はい、じゃあそのまま次行きましょう。
Okay, moving on.
はい、そんなわけで、初めに少しだけ改めて自己紹介させてください。
So to begin, I'd like to give my self-introduction really quickly.
現在、ファイナルファンタジー14でリード UI デザイナーを務めております、小田切圭です。
So once again, my name is Kei Odagiri. I am the lead UI designer on the Final Fantasy XIV team.
自分は2012年にファイナルファンタジー14新生チームに UI デザイナーとして合流しました。
So I joined the team in 2012 when we were going to relaunch as Final Fantasy XIV A Realm Reborn as a UI designer.
アルファテストに向けての実装から今に至るまで14に関わり続けて、12年ちょっとになります。
So I helped out with implementations leading up to the alpha test through now, so it's about 12-ish years on the team.
漆黒の中盤あたりからサブリードという立ち位置になって、行月の中盤あたりからリードという立ち位置に正式に変わって、UI 周りを担当させてもらっています。
So around mid Shadowbringers development, I was appointed as sub-lead, and then around mid Endwalker development, I was appointed as lead officially. So that's where I am now, and I've been with the UI team kind of helping out with all of the UI related tasks.
新生チームに合流した頃は UI 班内でも一番年下だったということや、今に至るまでずっと同じ開発チームにいることもあって、気持ち的には今でも新人のままなんですけど、気がつけばもう実はそれなりに中堅ベテランの域にいるのだなと、自分でもちょっとびっくりしています。
So when I first joined the team, I was the youngest in the UI team, so I stuck around and until now I was in the same team, so I feel like I'm still a newbie, but then considering how long I've been on the team, it feels like I'm actually in like a mid-management to more like a veteran now, so I'm actually quite surprised about that at myself.
じゃあ、そもそもじゃあどういったお仕事を14で担当してきたのというところですが、
And so what did I do in Final Fantasy 14?
Wow.
はい。
That's a lot.
はい。UI 班内での、担当引き継ぎなどもあるので、細かくピックアップするのはちょっと難しいんですが、主体的に関わってきたところとしてはおおむねこんな感じの機能実装を担当してきました。
Of course, within the team, there was some shuffling and passing on of tasks and things like that, so it is a bit difficult to kind of pick up in granular detail, but some of the elements that I've been more primarily hands-on are listed here.
なんだろう、見返してみるとあれですよね、システム系の機能ばかりで映えないですよね。
I mean, looking at all of the accomplishments here, this is system-related things, so I mean, it doesn't really show up. It's not very glamorous, is it?
どうですか、室内さん的にもなんか見て思うところがあれば。
Any thoughts from your end?
Yeah, it's only 2 lines, but check out the top left side, and then it says system configuration and character configuration. So all about the checkbox are done by him. So, ね、たった2行ですけれども、システムコンフィグとキャラクターコンフィグは全部 UI 班でやっているということで、ね、QOL アップデートは全部彼のものですということですね。
恐ろしい。至るまでが。
That's kind of scary.
Yeah, scary.
はい、もちろんここに挙げた項目以外の細かい項目もたくさん担当はしています。
Of course, there are other subtle things, very minor things that have not been listed here also that I've handled.
ちょっと例えばってところで、一番上の移動カメラシステムの一つをちょっと具体的に細分化してみましょう。
So let me bring up an example, which would be the movement and camera system. So this goes into a little bit more detail.
はい。こんな感じでスタンダードやレガシー移動の機能設計であったりとか、フライングマウントや水上水中の操作周りのシステムを担当していたりします。
So as you can see, there are several elements in here, including standard movement, legacy movement, actions that happen on the water, in water.
で、さらにここから、マウスキーボード、ゲームパッド、それぞれの操作システムとして不備がないかといったあたりの取りまとめや調整をしていたりします。
And on top of that, I supervise and help manage to make sure that we don't have any issues with controls related to mouse and keyboard play and playing with the game controller.
UI 班っていうことなので、UI の画面のレイアウトとかを作ってるんでしょって考えると思うんですが、
So when I mention I'm a UI designer and I'm on the UI team, people might think, oh, so you do the layouts on the UI elements, is that right?
基本的にはそのゲームの基礎ベースとなるシステム作りを多く担当しているため、UI 班だけどちょっと UI 班っぽくない仕事ばかりをしているというちょっと特殊な立ち位置だったりします。
That said, in my case, I'm more of a designer in the aspect of creating the systems that make these different functions work. So it's UI related, but it doesn't seem like I'm actually hands-on on the UI. So it's kind of unique where I am.
はい、ざっくりとした自己紹介はこんな感じで、引き続き自分が関わってきたシステム実装周りについて皆さんと一緒に振り返っていければと思います。
So that's me in a nutshell and what I do on Final Fantasy XIV. So now I'd like to look back at some of the elements that I worked on in terms of within the game system.
はい、というわけで、まずは新生14の UI 設計についてのお話になります。
Of course, we call it a UI system reborn for 2.0.
いわゆる根性版14から、新生版14に生まれ変わるにあたって UI 派に課された命題はこちらでした。
So as the UI team, we were given this assignment when we're switching over from the original 1.0 Final Fantasy XIV to A Realm Reborn.
はい、マウスキーボード、ゲームパッドのどちらでも遜色ないゲーム体験をできる操作システムを提供する。
Of course, that is offering parity of experience for both mouse and keyboard and gamepad.
もしかしたらご覧になったことがある方もいらっしゃるかもしれませんが、こちらは新生ファイナルファンタジー14の発表にあたってプロデューサーディレクターの吉田さんから公開されたプレゼン資料です。
So some of you may be familiar when this was first announced, but this is part of the presentation that was given by our producer and director Yoshida when we were announcing the relaunch of Final Fantasy XIV.
一応これ探してみるとインターネットで、まだ閲覧できるんですけど、見たことある人います？
So I think if you search on the internet, it's still available somewhere. May I see a show of hands if anybody's familiar or have seen it on the internet?
Oh, hi, old friends. 皆さん。
Wow.
つまりここに今手を挙げた人は少なくとも同じぐらいやってきてくれた。
そうですね。
Well, that's probably our players who've been with us for that long, huh? Thank you so much.
ありがとう。はい。この資料の中の一部に、UI 周りの方針としてこんな記述があります。
So in this document, there is notes about how we want to kind of revamp our UI systems.
はい、UI の設計としてどうしていくかといったところの記述になります。
Again, just an overview of what we wanted to do with the UI system.
当時の MMO は世界的に見ると、PC ゲームが主体だったということもあってマウスキーボードでの操作がいわゆるデファクトスタンダードだったと思います。
So of course, at that time, when people thought MMO, around the world, I think people were playing more on the PC, and so we were familiar with the mouse and keyboard as being a sort of de facto standard.
もちろんゲームパッド操作主体の MMO のタイトルの事例として、我々の先輩タイトルである「ファイナルファンタジー11」があります。
That said, we also have our sort of senpai, or like our titles that have already existed coming out of Japan, which uses the gamepad or controller to play, such as the Final Fantasy XI title you see here.
自分自身11はプレイヤーとしてかなりの時間をですねバナディールで過ごした身でもあるので、この操作システムの良さも十分に分かっているつもりではあります。
And of course, I myself love the world of Vana'diel and spent lots of time on Final Fantasy XI, so I understand how good it is to play on a controller as well.
めっちゃ頑張ってデュエルシャポを取ったなっていう記憶があります。
I remember working really hard in Dynamis to get that red mage hat.
Dual Shuffle.
ただ、新生14を開発しようとしていた2012年頃の MMO の市場を考えると
But when we are looking at the time, the 2012, when we were trying to revamp for A Realm Reborn and looking at the market,
ワールド・オブ・ウォークラフトを筆頭にした、当時メジャーな MMO タイトルに慣れていた PC ゲーマーの皆さんにも14をプレイしてもらうためにはマウスキーボードでの操作を意識したプレイフィールを取り入れるのは必須でした。
World of Warcraft was very much the sort of MMO that we were looking up to, and a lot of PC gamers out there that we wanted to capture and have join into Final Fantasy XIV. So our team decided that it is mandatory that our game will be comfortable to play on mouse and keyboard.
ゲームを作り直すという、当時の14が置かれていた状況も踏まえて、
So of course, when looking at the position that we were in, trying to relaunch Final Fantasy XIV,
世界で戦える MMO タイトルを作るということを第一目標として、
our initial goal, our primary goal was going to be creating a world-class MMO title.
それを達成するには MMO のコアプレイヤー層を獲得して、まずは定着してもらうということを優先事項と捉えました。
And so in order to achieve that, our second goal was enticing the core demographic of MMO players and encouraging them to stay.
UI という視点からこの目標を達成するにはどうすればいいか、そのために必要な機能として
So looking at it from a UI perspective, how do we achieve this goal? We looked at what we can do as a team.
マウスキーボードでもしっかり操作できるシステムを構築していくということになりました。
So my team, our goal was going to be building and iterating on a robust mouse and keyboard input system.
そしてもちろん、根性版14を遊んでくれていたプレイヤーの皆さんに向けてもしっかりゲームパッドで遊べるよう取り組んでいく必要もあります。
And of course, there have been legacy players who've been using the game controller to play the game as well. So we wanted to make sure that we are accommodating for them as well.
つまりこの結果どうなったかというと、
So that means
マウスキーボードとゲームパッド、
we were considering mouse and keyboard and game controller,
それぞれに最適な機能を
and making sure that we have functionality for optimization for both environments.
両方もりもり実装していく。
And we'd had to implement a whole bunch of that
全力で。
with all I've got.
という、茨の道を、歩むことになりました。
And that's how the path of an uphill battle was set for me.
So my question here is, the Odagiri-san, you just joined to the FF14 team right after all this policy is set. 小田切さんが14チームに参加されたのはこれらのポリシーが全部決まった後だったと思うんですけど、So how did you feel about that? どんな感じでしたか？
やばい。
Scary, insane.
やばい。
やばい。もうやばい。
Good to know.
はい。そんなわけで、14は、マウスキーボードとゲームパッド、どちらのプレイスタイルでもしっかりプレイできるようにシステム面としてはとても頑張って実装しているんですが、皆さんマウスキーボードとどちらでプレイをしていますか？
So of course, with Final Fantasy XIV, we made sure we had a system in place that accommodates for both types of players, mouse and keyboard versus gamepad or game controller. And we're curious to know which team you guys belong to.
ちょっとここで会場の皆さんがどっち派なのかを聞いてみたいと思います。
Okay, so I think we're gonna ask you to show of hands first.
それではマウスキーボード派の人。
Those who play on a mouse and keyboard.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
もうこの時点で
We win?
8割
Wow.
Maybe 80% of the audience? Wow.
で、じゃあ続いて、ゲームパッド派の人。
And who all plays on a game controller? Yeah.
思っていたよりいましたね。
We have a pretty good representation too.
Louder at least.
Louder.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you for that.
会場は、比較的、圧倒的結構、マウスキーボード勢が多いように見えますね。
So in the audience, it seems like overwhelmingly mouse and keyboard players out there.
ちなみに室内さんは
What
どっ
about
ち派ですか？
PAX clan?
I usually play mouse and keyboard, but I mean, I use the gamepad when I do gathering stuff. 普段はマウス、キーボード派ですけど、ギャザリングするときだけ楽なんで、ゲームパッドでやってます。
なるほど。
小田切さんいかがですか？How about you, 小田切さん？
自分はプライベートで遊ぶときは、コントローラー、ゲームパッド派ですね。
So when I play at home, I use a controller.
ありがとうございます。はい。今回ちょっと、面白いデータを一つ用意してみました。
So we actually put together the data on a chart here.
おそらく初公表だと思うんですが、マウスキーボードとゲームパッドの利用率のデータを用意してみました。
I don't think this has ever been disclosed before, but yeah, we put together a chart of like how many, like percentage-wise, of players utilize mouse and keyboard versus the gamepad or game controller.
実際のデータで見てみると、それぞれの操作モードでの利用率はこんな感じになっています。
And so, when looking at it from a numbers perspective, this is what it looks like.
いいですか？見せちゃって。
Drum roll.
Ready?
いきましょう。
And here it is.
お、すごい。みんな写真撮ってる。
I see people catching screenshots.
Picture time. Now you can check it archive afterwards anyway.
どうですかね、室内さん、この数字を見て。
I mean, first of all, I don't know we have that data. まずこんなデータ持ってたんだっていうことに何よりも驚いてますけども、すごいですね。日本と欧米の皆さんは割と均衡してますけれども、日本とちょっと逆な感じになりましたね。So, I mean, in the West, I mean, closer ratio in the North America and Europe, and then Japan is completely different. So, yeah, it's quite interesting.
いや、本当にこんなに差が出るんだなってちょっと、予想はしてたけど、こんなでした。びっくりしたっていうのはちょっとありましたね。
Yeah, it's interesting to look at it with the data that we have. I mean, we're kind of expecting the ratio to be around this much, but like just looking at it visually, it's very interesting.
このデータを見ると、どのプレイスタイルでも柔軟に遊べるようにカスタマイズ性を高めた UI システムを構築したのは、本当結果的に良かったのかなと思ってます。
But looking at just how the ratio is kind of split amongst the players, I'm really glad that we were able to put in a foundation that allows for players to kind of customize their settings so that they're comfortable playing in either environment.
ただし、
That said,
昨今よくあるフィードバックとして、そもそもカスタマイズを前提とした UI システムが分かりにくいっていう声をいただく機会がすごい増えてます。
That said, there are more and more feedback letting us know that there's a little too much customization, and so it's hard to tell like where to start.
これはおそらく当初メインターゲットにした比較的コアなゲーマー層ではないカジュアルなゲーマー層が14をプレイし始めてくれていることによるものだと考えています。
But I think that is indicative that not only do our hardcore sort of people familiar with MMO are playing the game, but we're also having newcomers that are not as familiar as the MMO players are, and they still have yet to get used to that sort of environment and having all that customization.
比較的新しい層にも分かりやすい動線作りをしていくという点についてはまだまだその改善の余地はあると思っているので、そこら辺については引き続き改修に取り組んでいきたいと思っています。
But I think that is a good thing because we're getting more new people playing Final Fantasy XIV. So as the UI team, allows for us to kind of strive to help facilitate those newcomers, and I want to continue sort of helping that and introducing elements so that it becomes more comfortable for players.
はい、続いて移動タイプについてのお話に移りたいと思います。
Okay, so next we'd like to talk about the movement settings.
ご存知かと思いますが、14はスタンダードとレガシーという2つの移動タイプを実装しています。
So I'm sure you're familiar, but with Final Fantasy XIV, we have two movement settings, Standard and Legacy.
スタンダードについては、主にマウスキーボード向けの操作としてデファクトスタンダードであるワールド・オブ・ウォークラフトに近い操作感でプレイできる、一人称視点的な移動タイプです。
So standard leans more towards that sort of de facto standard of the World of Warcraft, where it's geared more towards mouse and keyboard players and have that sort of first-person feel in the movement.
レガシーについては、主にゲームパッド操作向けとして、根性版14や11を含む JRPG によくある三人称視点的な移動タイプになっています。
And the legacy type of movement setting is geared more towards the gamepad or controller players that is very familiar to those who may have been playing Final Fantasy XIV since the 1.0 original or Final Fantasy XI or any sort of JRPGs, kind of in that sort of third-person perspective.
そもそもなぜ移動タイプが2つもあるのという話なんですが、こちらは既存の MMO のプレイヤー層とコンソールでの JRPG のプレイ層、これを両取りしようっていう目的で、対応しました。
And you may be wondering why we have two movement types set up, but again, we were trying to capture existing MMO players, but at the same time, those who are familiar with the JRPGs on the console. So that was kind of our target in terms of like capturing both.
これも全力で機能を実装した結果ですね。
But of course, this is one of those things that I gave it my all in terms of implementing.
さて、
interesting.
先ほどの移動、操作モードの話と同じく、こちらも初公表となると思いますが、移動タイプの利用率のデータを皆さんに共有したいと思います。
And we brought more data. This is also going to be the first time we're showing this, but this is usage breakdown of the different movement types.
いきます。
Ready?
Done.
Oh, wow. Japan.
どうでしょう、室内さん。
What do you think?
すごい。Yeah, it's surprisingly. I mean, it's completely different. Again, I mean, in the Western Japan, but I mean, it's to me, it's still, I mean, kind of surprising. Still, we have a 30%, more than 30% of you guys are doing the standard mode. 日本がまずね、うわやばいっていうのは分かりますけれども欧米の皆さんも3割以上の方がスタンダードモードだっていうのがまず率直な驚きでしたけれどもこれ ちなみに会場の皆さんに聞いてみませんかね。So what you guys here uses standard mode. Standard mode?
意外と本当にいる。
Wow.
There are people that.
Thank you very much. いますね。3割ぐらいいますね。
予想通りの。
It seems like about 30% actually.
はい。といったところで、北米は3、4割がスタンダード、で6割がレガシーを選んでプレイされているようですっていうところと、欧州も基本的に北米と同じような利用率になっているかなと思います。
So as you can see, yeah, about 30 to 40% of players stick with that sort of standard mode, and then 60% are close to 70, I guess, for North America, use the legacy movement type. Europe as well, a similar ratio of 30% versus 65%.
それなりの一定数スタンダードタイプが選ばれているっていうところに関しては、やはりそのデファクトスタンダードである MMO タイトルのワールド・オブ・ウォークラフトの影響が大きいのかなと思っています。
So I feel that looking at the data and showing that we have about 30% of users using the standard type goes to show that the impact of World of Warcraft and what it had on that sort of MMO sort of gameplay environment.
そして日本での利用率、圧倒的にレガシー。
And of course, in Japan, everybody, or not everybody, overwhelmingly, they use the legacy movement type.
この辺りは、その日本のゲームの歴史的に三人称視点のゲームが、比較的多いっていうところがやっぱり影響しているのかなと思います。
But I think, yeah, it's very indicative of just how Japanese games tend to have that sort of third-person perspective.
今回こういったデータを改めて取りまとめてみて思ったのは、その地域に根付いたゲーム文化によって求められる操作や機能っていうところは大きく違ってくるように思います。
But yeah, just looking at this data goes to show that depending on like the culture or the region gamers are in, the type of controls that the players desire tend to differ.
このあたりも含めて、それぞれのプレイスタイルに合わせた選べる移動システムを実装したのも結果的には大きな判断だったかなと思っています。
So I think it was a good decision that we made this sort of bold decision to allow for players to select what kind of movement type they want.
実装する側は本当に大変なんですけどね。
But of course, implementing it was quite the undertaking.
はい、といったところで、次のお話に進みたいと思います。
And then, I'd like to move on to our next topic.
すごいもう急に声が上がってくれて。
Oh, I can hear people cheering for it now. Thank you.
自分が14チームに、10年以上関わってきた中で、実装担当として代表的な機能になっているのは、グループフォーズという機能だと思います。
So I think one of the more not famous, but like an element that's representative of what I did on the UI team in my 10 plus years of experience would be the group pose.
もしかしたら、詳しくない方もいらっしゃるかもしれないので、軽く説明をしておくと、グループポーズは要するにフォトモードの機能です。
So there may be some people who might not be familiar as to what group pose is. So just a very quick explanation, but it's basically a photo mode in Final Fantasy XIV.
14ではグループポーズ、通称グルポ、G ポーズという呼び名になっています。
I'm sure it's called by players in its nicknames. The Japanese people call it Grupo. I know Western users go by G pose, but yes, group pose.
現状このグループポーズという名前のフォトモードは、とても多くの機能が実装されているのですが、もともとの成り立ちとしてはフォトモードを作ろうというものではありませんでした。
So there are a lot of functionalities looking at it now, but group pose did not initially start as a photo mode per se.
現在に至るグループポーズの歴史について少し振り返っていきたいと思います。
So I would like to give you a brief overview of the history of group pose.
はい、そしてお話の前段としてになるんですが、昔の MMO をプレイしたことがあるプレイヤーの皆さんならこんな経験したことありませんか？
So if you have played MMOs, traditional MMOs, you may have had this kind of experience.
Yeah.
フレンドと一緒に記念撮影をしようとしたら、エモートがバラバラになっているとか、向いている方向がバラバラだとか、エフェクトが顔を覆ってるとか、こんな経験それなりにあるんじゃないでしょうか。
I'm sure you wanted to take a nice screenshot with your friends, but your emotes did not activate at the same time, or everybody was looking all over the place, or emote and visual effects kind of covering somebody's face.
つまり何が言いたいかというと、
So what I'm trying to say here is,
フレンドとのエモート合わせが大変。
it is so tricky to time your emotes together.
It's nearly impossible. 無理ですね。
もうね、昔を考えるとね、こうひたすらスクリーンショットボタンが
I mean, yeah, those who are familiar with the older MMOs are like, okay, screenshots, just to get the right moment.
熟練の、プレイヤーの皆さんたちは、エモートを繰り返したりして、その最高の瞬間を撮影したいわけですが、
But of course, those experienced players would try to practice or they would repeat the different emotes so that you get that perfect moment. But
もっと気軽にエモート合わせっていうのをしたいじゃないですか。
wouldn't you want a system that allows for easier timing of these different emotes?
ここの問題を解決したいというのがグループポーズの出発点でした。
So that was the impetus of sort of where group pose started.
もともとのきっかけは、当時とあるエンジニアから UI 班にこんな売り込みがあったことでした。
So the initial, the way it began is when this certain engineer came to the UI team with a pitch.
こんな機能を作ってみたけどどう？
So I came up with this little feature. What do you think?
で、当時仮実装されていた機能をものすごいざっくりまとめるとこんな感じの内容です。
So just a quick kind of recap of what was presented at that time.
スライド表示にあたってものすごい簡略化してるんですけど、分かりやすくまとめると多分こんな感じです。
Of course, so that we can fit it into one slide, we simplified it a lot, but basically this is the functionality that that engineer pitched to us.
もともと自分も、グループポーズの実装以前にポーズキーを押したらカメラ目線をしてくれる機能を企画していたこともあって、プレイヤー同士の撮影がしやすくなる機能っていうのはもっと充実させたいと思っていました。
And it was really good timing because I was also thinking about a functionality that perhaps if I pressed the pause button, my character would look at the camera. And I really wanted to help create a function that allows for players to take screenshots more easily.
そんなわけでこの提案に対して自分が企画担当としてつかせてもらって一緒に進めてみることになります。
So we listened to the engineer's pitch, and then I wanted to also participate in creating this feature. So that's how we got started on this little project.
Yes.
ありがとうございます。
Oh, thank you.
すでに実装してもらっていた機能に加えて、グループポーズの対象となるキャラクターの調整であったり、グループポーズを起動した時に自動でカメラ目線をしてくれるように、調整をしてもらって、まずはこの機能をプレイヤーみんなでカメラ目線をしてせーのでエモートを取ってくれる機能と定義して、パッチ 3.1 で初公開となりました。
So there were some functions that were already available, so we implemented those, and then we also expanded on the character conditions so that you can kind of synchronize your characters and then have it trigger when you start up that sort of photo mode or group pose, the characters would face the camera. And so the definition that I provided was the players would get together and look at the camera at the same time and activate their emote at the same time. And we released it in patch 3.1 for the first time.
そんなわけでグループポーズという機能は他の、多くのタイトルで実装されているいわゆるフォトモードという機能とはスタート地点が違って、
So group pose in and of itself differs slightly from the typical photo mode that you would see in other games.
もともとは多人数で撮影しやすくするための MMO らしい機能として実装されたものでしたというお話になります。
But it's more for taking group pictures, hence the name. But it's very much what you want to do in an MMO. At least that's how I felt.
普通なら、一つの機能を実装したらそこで終わりだったかもしれないのですが、
So you would think that you implement the system, okay, we're done. But But
自分たちもこれだけだと、プレイヤー視点で、機能として足りないよねっていうところを理解していたので、時間があるときに少しずつさまざまな機能追加をしていきました。
But of course, our team, we're players too, and I'm sure that other players wanted more functions, features in this mode that we implemented. So whenever we had the time to do so, we added little by little.
ざっと特徴的な機能を列挙すると、これまでこんな感じの機能を実装してきたようです。
So looking back at all of the functions, and it's going to be a very quick sort of overview of what we had implemented, we apparently put in this many little features.
いきましょう。
And here we go.
わはい。
Wow.
ちょっとやりすぎた感があるかもしれませんが、こんな感じで開発側が楽しんでいろんな機能を追加してきました。
Okay, maybe it wasn't so little, but I mean, we had a lot of fun adding all of these different features.
Yeah, actually, I remember that. I mean, yeah, literally, I introduced these features during the letter from the producer live. I mean, PLL をやってる中でグループの新しい機能とかもちろんいっぱい紹介していきましたけれども、but then sometimes the Yoshi said to me, I don't really know this feature. I'm not told what this is. 吉田さんがね、聞いてないんだけど、俺聞いてないんだけどなみたいなことを言う時がたまにあったんですけど、So was that the thing? そんなこと本当にあったんでしょうか？
もう言わずに進めてきました。
Well, yeah, we kind of did our own thing. Sure.
面白いでしょっていう。
I mean, like we thought that it was going to be good, so.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you, thank you.
はい。で、おそらくここまでの機能実装っていうのはオフラインタイトルでは多分難しいんじゃないかなと思っていて、オンラインタイトルのオンラインの運営タイトルだからこそ、プレイヤーの皆さんを聞きながら、かつ自分自身がプレイしていても欲しいと思える機能を実装してこれたのだと思っています。
I mean, I'm sure it might have been a lot more difficult if this was a standalone title, but because we are fortunate that this is an ongoing online title with live service going on, we can listen to players' feedback. We as a player on the development team can go back in and also suggest features that we want as a player also.
はい。さて。グループポーズ周りのお話もそろそろ終わりなんですが、少しだけグルポ関連のお土産を持ってきました。
So we're about to wrap up the discussion on group pose, but I would like to share some tidbits.
Tidbits. すごい、もう何のことだか分かった方がいます。So you guys get the idea.
ありがとうございます。
これは何でしょうか？
グループポーズで漁師のキャスティング状態を取りたいっていう感じですね。
Of course, yeah. We've been hearing players want to be able to capture the moment their fisher casts.
この要望、よく来ていたのですが、漁師のキャスティング中ってその実装されている機能的にそのグループポーズと重ねて実装っていうのが難しかったのですが。
So looking at it from the back end, it was difficult to implement this because we'd have to figure out a way to overlap the function of group pose activating, but also the fisher casting.
もしかしたら対応できるかもっていうところで、現在ちょっと実装テストを進めています。
But that said, the team has been working hard for some kind of solution, and I feel like we're starting to see not a breakthrough, but like a possibility of being able to make this happen. So we're currently testing.
すんなり言ってくれれば、7.1 で実装できればいいなと思っていますが、少しお待ちいただければと思います。
If everything goes smoothly, fingers crossed, we're hoping that it would be ready for 7.1.
はい、というところで、もう一点。
We actually have one more.
縦撮り。
縦撮り。
Portrait shots.
Yeah.
まあ、縦撮りのスクリーンショットって、まあいいですよね。
I love taking portrait screenshots.
We see a lots of these recently. ね、最近多いですよね。
でただこれ撮影するときって皆さんこうなってたりしますよね。
But I mean, when we want to take portrait screenshots, this would happen.
まあちょっと後ろから見てみるとこんな感じなんですけど、
This might be
まあ
over the shoulder shot,
前
but
から見てみると
looking at it from screen face front.
Yeah.
ですよね。
You have
Right?
to
Yeah.
do this.
まあその
アテナごっこをしなきゃいけない。
縦撮りはちょっとそのカメラが回転しているんだけれども操作はそのままってちょっとなっている都合をちょっと操作しづらいよねっていう話で、この問題はずっと要望は受けていたところなんですが、ようやく改善できそうな目処が立ってきました。
So we understand because the controls are kind of landscape and we can roll the angle, but it's kind of awkward when you're trying to actually take the screenshot. So we're trying to figure out a solution for this also. And I think we are starting to make headway on this as well. So we're hoping that we can reach a conclusion on this soon too.
はい、ロール回転している状態からでも、上下左右に動かせるように、こちらパッチ 7.1 に向けて実装を進めています。
So what we're doing here, work continues to add the ability to pan horizontally and vertically after adjusting roll angle.
もうしばらくお待ちいただければと思います。
So yes, thank you for your patience.
イエーイ。
ありがとうございます。はい。
素晴らしいです。Yeah, that's great. That's great.
といったところで、グループポーズ周りのお土産は以上になります。
Yeah, so I think that covers the group pose tidbits.
Thank you very much.
が、
But
最後にUI 関連で、調査や実装を進めているよという機能について少し進捗をお見せできればと思います。
there are additional things that we're currently just investigating and kind of testing at this moment, and we want to give you a sneak peek of that.
Interesting. お願いします。
いっちゃいましょうか。
Okay,
Yes, please.
are we ready?
さて、何が見えるでしょう。
So,
What did you
can you
get?
guess what is being shown?
おお。
このスクリーンショットですが、キャラクターの上部に吹き出しチャッチャットバブルが出ていますね。
So yes, this is what we're trying to test right now. Is as you can see, you see the dialogue chat bubbles over the character's head.
Wow.
吉田さんがすでにもうなんかイベントとかメディアとかちょっとこの機能の話自体どんどんなんかポロリしてるっていうのがあるんですけど、そのキャラクターのチャットに対して吹き出しをつけれる機能っていうのを一応その公式として調査実装を進めています。
So Yoshida might have mentioned this in different events or media interviews, and he's been hinting at it. But yeah, we are trying to test to see if we can put in a functionality that allows for players to choose to have like chat bubbles over your characters' heads.
Yeah, actually, yeah, I saw his interview article last week from the Gamescom or something like that. Oh, wow. Are we going to do that? でちょうど先週もゲームズコムのインタビュー記事でね、なんか言ってるなっていうのを見たところです。
結構びっくりしましたね。
I was actually surprised because
Yeah.
はい、ただちょっとこちらの機能とかを、正式な機能として実装するにはちょっといくつか、課題をクリアする必要があります。
That said, before we can actually officially implement such a system, we still have a few hurdles to overcome.
そのため、確かに見た目上はある程度できているのですが、実際のリリースとしてはちょっともう少し先になってしまうかと思います。
So we can visibly see it functioning, but I'm afraid it might still take some time before we can officially put it in.
開発としては、チャットバブルの機能の実装っていうところは進めているよっていう進捗共有でした。
That's it. Just wanted to let you all know that the development team is working on a solution for that currently.
Yeah, please look forward to it.
やっぱ反響大きいですね。
I'm glad to see the reactions live here. Thank you.
Thank you. そしてもう一点。
And then one more.
One more.
One more.
All right.
すごい。これもちょっと思っていた以上に声が。
Wow, I didn't expect this much of like a vocal reaction, so thank
こ
you
れ
for that.
も UI チームだったんですね。So this is done by UI team.
まあ
too.
UI ですしね。
Of course, yeah, user interface.
こちらですけど、黄金のレガシーの基調講演の際にも、少しだけ見せていた、日本語ではホワイトボード、英語ではストラテジーボードという名前で発表していた機能です。
So of course, you may be familiar from the Dawn Trail keynote presentation from Yoshida when he kind of teased this. In Japanese, we call it a whiteboard, but I think you're familiar with the term strategy board.
もともと 7.x 向けとして実装を進めているというお話をさせていただいていたので、こちらも正式リリース自体はもう少し先になってしまうんですが、少しだけ進捗の共有として編集画面のサンプルを持ってきました。
Of course, this is slated for implementation sometime in the patch 7.x series. So the official release is still going to take some time, but I did want to mention that there has been some movement, and what you're seeing here is the editing window.
本当の最後の最後で資料にねじ込んだので、すいません、日本語のままです。
And this was literally put in the last minute, so we didn't have time to show a localized version of the window.
実装自体は進んでいるものの、現状はまだこの画面以上のことについてお話しすることはできません。
Of course, implementation work is underway, but I'm afraid that's about all the information we can provide at this time.
進行自体はしているからねっていう共有でした。
So just sharing that we are making some progress, and that's it.
Please look forward to it too.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you for your kindness.
はい、といったところで、駆け足になってしまいましたが、本日のお話としては以上となります。
Yeah, so yeah, we quickly went through everything, but I think this covers all that we've brought here.
ありがとうございました。
Thank you so much.
So this is actually your first presentation in English people. So how was it? その初めて英語の皆さんの前でのプレゼンでしたけれども、いかがでしたか？
I was so nervous the whole time.
大丈夫でした？
Was it okay?
Yeah, give me one more.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you.
All right, guys. So this is actually a wrap of this presentation. Thank you very much for joining us today. And then right after this, we are going to have a Final Fantasy XIV cosplay gathering right next to the Blue Dragon Theater. So please join us. So thank you very much.
I'm going to give this my all. You ready?
Then I don't need to hold back. Soul versus Kai. Let's rock.
least you're enthusiastic. Give me a moment.
And so begins, at long last, my world peace experiment.
Why can't we just kill him together?
Are you ready?
Collect, craft, survive. Fortunately, not alone. Exploring deep into the green abyss together. My weapon.
Full radar up! What? I'm hungry.
I am bound, diminished, imprisoned in this wretched cage they call paradise. But my power lingers. It seeps into the very earth, but in vain. It calls to them, mortals. They come seeking fortune, wealth, and glory, blind to what truly awaits, claiming the strength that flows through this land, taking each boon without knowing the cost. You are the key to my freedom. Your souls fuel my return. Soon I will rise again. Your sacrifice will be my salvation.
survive. Fortunately, not alone. Exploring deep into the green abyss together.
My weapon.
Full radar up!
What? I'm hungry.
I am bound, diminished, imprisoned in this wretched cage they call paradise. But my power lingers. It seeps into the very earth, but in vain. It calls to them, mortals. They come seeking fortune, wealth, and glory, blind to what truly awaits, claiming the strength that flows through this land, taking each boon without knowing the cost. You are the key to my freedom. Your souls fuel my return. Soon I will rise again. Your sacrifice will be my salvation.
I'm going to give this my all. You ready?
Then I don't need to hold back. Soul versus Kai. Let's rock.
At least you're enthusiastic. Give me a moment.
And so begins, at long last, my world peace experiment.
Why can't we just kill him together?
Are you ready?
I don't need a new
survive. Fortunately, not alone. Exploring deep into the green abyss together.
Unleash my weapon.
Full radar up!
Word! I'm hungry.
I am bound, diminished, imprisoned in this wretched cage they call paradise. But my power lingers. It seeps into the very earth, but in vain. It calls to them, mortals. They come seeking fortune, wealth, and glory, blind to what truly awaits, claiming the strength that flows through this land, taking each boon without knowing the cost. You are the key to my freedom. Your souls fuel my return. Soon I will rise again. Your sacrifice will be my salvation.
I'm going to give this my all. You ready?
Then I don't need to hold back. Soul versus Kai. Let's rock!
At least you're enthusiastic. Give me a moment.
And so begins, at long last, my world peace experiment.
Can we just kill him together?
Are you ready?
All right, never mind. Let's let Mike do his thing.
Do you think he intentionally put himself in the center?
I can't help it. I'm so charismatic.
Oh, boy.
All right.
All right, you guys want to start?
No.
No. All right, well,
I just want to keep pointing at.
We'll wait for Mike. All right. Hey, everybody, it's not Tuesday. It's the Bombcast Revengeance from Giant Bomb. I'm your host, Jeff Grubb from Giant Bomb. We've got a whole crew up here to talk about PAX. We'll talk about a few other things, a few games that we can talk about. We will also do a Mount Rushmore of fish. We tried to think of something Seattle-related, and we came up with fish.
Gaming fish, to be clear.
Gaming fish,
the best,
yeah.
the Mount Rushmore of gaming fish.
Well, now I'm interested. What would it be if it was just all fish?
Like cod, salmon.
Well, hey, video game fish, COD.
COD.
That doesn't count.
Call of Duty?
That does not count.
All right.
Oh, come on.
It does not
That has
count.
to count. No, because that's the thing, because we were traveling while I just got like a Slack message one day, and we're like, okay, we're doing the Mount Rushmore of fish. And I was like,
Yeah, I was on like 30 hours of no sleep, and I was like, I don't understand what's happening. I'm just going to leave this
Yeah, but
for
you guys
later.
started like rattling them off last night. You guys had a bunch.
Yeah, yesterday we were like overcome with ideas. To this morning I was like, what are we doing again? Fish?
Fish.
Yeah.
No, I opened like my notes doc.
Yes.
And it's one of those things where you see all the deleted tweets that you never sent,
Uh-huh.
all the shower thoughts, and then just a list of fish.
Yep.
Perfect. Wonderful. We will get to that. But first, I mean, we're here at PAX. We're in Seattle. I am enjoying myself an immense deal. It has been really fun so far. It's great to see everybody. Great, everyone. Thank you for coming out. We really appreciate it.
Great job. You're all clapping for yourselves. I love it.
That's the way to do it. Yeah, that's the number one thing to clap for is yourself. But let's talk about the show a little bit before we get into the fish. Lucy, you see anything fun at PAX? You having a good time?
It's embargoed.
Embargoed?
Don't talk about it.
Yeah, okay. Other than the
You thought
embargoed
the same
stuff,
thing.
yeah.
Honestly, so PAX is such a nice show. We just came hot off the heels of Gamescom. And so Gamescom is a show where you are running around, going to appointment to appointment to appointment. PAX is just the best vibes of just walking around, seeing a bunch of stuff. I know that, what was the game that they came up to us and they gave us the band that we have to go see?
Oh, I forgot the name.
I forgot the name of it, but it's like, it's one of those games where you just walk around and you discover, it's one of those shows, where you walk around and you discover things. You're like, oh, I never would have, caught that. And so that's always my PAX experience. But I will say, if you follow me on Twitter, you've absolutely already seen it. Go to the Panic booth and ask for Peens.
Yeah.
And if you've played, thank goodness you're here.
Yeah,
they
that
also
was
have
our-
I do need to go there.
We immediately went there and
Yeah.
bought one of each pin, and we're like, we're done now. There's a pin that's just like a trash bag that has the word wank on it, and I was like, I'll take 3, thanks.
You can get a patch with a bin full of rats too.
Yeah.
Are there shoot peens in the peen
Yes,
tin?
2 beans.
No. It's a non-alcoholic beer that they were actually giving.
I mean, they're physical, real thing, but it's not
Okay.
an actual beer.
But peens is not quite peas, not quite beans.
Right.
So.
Well, of course, yes. Yeah, you guys showed me. It looked very handsome.
There it is, yeah.
There it
look.
is, the peens.
Yeah, there it is.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice. Look at this.
Pass it
Peens
around.
up.
Oh, yeah.
Chug it,
Non-alcoholic peens. It's like room temperature. Not quite
As
peas.
peas should be enjoyed.
I feel like Minotti's got to try it. Wait, can we open
drink
that
it.
cussing?
I don't think you were given per consent.
Yeah, I don't think we could. Yeah, you might want to keep
You
it.
can have it
Yeah.
on
Give that
stage.
back.
For too long.
Yeah.
It's just a beer.
It's just peens.
It's great.
Nothing
It can't hurt you.
Nothing washes down peens like peens.
Oh my God.
Grub, I want to talk something through that I told you and not the others here. So I know we have embargoed stuff. We can say what we saw today. We can't.
That's right.
Oh
So-
yeah, the social embargo's up. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, so we saw Mario Party Jamboree and played it. We played Zelda, Echoes of Wisdom.
I don't think I could say anything, but you could see the panic in my eyes.
Yes, we can't say anything
Yeah.
about the games, but I was talking to Grub that, like, while I was watching that trailer for Zelda Echoes of Wisdom, in my head, like, not a bit, I'm having a conversation with myself about, like, is this a mainline
Jesus.
Zelda game? And my gut instinct was like, this is not mainline Zelda. And then I
Incorrect.
asked myself, why? I said, well, because you don't play
And you're being
as
like
Link.
Let's be clear. You're being serious. This is
In fact, this is
Right.
not on
He's not
content.
working
This is
himself.
not kayfabe. This is like I am trying to figure out what I think about this situation. And I was like, no, it's a side thing because you don't play as Link. And then in my head, I go, but Dan, you say Yoshi's Island is a mainline Mario game and you don't play as Mario. But they're like, well, hang on, you do at times. But then it turns out you also play as Link at times. I was like, okay, well, the difference here is I believed Yoshi's Island was because it's Super Mario World in the title. But it's like, it's The Legend of Zelda. It's it's the exact same thing, 1-to-1.
I don't think we can't talk about the game.
No, we can't talk about what the game is.
We can't talk about, I think I'm safe to say they opened our presentation by saying this is the next entry in the mainline
yes.
Zelda series. So I think that's done.
He immediately turns to us and goes, okay, they told me this is all right.
Yeah, it was straightforward, so officially it
They
is a
looked down in the
mainline
eyes
Zelda
and
game.
went, it's a mainline Zelda.
It is mainline Zelda.
But when you were talking it out, you were like, before they told you that, you had settled on this is not a mainline Zelda.
There is still inner turmoil happening.
And do you remember what it was?
What?
Yeah,
I think I thought it was a side game.
Well, yes, and why? Why? What was
Because
the
you
final?
play as a woman.
Look, I don't understand. Yeah,
That's right,
That's it,
Dan.
yes.
That's exactly what you say.
And on
here's the
Women's
thing.
Day.
My logic doesn't make sense to me half the time, so I
It's 'cause
don't
it had
really
a
know
2 in
why.
it.
Yeah.
That's-
Oh, yeah, it was the 2. Oh, that's why, right.
Super Mario World 2.
It was a
Yoshi's
sequel
Island.
to. No one's going to say Mario World is not a mainline Zelda, so it's the fact that it was or Mario. That's why.
Yep.
Yeah. But it's mainline.
I would
Yeah.
love to get you and Matt Pat from Game Theory in a room together
Yeah.
and
Like-
just watch this happen.
With like the diodes on their
yeah.
brains.
Yeah.
It'll be like Goku and Vegeta firing fireballs at each other. It's just like clashing constantly and getting bigger and bigger. That's what's happening.
Yeah, maybe you can destroy each other and stop destroying me with your bad
Sure,
takes.
sure.
Yeah.
I think the most fun that I've had is what we call Ben's Big Day Out, which I tweeted. We had Ben Starr with us, and we were
There he is.
Where is he? There he is.
in the back.
He's on the back.
Hi.
Hi, Ben.
We just took Ben around with us to all of our appointments, and it was wonderful seeing like someone non-cynical just like playing games and being like, "This is fun, this is cool." I took loads of pictures of him having a very nice time, and I looked at it yesterday and I was like, "This is the best thing that I've done in the last 2 weeks. It's wonderful."
I got assaulted by a Ben, actually. I was coming out of the hotel, and I saw Greg Miller. And Jen says, "Hey, Ben."
WWF No Mercy cartridge at you?
No, he didn't. He sicked his child on me, actually. Both him and Jen were like, "Ben, get him, hit him in the leg." And Ben just goes straight for the crotch.
Yeah.
Like, immediately.
You were impressed that I didn't immediately start a feud with this child.
Yeah, I looked over, I'm like, okay, well, Ben's going away. And then I look over and Dan sees him, and like, I'm like, Dan's just standing there. He's
I went
not
for a high
attacking
five.
the kid.
I went for a high
like-
five.
Yeah, you weren't. Didn't meet.
I think
No. We were at the bar last night, and at one point Dan just went, "I will start a feud with another child."
Yeah.
No, I will, but the kid has to give me a reason. You're like, Backlar's kid sucks, so that's easy. Your kid doesn't respect the business of video games and doesn't know the right names for video game characters, so I had to correct her.
Right, yeah.
So
And she said Squidward was Squidward, and you insisted that it's Stimpy, and she loves that.
I think the real reason is because he saw that Greg Miller is a 6-foot giant
Yeah,
and
right.
would fucking destroy him immediately.
Oh, Miller absolutely would. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But Ben has learned how to psych you.
Yeah,
And he
He's
did.
like-
he did
does
that
it
to
to me
you.
all the time. He'll go for a high five, and I'll go in and he'll go psych. I'm like, you are
Didn't know
too.
that
Stop
down low,
this.
too slow move. That was
We
my-
can't teach him that. He'll be too powerful.
Yeah.
He would. Greg put a picture of him like playing a game for like a demo, and I tweeted at him, and like someone replied, "Greg is never going to get this, but this is perfect." But it's exactly the same as LeBron James raising his kid to play on the Lakers at the same time
Yep,
as him. So like one day there's going to be a preview on Kind of Funny Games Daily from Ben Miller, and he's going to be like, "Yes, this is exactly the
It's just
same."
a matter of time, for sure.
Yeah.
Tam, anything you saw at the show other than showing Ben around?
We saw basically 2 games while we were out here. Well, 3 games, and they're all embargoed.
Right.
2 Nintendo games, 1 Bandai Namco game. Can't talk about that much, but...
Red Racer, finally, yes.
It's happening, buddy.
But yeah, we did just come from Gamescom, so we saw a bunch of games there and talked about some of it, but I don't know, people might not have known about it, but like Gamescom for me like was very memorable this year because they had a lot of stuff that was really, really cool.
We could talk about Expedition 33.
Exhibition 33, yeah, that is easily gone to the top of my like most anticipated
Is that
game.
the
Expedition, not Exhibition, my bad.
Is it the French RPG one?
Yes, it is. It is. Features one Ben Starr in it. Shout out to you again.
What are they going to call the sequel?
Exhibition 34. Expedition 34, Mike. You're right. Yes. Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Was that worth it?
No, absolutely not.
But yeah, we played that. We saw that game being played, and looks like a very, I want to say like 90s or 2000s era RPG in that it's got a bunch of wacky ideas in it, but also feels quintessentially like, I want to say JRPG because there was that big like, fight over what's a JRPG? It's just an RPG. In this case, I'm saying it's like a Japanese designed RPG.
Doesn't it kind of have like the Final Fantasy X, like you can see the order?
So it's got
thing?
turn order, and it's got the Mario style like responses, time button
It's
presses.
got like Hearthstone action points.
Action points, yeah. So like you can. It's not like
cool.
ATV bar. It's like you have certain amount of tasks or like resources that you can spend on doing it, and you get one back at the start of each turn. But like the timing-based stuff, it looked very Mario-y. Like you just hit it and jump, and everyone jumps. But I said, oh yeah, this is inspired by the Mario RPGs, right? And the guy was like, the director was like, no, actually it's inspired by Sekiro. And I was like, okay,
So Tam
now you're talking.
And now they're just pandering.
Yeah. And I was like, oh, I'm a Sekiro fan. He's like, cool, all right. But I think it's like the strictness of how you respond to it is more Sekiro-like because it's like you can do like negate damage by parrying, but also if you do a perfect parry, you can do like a strike back. And that is really cool. But beyond that, it's just like the world was really, really interesting. It feels like what Lost Odyssey was to Final Fantasy, where like it came out of nowhere and it was the former Final Fantasy people, and you're like, oh, feels like a new interpretation of Final Fantasy, and it looks like they're doing that with a bunch of JRPGs and RPGs that they love. So I'm very excited to play that game. Very, very excited.
Yeah. It's funny you said Lost Odyssey. We're in the Blue Dragon Theater. That was the other Xbox 360.
Yeah,
one.
unfortunately.
Yeah.
Speaking of very excited to play something, I know we all have Astrobot now, and
Yeah,
I think
what are we doing
so
here?
mad.
a bunch of us were trying to concoct contract ways to play it on the road, and I feel like none of us succeeded. Is that correct?
I took my PlayStation Portal around the world with me for this. I was like, I'm going to have to take it to Germany, and then I'm going to London, and then I'm going to PAX. I'll take this stupid, annoying thing with me that is weirdly shaped. So you can't put it in like a suitcase because it's so weirdly shaped that it will snap. So I'm holding it in a case the entire time. I was like, I'll get to the hotel, download it on the PlayStation. Last time I did this was a year ago at PAX. I had my PlayStation Portal, and I was reviewing Final Fantasy VII Rebirth from PAX. And I was like, I'm just going to play it while I'm here. It was a catastrophe. Like, it was unplayable. I lost like 4 days of review time. And this time I was like, oh, they updated it so you can now connect to hotel Wi-Fi's instead of me using my phone. It doesn't even connect to my PlayStation anymore.
Like, is it just for Astro that's not working? Or?
It won't even talk to the PlayStation. It's like,
weird.
can't talk to your PlayStation. And I checked it.
Did you get a Steam Deck? I got it working.
Dude, I just want to say.
Steam Deck?
Yeah, I spent like an hour the night before my flight trying to get, I had to port forward and do all this other stuff. And I say it's working. I got to download it.
The PlayStation Portable is apparently selling like hotcakes.
Yeah, it's doing very well.
It is like, I'm going to probably get some grief for this. It's one of the worst things ever created. Like, it's straight ass top to bottom. Like, it's functionally useless.
Yep.
Like,
You know,
I've
my
been in front of my PlayStation, like, best internet I can get in the area. Like, it's great up and down. I'm playing a game in front of my PlayStation. It's artifact to fuck. I'm like, what is the point of this thing?
It might physically hurt you to hear that my sister Kayla played through most of Sekiro on a Portal.
Wow.
Sekiro.
She's the greatest gamer ever. So if you pull that off, it's incredible. Like, my one doesn't even connect. If she's playing Sekiro on it, she's got some other
insane. I had big ideas about being able to play Astro Bot while I was here. I thought I was being very clever doing the port forwarding, getting all. I can connect. I got it to download. I saw the game running, and then I hit the forward button to get this little guy to run, and it took a full second.
No, it's bad. I think
it was just devastating.
The only thing Sony can do now is release some sort of like hard drive attachment that will let you download a game and stream it onto there somehow offline. But they're not going to do that because people are buying it for some reason, even though it doesn't work. So
yeah, I do. When I get home, the first thing I am going to do is maybe love my family, but then I'll play Astro Bot.
Smash Robot.
Yes, yeah. Let's just get right in there.
I was going to say, I was under no pretenses that we would have time to do anything. So I was just like, the only thing I've been playing is Fields of Mysteria.
Banger.
Yeah.
Banger.
Has anyone been playing Fields of Mysteria?
Yes.
Okay, thank God.
From the people that bought you Pusheen.
Yeah, that's
You
so
blew
crazy.
my mind when you told me that.
Wait, brought you what?
Pusheen, that cat?
An internet.
Oh, I thought you said poutine. I was like, oh, is it Canadian?
The Canadians.
Oh, I didn't know. Okay.
No, it's an unbelievable game.
I'm not binging on purpose, everybody. I swear I'm not binging on purpose. It's the default on Edge, and I'm too lazy to change it, so I am kind of doing it on purpose.
That Fields of Mystery is really, really good. I like it a lot.
So good.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
It's got a lot of hot people in it that are romanceable.
So much sexier than
Weird.
Wait, can we get a clean? There's a lot of sexy people in there.
Yes.
Okay. There.
Yes.
Who are you romancing?
Well, Ulrich is not romanceable, and that is really annoying. So I've gone for his brother, March, because he's also mean to me.
Yeah, he's very cold.
And that says a lot about me as a person. But it's okay because he's got a really tough exterior, but I'm melting him, melting that icy heart with. I can change him.
I mean, he kind of starts melting within the first half an hour.
No, I gave him a lot of gifts. I usually just give him like rocks.
That says a lot about him.
Yeah.
Oh, rock. Yeah, we can.
No, different shiny kind of.
This is Charlie Brown. I got a rock. Yeah, there we go.
Everything in my life just comes back to peanuts.
It could though. It's fun that way.
We played one game, Mike, on the show floor. We were like walking around, and someone said, "Hey, Giant Bomb, you want to come play it?" And we're like, "Yeah, that sounds fine to us." It was Deathland Drifters.
That was the game.
Oh, that's
that
the
was
game.
the game
That's
that
the
we were
game
going to go see.
about.
Oh, you guys are going to go see? Yeah, so it's like a Sea of Thieves and a hovercraft, and I was like driving the ship, and it has like this like real momentum to it. And I had a lot of fun, like just kind of try to navigate around these boulders and stuff while Mike was manning all the guns and doing all the
different
upgrades.
guns, and one was like there was like a giant super cannon, and it had like very limited ammo. It would refill slowly.
You could refill it by bringing up the shield and having the enemy shoot that, and that would refill the big cannon.
And I could also like go around and upgrade all the different weapons. And there was even like a loot crate like thing that would every once in a while drop a loot crate depending on what we did. So yeah, it was fun running around.
I thought you meant loot crate like the gift box.
That's what I thought too. Yeah,
I was like, are they still going?
It's like, oh
No, they're not. I think they're done.
No? Oh,
Yeah, yeah.
Too bad.
I used to
always
get
liked
so
the
many
idea
of those.
Loot Crate. Then I'm like, man, I have a lot of junk already. Although they
No.
have those, like, we saw all those boxes.
I was going to say, we
Yeah,
saw the blind boxes.
And
Yeah.
we should get one. I think I want to buy one, and I want it to be the stupidest one possible.
I think we should just do it, film it, and send it to Jan and make him make a video
Like,
of it.
there's a Demon Slayer one. That's the anime party game that made me sad. So I could maybe get that. They had a Kingdom Hearts one, which is a little obvious.
People didn't laugh hard enough when you said that. I'm sorry. You guys want to try again?
No, it's all right. I won that game, but then I was depressed all weekend
Thank
because
you.
I read that character's wiki.
Wait, there's another anime party game, right, that we discovered?
Yeah, they've been emailing us about it. Well, it looks not necessarily like a Mario Party. It's like a bunch of different like mini sports games.
Okay.
It looks like a lot of fun.
Venom. There was a Venom.
There was a Venom one.
Yeah. If there was a
If there was a
Morbius,
Morbius,
one,
we would have got it right
that
away.
would've
Yeah,
More
yeah,
been like
all in on
crazy.
that.
Yeah.
I'm still in the Morbius Discord.
What? The Discord?
Yeah, dude.
Oh yeah, it's unhinged.
Oh, no. The official Morbius Discord was a really great time around the time that the movie was coming out because there was one channel that was just Q&A, and it's a picture of Jared Leto. Q&A coming soon. Never came.
Oh,
Oh,
okay,
yeah.
interesting.
Never came.
We love getting in like niche communities. Like we were in the Jeremy Renner app hard.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we were
honestly,
in that
damn,
shit.
as soon as she said the Morbius Discord, I couldn't help but think about the Jeremy Renner app.
What an app!
That
An
guy got a-
incredible app.
Guy got a lot of good PR for almost dying. I saw him he was on the
Almost
cover of
running
Men's-
himself over.
Yeah, he was on I was at the airport. He was on the cover of Men's Health, and it was like, this guy almost died, and now he's hot. And I was like, wow, that's aspirational.
Wait, he recently almost died?
He ran himself over with a snowplow.
How?
Bad.
Every
bad at it.
time someone says someone got run over with a like lawnmower, I'm like, how do you physically do that?
Yeah.
You have to like let go and run in front of it.
Hill.
He had really pronounced. This doesn't make sense for him, but the vagina bones,
Vagina bones.
On
What?
the cover, real good. Remember the vagina
Wait,
bones?
Jeremy Renner's vagina bones is what we're talking about?
Wait.
Well pronounced. His
I
very
don't.
fits.
Wait. Hang on.
Yeah.
I don't think you know where the.
Yeah, I don't know if you.
The
What are
thing
you
that you're talking
referring
about,
to?
I think, is very different.
I wouldn't call him penis bones.
The pelvic? The pelvis?
It's like the V thing?
The V.
The pelvis?
Yeah, those. Those like when you're.
Dr. Ryan?
The pathway to heaven, whatever it's called.
Does
What is
anyone
it?
know the official term?
Hey, we got Dr. Ryan here. He says the
Pelvis. Hey,
pelvis?
Dr.
Velvet?
The iliac crest, says Dr. Ryan. Thank you.
And that's
Thank
what
you.
Nintendo removes when they need to sell the game.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
That's censorship.
Yeah, it's censorship.
Please don't ever say vagina bones again.
Yeah, it puts you with a group of people that you do not want to be associated with.
Honestly, that's one of the most frequently said phrases on our podcast. So.
Yeah, it's a problem.
Yeah. All right, I got a game. Let me black this one out. That doesn't really matter. It's not an answer or anything.
What the hell?
All right, the game is called, is this a video game name, maybe a fighting game arcade subtitle,
Okay.
or is it a metal album?
Oh.
All right, and you can
Okay.
all answer. We'll see who's right. Someone can keep track of
Are we just
score.
going to yell it out? Or?
Yeah, we'll check with each of you. All right,
Okay.
this is an easy one. You guys, when I was pitching this game, you guys mentioned this one, so let's get out of the way. Dark Resurrection.
That's Tekken.
Is that a video game, like a fighting game subtitle, or is it a metal album?
Tekken.
Tekken?
Tekken 5 specifically, I believe.
PSP, right?
I'm going to go with what everyone else is saying.
All right. Yes, that is indeed Tekken. Very good. Okay.
Yay. Okay.
All right, here's the next clue.
Oh, very impressed by this black
Yeah.
thing.
Aggressive Continuum.
Metal album.
That has to be
That's a
metal
metal album.
I would say metal album too because I'm a coward.
Whose is that? Though?
That is a metal album from
Fear
the band
Factory.
Fear Factory.
Okay. Okay.
Wasn't that a game? Oh no, that's Fear Effect, wasn't it?
Fear Effect is what you're
Fear
thinking.
Effect
with
was
the two
the
lesbians
lesbian game.
with the
That was
vagina
very
bones.
90s ad.
It had the vagina bones.
Yeah.
Fear, that's
No,
what we
you
say
can
in
say
unison.
vagina
Fear
bones.
Effect was the lesbian
It was
game.
incredible.
Yes,
The
yes.
magazine ads for that game was just, we have lesbians in a video.
And there were
game for
just
the
two,
first
like, there's a
time.
woman laying down and then another woman laying on top of her. Like,
And there wasn't a
sitting
lot of
up.
that in the game.
There was like none of that in the game.
No, not like the Half-Life ad I looked at recently, where it's a horny Half-Life ad in a magazine.
Right, it was a horny, like,
It was like a female.
sexy
It was a female SWAT
guard.
member, and it's like, ooh, she's sexy and
the
deadly, and
SWAT
she's coming to
ninjas.
get you. And
Who
it's like
even
a Half-Life.
remembers the SWAT ninjas from Half-Life 1?
Yeah.
They did not make an appearance in Half-Life 2.
Bloodline Rebellion.
Fighting game.
Fighting game.
Yeah.
Fighting game. I don't know which one, though.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Probably
Guilty
also
Gear?
Tekken.
Oh, there we go.
Or Dead or Alive.
Tekken.
Tekken.
Oh, very
I should have
good.
known. Mishima.
Mishima's, yeah.
Yeah.
Mischief Invasion.
That's a
That is not
Metal
a
album?
metal album.
that's a bad metal
That's a
album.
terrible name for a
That's
metal
not
album.
good.
That
yeah.
is Fear Factory.
Fear Factory again.
Wait, is it all Tekken or Fear
Yeah.
Factory?
Are
I
Fear
don't
Factory
know.
here or something?
Please welcome to the stage.
Fated Retribution.
That is Tekken.
It sounds like Tekken, but you're not just going to go back and forth every time, are you?
Yeah,
No, he would never.
What kind of crazy person would do that?
didn't randomize any of them.
Oh!
It's
fucking go.
I didn't say. I'm not wrong.
I didn't say it
I
either.
sat here in silence.
I swear that's a fighting game.
Tam, can you check? I might have mixed it
I
up.
feel like
Tam, can you check?
Oh my
Fated
god, if that's a
Retribution?
fighting game.
Bringer of the New Age.
Oh.
That sounds like a metal.
I'm really worried
That
that's...
could go either way.
It's metal.
I'm going to say...
Tekken 7 Fated Retribution.
Okay, yeah, I mixed it up.
What you want? God damn it.
Okay. I'm like,
what I
that
said.
doesn't sound right.
I'm going to say metal for this one.
I'm gonna say
Yeah,
metal.
that's metal.
That's Bloody Roar, you dumb...
Oh, I forgot about that game.
Bloody roar.
Bloody Roar is... Bloody Roar is, I think, the actual like origin point of furries, and no one will admit
Yeah,
it.
no one
will ever admit that. But
Gadget predates that, though, from Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers.
yeah, but none of them were hot. Bloody Roar, like everyone was hot,
Gadget's
and then
pretty.
turned into a hot animal, and you're like, how can I resist this? This is a bunny. And
Tam
kick
doesn't
him
think that Gadget's hot.
Yeah, how embarrassing for
What does
Tam.
Gadget
Yeah,
look like?
don't worry about it. No, don't look that up. I'm embarrassed.
What's the name? Gadget from Chip and Dale?
Yeah, Gadget Gear Wrench.
I could just...
Yeah.
Okay, you don't need to use his full name.
That's soon to be Gadget Minotti one day. No.
Oh no.
What are you looking up? Oh, here we go. Oh, there's why are they? There's a lot of sexy pictures. Man, are you sure you have?
Look at that
sex
second
or-
one.
Are you sure you have
it's on moderate, which might still be dangerous for a
Yeah,
gadget
yeah.
search.
Imagine not getting invited back to PAX because you showed a risky picture of Gadget from Chip and Dale.
Hey, that's how I want to go.
Yeah.
All right. Central Fiction.
Metal.
Metal.
All right, let's see here. I can't remember. That's Blaze.
Oh.
Man, I want a new Blaze Blue so bad.
All right.
Metal.
Revelator.
Oh,
Metal?
That's a metal
That's a
album.
metal.
Metal.
All right. That is Guilty Gear.
Oh, okay.
I don't know why I sounded so confident there. I don't know.
I'm like really worried I got these out of order, by the way. I have no memory of putting this together. All right. Archetype.
That could be a game.
Metal.
I'm gonna go.
But it's probably
I'm gonna
metal.
go game.
Game.
I'm gonna go metal.
I'm with
gonna
you
go
on this
metal.
one.
Fear Factory.
Damn it, blew it.
Was Fear Factory that one Raw theme? No, it was Union Underground.
That was
right?
Fear Factory,
Okay, yeah.
All right. Let's see. Armageddon.
Now that's a pay-per-view.
That's Mortal Kombat. That's Mortal
Isn't
Kombat.
that an album by Alkaline Trio? It's a song by Alkaline Trio.
It's Mortal Kombat.
Yeah, that's more.
That was the bad one where you could play as everyone, but it didn't have real fatalities.
That was bad.
Yeah, make
Carmageddon.
That's a.
That's a video game. That's Carmageddon.
That's a game.
Wow.
That's a Fear Factory album. They did the soundtrack
Did
for
they?
Carmageddon.
Did
Yes,
they?
did.
Wow.
Okay.
Nice.
Who the hell is Fear Factory?
It's a pretty okay band. I like their one album. Don't worry about it. It's Carmageddon. That's my favorite one.
The
All
band
right,
has performed at Ozfest 4 times.
I think it's time for Fish.
All right.
Okay.
We just start yelling stuff out? We just going?
No, no, absolutely.
How does this work?
You're just like, we're gonna just start screaming, right?
I got one I really want to push for.
Okay, Dan, you're an eager beaver. All right, let's hear it. What is your go-to fish for the Mount Rushmore of video game fish?
Seaman.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, that was going to be mine.
Put him on there. First ballot Hall of Famer, Seaman.
It's a George Washington.
It holds up. Plays Seaman now.
Yeah.
Seaman is the George Washington. Yes. Tell me that wouldn't look good on a mountain.
God.
I played through a full run of Seaman like a year and a half ago, and it was incredible. Every bit as fascinating as it used to be. He's got like Lewinsky jokes, so it's kind of dated, but it's still fascinating. He makes a Monica Lewinsky joke at some point. Yeah. He started asking me about politics and then went into the Lewinsky thing.
I feel like someone should have tried again with Seaman, like, because they did a new one.
They made two, but it never got localized.
It was Japanese only.
I feel like they should have like just one where it just knows pop. If there's going to be any good use of AI, they should make an AI that feeds into Seaman, and just is constantly aware of pop culture references.
Tim, I want to see that real.
So like you turn Seaman on and he's like, I'm very demure, very fishy, or whatever.
I'm sure some like Twitch plays Pokemon genius could like figure out how to do that and stream it.
One of them is probably in the crowd.
Seaman
Get
talks
to
to
work.
chat.
You guys ever see how the Seaman mate in that game when they attach their little head tubes?
And then they
Like
poop out of
avatars?
They poop out of that too.
Yeah.
Like the Na'vi?
Everything they just have one tube, kind of like ducks. It's like a
Oh, cloaca?
yeah. It's very upsetting.
All right, we're gonna loop around this way. Tam, you got a fish?
Oh, I was gonna go for the Zora from.
Just as a like no specific Zora.
You could do the Prince or whatever his name
Prince
is.
Sidon,
Oh, the
please.
Prince. Okay.
Was him Sidon?
Sidon.
Well, wait, what about the Princess Ruto from Ocarina?
Is it your turn?
No.
I'm just saying, if he has to pick one Zora.
I mean, he's clearly.
Hey, Prince Sidon, also a dangerous search.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Is
Look
he
at
a
that.
Zora? He's like a shark. Are Zoras sharks?
They're all kinds of different fish.
Okay. Yeah. I feel like that is a good pick.
You haven't been reading my fan fiction, obviously, Dan.
Yeah.
All right. Let's, Lucy, you go with yours while I get this updated over here.
Yeah. Seaman.
Phil.
Phil?
Oh, no.
Phil Fish?
No,
I don't like that one. I don't like that one.
The thoughts of Lucy James do not reflect those.
That was not my joke either. That was not my joke. That was
Yes.
Andrew Goldfarb's joke.
I think that's a good joke, though.
I
That
would
is a
go
good
for
joke.
the big fish thing from Resident Evil 4.
Ooh, good one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's a good one.
Can I just look up
What is it?
Resident
Was it
Evil
called
4
again?
fish?
Yeah.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
that's the one.
Yeah.
Alaga.
I had trouble with that sometimes when I was playing this game.
It's a good boss fight.
It's very good. Look at
There he
Look
is.
at that guy.
All right.
Cool dude.
Mike Minotti, do you have a fish?
Yeah. I'm gonna do James Pond.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. That was one of mine, too.
that was,
Yeah.
I was
Is James
gonna pick
Pond
that.
cancelled now?
Was he what?
Is he cancelled? I can't remember.
James Pond?
Was James Pond one of those like Leisure Suit Larry style games?
No.
So
He was RoboCod.
Oh. Yeah, that clears everything
okay.
up.
I think it was a
Great.
European platformer thing. I'm surprised you're not familiar with it.
James Pond, yeah.
I remember him, but I just always classed him as like, well, this is one of those weird sex pest.
No, there's no
No,
sex
no,
in
no,
James
no.
Pond.
No, yeah.
No.
Damn.
I don't know.
Because, I mean,
Look
he's
at this guy. Look
he's
how
a
cool he is.
tadpole. He can't even.
Was it Codename? What was the pun? Codename something? RoboCod was the RoboCop parody.
What is, wait, who am I thinking of that's a tadpole?
A tadpole.
A tadpole?
Okay, never mind.
Are you thinking of
Plankton?
sea monkeys?
I'm just going to do this one.
Was ever a sea monkey game?
Man, someone.
While we're doing that, I'm going to go with On Guard, the swordfish from
Okay.
Donkey Kong Country.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about.
I like his named On Guard.
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna do in Mario World the fish that's asleep, and then when you get too close to it, it gets pissed off and chases
Oh,
you.
the eel?
All right.
Are eelfish?
Is it?
That's not an eel. That's a fish.
No, it's not an eel. It's not cheap. Is
No,
it?
no. It might be a like type of cheap.
Right.
cheap.
Okay. All right. hang on.
cheap,
Look
red
up
one?
Sleeping Fish Mario World.
All right. Hang on.
Sleeping fish. Oh, Mario World. I heard 64 for some reason. I'm not sure about this one, Dan.
That guy. No, that guy's awesome.
I love that.
He's
pretty
awesome.
good.
He gets so pissed off.
We're gonna send this list to the Seattle like government to be
Yeah.
like, these are the 4 fishes that you need to honor as Seattle.
We went to the Mopop, and this could be a new exhibit.
Oh, the Mopop is an incredible place. Have you
Yeah.
been there?
The Museum
It's
of Pop
crazy.
Culture.
Oh yeah, I think was it
We
the
went to the
EXP?
sci-fi section, and it was like, oh, here's Starbucks costume, here's
Yeah.
the Battlestar Galactica, here's Darth Vader, here's fucking Raphael from the
Yeah.
Ninja Turtles.
The fucked up looking
what
suit.
the hell
Yeah.
is this
They
all
still have
about?
the bad guy from Galaxy Quest there.
Yes.
I saw that.
Yeah,
I saw
yeah,
that.
yeah.
That was very.
It was incredible.
Don't they have like some like original design documents for Magic the Gathering?
Yep.
One of the sections.
Yep,
Yeah, that
yep.
museum.
They've got a bunch of like Kurt Cobain stuff in there.
Right.
Yeah, they had the Nirvana exhibit.
I think it looks
Including
best
a letter
Donkey
with my
Kong
name
ride.
at the
Yeah,
top.
yeah.
So I was like, what's this going on?
Yeah, I know. I saw you tweeted that. I went to that museum a while ago. I was in town for some very boring, more business-focused convention once, and did that. And did you go to that glass museum right by there?
No.
There's like the glass blowing guy. There's a famous Seattle glass blower apparently. Then he has like a whole little art gallery museum thing right by the Space Needle, and they trick you because it's like you can pay an extra $5 for the Space Needle and the glass thing. I'm like, I'll go to the glass thing, and then like I got so into glass. I was like, wow.
I'm just gonna
glass
say-
museum better than Space Needle.
Well, there's a Great British Bake Off ripoff, which is called Blown Away. It's all about glass blowing.
Oh, I want to watch that.
No, they're up to like season 4.
It's
on
great.
Netflix. It's
Glass
great.
blowing's amazing. Like, who knew that you could just blow glass?
But like,
glass blowers.
who looked at sand and was like, that
Right.
could be
That
see-through?
could be.
Imagine if it got so hot, everybody.
Space Needle, not that impressive, I'm sorry to say.
It's no CN Tower.
I
Well, we
looked
should
at it and I was like,
Yeah.
it's not that big. It's kind of lame, honestly.
Well, it's older. It was built for like some in the 60s for a World's
and it
Fair or
doesn't.
something.
And then we turned around and there's this massive needle-looking thing in the distance. I was like, that looks like a space needle. This looks like some random shit.
Did you go up there? It's got the glass floor thing that you
we,
can stand on. It's cool.
we went for shaved ice, which I'd never had before.
and what do you think of that?
Yeah, it was
good.
Not impressed.
It's exactly what it is, which
It really
I
is
don't know why I was
just
surprised
some
by
shit
it.
on some shaved ice.
Yeah, I
Yes.
was like, here's some ice, and we put some flavoring on it.
I just knew that if we did go up the Space Needle, I would get up there and look out and immediately just feel sick.
Yeah.
So I was like, I'm going to enjoy this from a safe position on the ground.
Right. Yeah, and
Intrusive thoughts take over when I'm that high.
No. My mum has a friend where he was not allowed to go on a hot air balloon ride. I don't know why he was going on a hot air balloon ride. but he wasn't allowed on because he has this like compulsion to jump off stuff.
Yeah,
It's an actual thing.
I have had those thoughts as well. I'm like, I need to get away from this.
Invasive thoughts or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was happening on the escalator. I was telling you, I wish there was a wall there. Cause my hips are like right there. I could just tip over and go down.
Yep.
Cam, you got a fish?
Oh, another fish. I think I should probably say Garrett. No, Magikarp. Let's go Magikarp.
Magikarp.
I think Magikarp deserves some love.
All right.
Useless prick.
What do you think? Magikarp and the sleeping fish from Super Mario World are pretty similar in my head. Do you guys want to like argue it out, like which one's better while I'm getting this up here?
Magikarp is clearly more iconic than the fish who sleeps, whose name we don't know.
Yeah.
What about? Okay, what if I took that off and put on the dolphin with goggles from Mario World that you
Dolphins
can
aren't
jump
fish.
on?
Trust me, I wish they were.
Dolphins aren't fish.
Well, okay.
Hang on. Why specifically do you wish they were?
Because he wants to put Echo the
Oh, okay.
Yeah, very badly.
Well, okay, but like we're the ones making the list. We could be a little bit like you. Don't think if you knew the right person, you can go to the Seattle Fish Market and you couldn't get dolphin?
Yeah.
I hope not.
You don't think if you went down the right alley?
So dolphins aren't fish, but there is a species of fish called the dolphin fish.
Yeah, but that's not what Echo is. Echo's just a dolphin-ass dolphin with the
What's
stars.
this mammal thing? Isn't this one of those things where everyone thought, oh, Dan said this crazy thing, and it turned out I was right, that mammals have hair, and everyone's like, I think it was Backler. It's like, oh, you think mammals are a hair thing? It's like, yeah, I was right.
You were right about that. Dolphins also have hair. They're a mammal. What are you talking
Where
about?
do they have hair?
Like the same way you got, like, okay,
They don't have beards.
Like,
that'd be great if they did, though. I'd love to see a dolphin with a beard.
Yeah, that'd be very good.
God, he's really
they have tiny little hairs on their skin.
I don't think that should count.
Sure, okay.
But still hair.
You go talk to the scientists. What do you want me to do?
I just googled dolphin with a beard, and AI is out of control. Like, that is insane.
Hang on.
That's incredible.
Yeah, Jeff, can you Google dolphin with a beard, please?
Just type in
Show the
dolphin
glass.
beard.
Magikarp that big, actually.
Sure.
What is Magikarp's gimmick? Because I just know
He just flops,
he's the
flops
most useless
around
Pokemon.
until level 20 and then becomes a giant dragon fish that fucks everyone up.
Oh, okay. So it's like useless until a point.
Useless up until a point.
Yeah.
Right, just like
Okay.
me.
Yeah.
My context is only like the Smash Brothers, but like it just flops around.
Right,
and
That's pretty much it.
Yeah.
You can't even teach it any moves, can you? It's just like splash only.
Can you teach him the HM swim? I think he might be. I don't know.
I don't
know. Might be able to do TMs and HMs, but you wouldn't because you just got to wait till Gyra does.
Misty had one, right?
Yeah.
Misty had one. It was
Misty had
worthless.
one along with Goldeen and Starb.
Goldine's even worse than Magikarp. It's just like a goldfish who evolves into a slightly bigger goldfish.
Yeah.
Is Goldeen the one that's like a little sexy?
No, that's Vaporeon.
No. Can you search for Goldeen? What am I saying?
Goldeen looks like it's like a spotted fish.
Hang on, Mike. Please say that isolated into the microphone.
Are you saying that Goldeen has fuck me eyes?
She does have like a sultry voice where she's like, Goldeen.
Goldeen. Oh yeah, there is some
These are getting
artwork.
pretty spicy
There
pretty
is some
quick up
artwork.
here.
Wait, what did you search for? Goldeen?
Safer work.
Oh, good.
It looks like you got the opposite. Why don't you just search for normal Goldeen?
Goldeen Pokemon.
Because I thought it'd be a funny bit.
That third row is absolutely cursed.
Oh, you're right. That was way better.
Okay.
Yeah. No, Goldeen is like sultry.
Third row, third from the left. Okay, yeah.
Goldeen technically classed as a redhead?
Yeah.
Or no?
It's kind of like the sexy fish from from Fantasia. Remember that part?
No.
Wait.
Someone remembers the.
What about the third row, third from the left?
I got an appointment. I got to get you guys. It's been great.
Can you click on third row, third from the left?
Yeah, that's the sexy one, right? That's the pose. That's the fuck me eyes. I don't know.
Whoa!
I didn't start this conversation.
You could have ended it at any point.
Just keep talking, Mike.
You said, "Isn't Goldeen sexy?" I said, "No," but let me try to see it from your point of view.
But then you said, "Yeah, those are the fuck me
If
eyes."
any of them is going to try to win your argument, it would be this picture.
This is the kind of argument you pull out and you hear it and you're like, he's thought about this a lot before. Like, this is not innocent. He's thought about this before.
I
You don't just go,
Are we
"Yeah,
putting
it's got fuck
Goldeen
me
on the
eyes."
list or not?
No,
I think no.
Goldeen-
After this, no.
Yeah.
That's a different list that only Mike has.
Magikarp on the list, though.
Yeah, come back next year for our next Mount Rushmore.
Mike, do you want to go?
Yeah, I want to do Freddy Fish from Humongous Entertainment.
How many faces can you put on Mount Rushmore?
Freddie Mercury
like,
fish.
Well, don't worry, we're gonna whittle it down. We're gonna whittle it down.
Okay.
I was with an eye.
Yeah. No, I don't know if Freddie is the most popular. I don't think Freddie's better than Spy Fox.
That
or
looks like a
Putt-Putt.
first draft of Flounder.
I was going to say that is legally distinct flounder.
Yeah.
This is when the guy who made Monkey Island started a company that made a bunch of like kids point-and-click adventure games, right?
Yeah, and there's a lot of kids that love these games.
Pajama Sam and all that stuff. Yeah. But there was this fish. He was there too.
I love that we're putting these into fucking Google Sheets.
Yeah, this is the way to do it, man. Jonathan Jones from Super Mario RPG. He's the shark guy that helped one boss fight.
Yeah.
Jonathan.
I've got the ugliest fish you'll ever see.
No, that's a football player.
That's a football player.
Mike will probably be like, "This got fuck me eyes."
Oh, look. All fish can be beautiful. Oh, that guy.
that guy.
That guy's cool.
Yeah, he's awesome.
That's a fun boss.
Do the anglerfish from the Outer Wilds.
My next one was going to be the anglerfish from Mega Man 2.
I bet you the Outer Wilds one's
That
way
big
uglier.
fish, that thing looks awesome.
Yeah, from
Yeah.
Bubble Man stage. The
The anglerfish is where most people are like, "Fuck out."
Oh, that part does suck. Yeah.
It's too bad Bubble Man's not a fish. I'd like to get Bubble Man in there.
Mega Man.
He's also not a mammal.
Look at the teeth on this guy.
Yeah, that guy's awesome. Look how
this
cool
guy
that
is incredible.
Yeah, love that dude.
You gotta hit him right on the glowy top thing, and he's always shooting shrimp out of his mouth for some reason.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
And if you jump too high, you hit the stuff there. I think I have a shadow box of this scene specifically in my room.
A what?
It's like a
shadow box,
little diorama thing.
Little diorama thing.
Fucking grow up, man.
No, it's not a sex thing. The shadow box is fine. Those are normal.
Shadow box is cake.
Outer Wilds anglerfish.
What's that?
Outer Wilds anglerfish.
Yes. Let me
do
get
that one.
for you right now.
There you go.
Lots of anglerfish. All right.
You looking for fishes on your phone?
Yeah, me too. I'm like,
No. I have a couple of fish.
What is that?
Okay, I did find a. I don't know.
That is a
I don't know what.
fish's
I was
ass.
trying to find out what the name of this fish was.
Look at this guy.
Oh, search for Spyro 2 Queen Finny.
Queen Finny.
I don't know. That's what this Tumblr's tagged this fish as.
Tumblr.
Wait, oh man, that's terrifying.
Look at that.
That looks a lot like the one from Finding Nemo.
It's huge as well.
Ooh.
Yeah. Anglerfish are weird. Like, I know we all know that, but it's not said enough.
Oh, I thought you said English fish. And I was like, what the hell do we do? Yeah, can you search for Spyro 2 Queen Finny?
Queen Finny?
F-I-N.
Probably Queen. Yeah, I bet we do Spyro 2 Queen Fin. Like a fish fin, right? Because it's a fish. Like a fishy fin. We had good fish and chips in London, Dan.
It was so good.
I was jealous of that.
The
Yeah, we were there for like 24 hours.
Man, I
Great.
hate
you go.
SEO.
How come everybody acted like Brentford was the middle of nowhere? Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. We like the middle of nowhere-ness of it. What? Who's?
Hello?
Ariel, the Little Mermaid.
Hey, it's Jan.
He hung up. Now, we have a no Goku's rule, but should we give it up because Janet Choa called to say Ariel from A Little Mermaid?
Yay! Oh, yeah,
Wait,
Ariel.
Kingdom Hearts.
Ariel?
Kingdom Hearts.
She's in Kingdom Hearts.
Yes.
Ariel is a fish.
Is a mermaid a fish?
Yes,
Was
they're half fish.
Sora?
Yes.
No. Does
half
Sora become
fish.
the fish?
Wait,
By
no.
definition.
Doesn't
In Kingdom
Donald
Hearts?
Duck turn into a fish and
No,
he looks
well,
fucked
No,
up?
one of them becomes a turtle. One of them is like a little squid. I think that's
Yeah,
Donald,
Donald's
and
a
I think
squid.
Sora becomes a merman.
merman. Here's my I usually have a no Goku's rule with this, which means these characters have to originate in video games, right?
okay.
Ariel. I believe the movie may have predated the video
I'm sorry,
game
what?
that Capcom-
Ariel?
Ariel.
Okay, you said something else.
I do actually have a suggestion though. One of the fucked up aberrated fish from Dredge.
Oh, yeah.
They're very
yeah.
Which fish is it from Dredge?
I think you've just searched like aberrated fish.
Aberrated fish.
Just type ugly fish, man.
Dredge.
That fish from Puyo
Oh, we're
Puyo.
just skipping my turn now, huh?
Oh, I thought we were just
You
shooting
skipped
them out
mine
now.
earlier. I thought it was a
Look.
free-for-all at this point.
Is it one of these?
Go
Oh, yeah, those
second
are
row
ugly.
left. Or, any one of these.
Anyone? How about this guy right here?
Yeah.
All right.
I think I want a more fishy fish from Zelda, actually, instead of a fish person. I don't know about fish people. I think I want more pure fish. I like just the fish from Wind Waker that points on your map.
Oh, yeah.
It says,
yeah.
ahoy, small fry.
Yep, that guy's great.
I like how...
Conversely, there is a whole windfish thing in the Link's Awakening, but he looks
Oh, the
more
bad one.
He
Yeah.
looks more like
Oh
a
my
whale.
God.
I don't think the windfish is a fish.
Look at this fucking
It's a whale. Yeah, this guy's awesome.
This guy rules. He paints.
Yeah, Fish
Yeah.
Man.
Aw.
His name-
I love
hey,
that guy.
I don't like fish people. His name's Fish Man.
Yeah, but he's more fish than man.
Okay.
And he can talk. Ahoy, small fry, whatever he does. It's good stuff.
I just beat that again, and that game is so good.
Wind
still.
Waker's the best.
Yeah.
It's still my favorite Zelda.
Really? Number one?
Keep him that
It's
big.
my number one still.
Wow.
It's just, the style is so good.
Can you play it on Switch? I never played it.
No, there's
You can play it on Steam Deck.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Jeff and I know it's
I
not
just-
on Switch.
I just Googled video game fish, and apparently there's a fish called dope fish in Commander Keen, and it is the stupidest looking fish.
Is it the green one with the
green
teeth?
one with the buck
Commander
teeth?
Keen. Remember when Commander Keen was going to come back as a mobile game?
Oh,
That
right.
didn't happen. I think they're like, well, people don't seem to be excited about this new Commander Keen game.
Danny O'Dwyer somewhere just absolutely in tears. He's like, "God damn it." I was
Dan, you
excited.
were saying one?
Poyo Poyo fish.
Okay, there we go, yeah.
Poyo Poyo fish?
I don't know if that's the fish is it the fish that says PP like a million times, or is that a different character? I don't remember.
I don't know if this is the PP.
This is just a cool fish.
Yeah, that's a
Look
cool
how cool
fish.
that guy is.
Yeah.
I have a potential one, but I'm going to need the audience to clarify whether it's a fish or not.
Okay.
Undyne from Undertale, fish or no?
Oh, kind of.
Because it's got the.
It's like a sea
gills and
monster.
It's like a weird
Yeah.
sea. I feel like you should have that.
Yeah, she's man, she sure looks fishy. She definitely has scales and fins, but also I never see her in the water. Fish usually go in the water.
I mean, she's evolved beyond that.
What's the? I'll just get to Undertale fish.
Undertale fish, Undyne. Oh, there, look.
That's very fish.
That's
Yeah,
very fishy.
very fish.
Yeah. Kind of a little creature from the Black Lagoon.
Yeah.
We've missed the ultimate fish from video games.
What?
The Final Fantasy fish, Leviathan.
Oh, Leviathan.
The summon.
Man, I'm shocked I didn't think of that myself. Which Leviathan do you think of?
15.
15.
Yeah,
big.
15 is probably the most
Yeah,
recognizable
but
now.
that's the one who
but-
kills the waifu. I don't like that fish.
True.
And also makes Ignis blind. That fish did a lot of bad things. The whole game.
That's why it's the memorable fish.
The whole game takes kind of a turn for the dour after that.
Isn't-
You're on a train right after everyone's sad, and one guy's like, I'm
Yeah, that fish
blind.
really killed the vibe.
In Final Fantasy
But-
X, isn't your dad a fish?
No.
No, he's Sin. I guess he is kind of a fish. He's
But
a giant
isn't
whale.
Titus his dad, and he's a
fish.
fish?
Sin is kind of a big.
He's a big
air
whale type thing, isn't it?
Why is that a dude's dad?
Don't worry about
Don't
it.
worry
Well,
about
don't worry about that.
Listen, he played underwater soccer, and
Blitzball,
then he
right?
died.
The dad?
And then he became a fish.
Why?
Fuck knows.
He got isekai'd to that other place first, and then
Isekai?
Yeah, he got isekai'd. I think Final Fantasy X's an isekai. Yeah. Well,
I
he's
don't
from a
think
dream
so. He
world?
comes from a fantasy world into a different fantasy world.
Why are there two video games involving giant whales in their dream worlds?
Yeah, that's got to be like.
What's the other one?
Link's Awakening.
Link's Awakening.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
we'll put Windfish up here in a second for sure.
I was
Yeah.
gonna
I don't
say
know. It's just
Windfish.
very easy, I guess, to do. Final Fantasy X is great, but the story is absolute dog shit.
Yeah, it's wild.
Never
All right,
played it.
is Final Fantasy X-2 a mainline Final Fantasy?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
I wasn't asking you, Mike.
Yeah. It is. It
is?
is. Final Fantasy X-2 is incredibly underrated.
Oh, it's
I
good.
prefer it. It is the J-pop Final Fantasy that everyone wants and deserves. You should go back and play it.
All right, I'll put Windfish on there. If you guys want to just start throwing them out now.
Clanker
wait,
from
we will
Banjo
bless
Kazooie.
them.
Clanker.
Okay. All right.
That's more of a robot than a fish. Oh, I guess so is the Mega Man 2.
Yeah, it can be a robot.
What about the fish from What Remains of Edith Finch? The one.
Isn't that a bunch of them?
Edith Fish?
There's a bunch, isn't there?
When I think of fish in video games, I think of that sequence,
Yeah.
but I don't think it's the fish's fault.
Dan, what'd you
Right.
say?
Yeah.
You said Clanker?
Clanker from
Clanker.
Banjo Kazooie. Also Jabu Jabu.
Yeah, we'll get Jabu Jabu.
This is the
King
worst
Jabu
Excel
Jabu,
sheet
the one that
ever
scoots.
created.
right. The scooting King Jabu Jabu.
Scooting, yeah.
Was it? There's like that decompiled Ocarina of Time thing with like all the options, and one of them is just to speed up the
Yeah.
scooting from
Yeah.
Jabu Jabu.
I like Clanker.
I'm gonna
Someone-
play-
someone-
I'm gonna
Clanker's
play
awesome.
just
Look at that guy.
Someone in the audience shout out a fish that we haven't done.
Psychonauts fish? Psychonauts, okay.
Psychonauts fish. That's a good
Oh
one.
wait, the one who the kaiju level? Yeah, that's pretty good. That's a good
That's a
level.
good
I
fish.
just played through Psychonauts 1 all the way through for the first time. That game's still pretty good. 2's better.
Is it?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not great to play, but the rest of it's great. Yeah.
Are sharks fish?
Yes.
So
yes.
sharks are
Oh,
fish,
sharks
but
are
dolphins
fish?
aren't.
Yes.
Yeah. Sharks are fish.
Now we're talking.
Dolphins breathe oxygen and fish don't.
Well, they breathe oxygen.
I did not know that, and I didn't know that was a
Breathe.
thing.
Yeah.
I didn't know the breathing oxygen was part of that. That's a mammal fish
Yeah.
delineation
you
thing?
ever see, the reason we can see dolphins is because they come up for air.
Oh, and so whales too.
Whales too.
Whales are not.
Whales are mammals. Yeah.
Okay.
And that's what I think with the windfish.
Did any of you think you'd learn so much about fish coming to PAX? I didn't.
I generally know what a fish is when I see one, but some of them are dicey.
They literally say in the game, the windfish is neither wind nor a fish because it's a
Oh,
whale.
disqualified.
All right, I'll get rid of it.
The fish boss from Shadow of the Colossus.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yep. And you have to
Yeah,
grab
that's right,
onto him
you
and go
grab
underwater.
on. I remember the bird one so much more than the fish
I
one.
think
Okay.
that's Leviathan.
Yeah.
No. This one I really like.
I've been just typing in fish stuff into Google, and I've reached a Reddit with the title, "Why am I so afraid of video game sharks?" I can't really wrap my head around this, but I'm pretty terrified of sharks in video games specifically. And this thread is just this dude getting roasted.
No sympathy.
Yeah, just, oh, poor guy.
I mean, I think being afraid of sharks is the right move. I mean, I would be as afraid or maybe more afraid of real ones. It took me a long time to get through the first 10 minutes of Jaws. I think it was only like 5 years ago I watched Jaws for the first time.
Did you see the Jaws thing at Universal?
Oh, yeah. I like the rides are different. Rides aren't that scary because, Mickey's there somewhere. He's
Illegally at
overseeing
Universal,
things.
yeah.
Universal, he's
at
like
Universal.
really peering in. Yeah.
Undercover boss.
Yeah, but Woody
Shadow of the
Woodpecker's
Colossus.
somewhere over there.
What's that?
Shadow of the Colossus fish.
I wonder what Colossus number that is.
7.
7, yeah.
Because the
According
bird
to
was
the
like
thing that I quickly Googled.
the bird was like 5 or I don't know. Yeah, look at there's a 7.
There is.
All right, this
It's a
one,
long boy.
Kind of
Is that boy?
visible here. I was gonna say chat. Human beings.
IRL chat.
Chat.
I want to we'll gauge how loud this is if it's okay. The eel from Super Mario 64, is that a fish?
Thumbs up.
Yeah.
Okay.
You guys seem lukewarm on the idea.
It seems unanimous though.
It does. No one said no.
I saw 3 thumbs ups. That's all it takes.
Okay.
We'll go with that. We'll go with that. Look at that guy.
All right, we'll start whittling down. If we think of any more, we can put them up there still.
It's a good list so far.
But yeah.
What? Oh, Globus.
Globus from Rayman?
Is Globus a fish?
Piranha.
Piranha. Okay.
What?
All right, let's see here.
Okay, from Rayman.
God of War, did you just say, Ben Starr? Okay.
Type in God of War.
Oh, from God of War 2, the code?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that is good. You get
That's
the hook.
a good one.
That's
good, that's good.
Yeah.
That's a great one.
That is really good, yeah.
Oh, man, look at this guy.
Oh,
No, that's
good.
not it.
Look, this thing is more terrifying than any video game.
Yeah,
show.
but could you imagine that on a Mount Rushmore?
I'm still not quite sure what gets him out of his hole. I just kind of hover around there and eventually
I
he
feel like it's
leaves.
time and proximity. Oh, that was
There you go.
squishy.
Make him longer. Make him longer.
Okay,
Make him
His
longer.
eyes look like my dog.
Longer.
wears.
Yeah.
There you go. All right. Good.
And then God of War.
Yeah, God of War's great.
All right, fair
Oh,
enough.
and, and that Rayman fish we got to get to.
Yep.
God, can you Google things faster?
No, I'm not good at Mac. I got bad at Mac.
Okay, there we go.
I did not know the shark from Jaws is named Bruce.
Yeah.
And he kept sinking when they're filming it.
Shit shark.
It was named after the lawyer, I think.
So like this. Yeah. That.
What? That's
Yeah.
That's just left shark from that Katy Perry thing.
I mean, I feel like we got a winner there.
Yeah.
Really good.
Man. Oh, that's good. Can you
How
play
do
the
we-
whole game like
They
this?
should do
can,
that with
yeah.
the current, serious God of War.
Yes.
Real serious
Oh, yeah.
God of War. He's like, boy, and he's dressed as a fucking shark.
fucking get
Nobody
smaller.
says
Yeah, and the blades
Koi.
of chaos are hooks
Fish
when you
hooks.
do that.
Like Maui's fish hook from Moana.
From Moana.
You
Yeah.
really can do it with anything,
Yeah,
can't you?
yeah.
Yeah.
You have no idea how much I'm holding back. You have no idea.
This just in, we got one from a friend of the show, Alex Van Aken, who said Murlocs from WoW. That's a very good one.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Yep.
wait, very specific. There's a Murloc, maybe Sir Finley Murgleton from Hearthstone and World of Warcraft.
Oh my
He's an
God.
explorer Murloc,
I love
a
that.
gentlemanly explorer. Yeah.
Does he belong to some kind of guild?
Yes, the League of Explorers. There he is, Sir Finley, that top left one. Look at him. He's ready for an adventure. He's a fish.
Mike, can I test something? We were just talking about how you can associate anything with Disney. Can I
Yes.
just try something?
Sure.
Okay. You try to go as fast as you can. Lee Harvey Oswald.
Oh, I mean, Great Most Mr. Lincoln.
What?
Wow.
Great Most Mr. is a show with Lincoln. Oh, wait, that's not Lee Harvey Oswald. Wait, yes, it is.
That's John Wilkes Booth.
Who's Lee Harvey Oswald? That's the other president. Well, it still went there. Close enough.
Yeah.
Call the presidents then.
He can't help what his brain does.
Kennedy's there in that one. He's still alive.
The moon landing.
The moon landing mission to the moon.
Oh.
That was a cool ride in Tomorrowland.
Curtains.
The curtains before the Muppet Vision 3D open, yeah.
This man's got
Bottled water.
What? The fancy bottle for the bottled water in Galaxy's Edge that looks like it's from space.
Oh my God. It feels like, have you ever seen like a really good freestyle rapper who will just like take things the crowd is saying and just turn it? It's like he's like that, but way less cool.
I'm cool.
All right.
I think you're cool.
Thanks.
Let's start whittling this down. Do we have some immediate favorites?
Do we miss the Rayman
We get
one?
that Rayman fish in there.
Okay.
You piece of shit.
I can't work under these conditions. Rayman fish. I forgot what we said.
Is that it?
The piranha?
Piranhas. Man, there's a lot of fish in Rayman, apparently.
This means I have to spell piranha. Oh, never mind. They spelled it for me.
Piranha. Piranha.
Say it again.
Piranha.
That's right.
Piranha. Yeah.
All right. Which one of these is best? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
3.
Oh, look at that guy.
freak.
Yeah.
All right. I like him a lot. Thank you.
Is that from the 2D ones? I love those games.
I think what?
Origins. Yeah.
Remember when they made a Prince of Persia Metroidvania and it ruled those same people? Whew.
All right. We have a lot of fish here. We got a lot of whittling to do. Is there anything that anybody hates?
Legs.
Wants to see cut off the list?
Legs. Fish.
What's that?
Oh, okay.
All right.
All right. Which one?
Fair. RE.
Right up there. Okay. Yep.
Where are we standing on fish with legs?
Where are you standing?
I didn't mean for that. I didn't mean for that. Fish with
3
legs.
people clapping.
Yeah, I don't, what,
I'll take it.
How do you feel about the fish people? Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm more like,
Well,
I like the pure fish better.
I think if we have a fish person, we're gonna have one fish person. So do we
And
want
it's
to
gonna
pick
be
our
Sidon.
favorite fish
And-
person?
No, it's gotta be
it has to be
Carnivore.
Prince
Does
Sidon.
Seaman, wait, is Seaman a fish
No,
person?
Seaman's a fish.
Seaman's a fish.
Seaman's a
Okay.
fish.
Fish than man.
Okay.
Sidon.
Which
The Zora.
Sidon? Okay, all right. So we're saying Prince
But he's
Sidon
sexy.
over Jonathan Jones.
Yeah, Jonathan
Yeah.
Jones isn't going to make it. He's great. I love him, but sorry, dude.
No,
o-
because Sidon
over
is like wants to be your buddy.
this freak.
And then in the second game, when you come back and you see him, and he's like, "Oh, I've got a fiance," and I was like, "Oh wow, guess a lot of things changed while I was gone." Thought we really had something.
We're keeping Sidon over the freak?
Who's the freak?
I can't remember.
There were so many freaks.
Well, the one I put over here
I
to the
don't know
right.
what that thing is.
Oh, that was the Spyro. Yeah, get rid,
Spyro
get
freak.
rid, get
Yeah,
rid, get
no.
rid.
They canceled that Spyro game.
I don't have positive associations with the Outer Wilds. Yeah.
that's
Angry
fair.
Fish.
I've never played it.
Okay.
No spoils.
I love
think
that game. I hate that part.
Well, let's.
I think Undyne's position as a fish is fishy, to say the least. So
Jesus Christ, man.
we did it. Yay.
Anglerfish from Outer Wilds. I think, yeah, you're right. We are.
Yeah.
We have another anglerfish I like.
It was
better.
way cooler. I'd hang out with that
I love
one.
that we spent so much time putting these pictures of fishes in here just to delete them immediately.
Yeah, man, it's the job.
This is how they actually
It's the
did it
job.
for Mount Rushmore.
Yeah.
And back then they had to draw
Yeah.
them and erase them. Like, you know,
Mr.
we got lucky.
Mr. Rushmore's mountain was built this way in Google Docs.
Right.
Okay.
Oh, I just remembered the fish from Yakuza. The koi fish tattoos.
Oh, yeah.
Those are the coolest fish.
What about this pile of fuckers over here? Magikarp,
I feel like,
Puya Puya
I
fish,
feel
Freddy
like
fish.
that's the cute fish category. Huh? That's the cute fish category. And of them, I think Magikarp has to stay.
I like the cool Puyo
Yeah.
fish.
I think no. Magikarp teaches us that we can be anything we dream.
Even if you're useless, you
I
can
think
be.
Magikarp is the
useful.
king of like things that is just basically a fish.
And he's super iconic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I would take the Wind Waker fish over Magic.
Well, maybe we don't throw any of the other ones away yet, but I think Magikarp
Maybe
is the
Rainbow.
king.
Can we get rid of Rayman fish?
Oh, the piranha.
Well, I'm going to take input from the audience. Cheer for Magikarp.
Yeah.
Cheer for any of these other fish in the cute corner.
Oh.
We got a couple of Freddy
Freddy
Fish freaks
Mark.
out here.
Okay.
Let's go. Magikarp staying, yeah.
Magikarp supremacy.
In fact, Magikarp might be locked in.
Let's not lock anything in yet.
I might be. Okay.
When this is done, can someone actually draw these fishes into like a Mount Rushmore style thing? Because I know
Sidon
someone out
is
here
kind of there
is
too.
capable.
All right, we got a lot. Do we think On Guard, the swordfish, hangs?
I love On Guard. On Guard is on my short list.
I put him on the list. I'm asking because I want him on there.
Yes, I love On Guard.
I don't think he's gimme yet. I don't think he goes yet.
Okay, I'm going to put him. He's hovering over here.
Can you put Seaman over in the cool group?
Okay, Seaman is kind of pretty. I feel like the Seaman doesn't make it.
For pure comedic value, I feel like you have to have God of War in there.
God of War is pretty good.
The face is like, imagine that as an actual Mount Rushmore, where you just see Kratos dressed as a fucking
Well, what's the
fish.
position? How much of a fish?
We have to acknowledge it's 0% a fish.
Yeah. I mean, but it's also 100% a fish.
For audio listeners, because for some godforsaken reason this is going to go out as a podcast, it's just Kratos in a fish costume, right?
What more could you want? That is a god of war dressed as a fish.
I'm not ready to argue. You're right. I really like James Pond, but I feel like if we were to go out there and ask, hey, do you remember James Pond?
No one knows.
I remember James Pond.
I think about James Pond way more than I should.
Yeah.
He's your Roman Empire.
Yeah.
James Pond.
He's your Flintstones.
He's your skibbity toilet.
We could maybe get rid of the Murloc first.
I don't play World of Warcraft. I don't care about the Murloc. This is
That's a manfish, and we just said he's holding a sword with his arm.
Manfish. That is more animal than man. Finley. Get rid of him. Oh, damn.
I look
What?
back and it's gone.
Damn.
What?
Oh, that was you.
I don't know how to bring it back, so
there you go.
Yeah.
Oh, look, maybe he doesn't hang, but he deserves some respect for God's sake.
Well, listen, it's just getting crowded over there. We already got 5.
Can we get rid of legally distinct flounder?
Sure.
I just don't.
Sorry, guys.
I don't.
Sorry, bud.
Care for him.
Sorry, Bonk.
Finley's not going before the fish who sleeps in Super Mario World.
Okay, let's ask the people. Finley, what the fuck is it?
Finley Mergleton.
Oh.
Let's hear it for Finley. That's not much.
You got a boo.
Right, the fish that sleeps Super Mario World.
Someone.
I thought Dan's supposed to be the heel.
Bye, Finley.
All right, bye, Finley. Thanks for
Sir,
playing.
I'm sorry, Sir Finley Mergleton.
Yes, how dare you, United.
The Mega Man anglerfish is pretty
He's so
hot.
cool.
Yeah.
I like Mega Man a lot.
That's a cool looking sprite.
He's not better than any of the others there.
I
think maybe James
I
Pond.
don't think he knocks anything down. I think you're right.
I feel like James Pond could go.
Yeah, James Pond.
We can take the gross fish from Dredge out first, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not iconic.
I mean, okay, which robot fish do you like more, Clanker or the Mega Man 2?
Mega Man 2
I
anglerfish.
like Mega Man 2 better than Clanker.
Clanker's great. Bye, Clanker.
What's this Pokemon thing?
Which one?
This big wing?
That's
that's,
Colossus 7.
Oh,
no,
that's the
no,
Colossus.
that's
Wait, no, wait,
Leviathan.
that's Colossus 7 down
That's
here.
Colossus 7.
This is
That's
Leviathan.
from
That's
Final
Leviathan.
That looks like a Rorschach test. Just get rid of it.
You're right. Just get rid of it. Eel from Mario 64. I feel it's got.
Eel has grown on me a lot.
Yeah.
Just the
Eel's
teeth.
good.
The teeth
Okay,
on that
but
eel.
Yeah, get longer, but maybe we'll see.
Yeah. Okay. Everyone, I'm gonna start making it longer, and I want you to cheer when you want me to stop. Okay. Or stop cheering when you want me to stop. If I can get this cursor to do what I want.
Come on, I believe in your Mac abilities. Well, there you go.
More. More. Longer. Longer.
Too much. Too much.
Longer.
It's too much.
Yeah! All right, I think Eel's staying.
I think the eel is like the backdrop which other fish are carved onto. Is the
It's the eel that we're appropriating to put our
exactly.
So I think you have to layer the other fishes on top of the eel after this.
All right, this is the Colossus. I think we're saying goodbye to Colossus.
Yeah. I like it, but yeah.
Everyone, the iconic one is the flying one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
God, it's just
And the sad giant.
yeah. I think
And the other sad one. And the other sad one.
They're all sad, aren't they?
we haven't talked about Jabu
Yeah,
Jabu.
Jabu Jabu, I love, but I don't think he's going to hang.
He's not going to make it.
Yeah.
Right, he's a king. We down with the monarchy.
All right, so for audio listeners, we have Mount Rushmore in like the almost locked in. It's Sidon, it's Magikarp, God of War, Seaman, Sleeping Fish from Super Mario World. Someone find out his name and yell at me. And On Guard from Donkey Kong Country.
Is James Pond out of the running?
No, he is but he's outside the zone of interest.
James Bond has the best name of all of them, though. Come on.
I agree, but I just.
What is it? Okay, folks.
Oh,
listen,
hang on, that changes
right.
everything.
I forgot about that.
Holy shit,
Listen,
that's so good.
Breaking news, that fish's name is Shoot Rip Van Fish. If that doesn't help,
No,
if that
it rules.
doesn't help, nothing will.
It rules.
Yeah.
Rip Van Fish. That's not even a pun. No,
I agree. It's
put the word
nothing.
fish in there.
He just threw the word fish.
Oh, man.
I love that.
It's you know when someone like tries to go to like an STD test, they give a fake name. That's going to be my name from now on.
Rip Van Fish.
Mine's going to be James Pond.
I think it is time to say goodbye to James Pond.
Yeah, sorry.
All right, yeah.
He did his service. He served his country well. And Mega Man Anglerfish.
Probably not going to make it.
It's not going to make it. I love it, though.
As a Mega Man person, I give you permission to delete it.
Thank you. I needed that. All right. So we are now down to these ones that we have moved over to the zone of interest. I kind of want to get rid of God of War.
No!
Because he's
absolutely not. No.
Right.
No.
Let's hear.
This is audience.
Let's hear the yays for God of War. Yay. Let's hear the nays.
All right.
I'm sorry.
Every single one.
Sorry, Ben.
Every single
Sorry,
one
Ben.
of you get fucked.
Sorry, Ben.
Now each of you have to fight Ben Starr. I'm sorry.
No.
Don't do that.
He will kick your ass.
Yes, absolutely.
I've seen him kick people's asses. It's rough.
All right. The ones I think are definitely locked. Seaman.
I think Seaman.
Seaman is a lock.
And Magikarp.
I think those are the two big.
I think those are the two locks.
Sidon.
So that means we got to get rid of two of these other ones.
Wait, there's only 3 on the.
Well, you're forgetting Mr. Long Eel.
No, he's the mountain.
But do we want to just make? Okay, he could just be the mountain. You're right. Eel's
like.
Yeah.
Eel's not going anywhere ever.
Yeah.
He's the land.
As much as I love Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, Sidon doesn't seem that memorable to me.
Again, you haven't been reading my fanfiction.
And he's not a fish.
1, 2, 3.
He's a
4,
shark.
5, 6,
Isn't he like a
7.
hammerhead?
Yeah,
You can have 7 on the Mount Rushmore fishes.
We have 2 minutes. We're going to get it done.
Wikipedia
Yeah, we're
says
gonna
they're
get in
people.
trouble.
They're people.
Well, yeah, but they're fish people.
What the fuck is Seaman?
Look, Seaman has a human head.
No. Seaman
See,
is
but look,
just...
You cross your eyes and look at Seaman and tell me it's not a fish.
If Seaman or Sidon showed up to vote, I think I would let Seaman vote first.
No.
Seaman is definitely
Seaman would
voting
be
Republican.
dying in the
Like
voting
1
booth.
million%.
So we need to get rid of one, right?
We got 1 minute and 40
Can
seconds.
we all say who we
Wait,
would want to
you
get
said
rid of?
fish can't breathe out of water, right? Sidon is standing in air. Sidon is not a fish.
I mean, he's got gills. He just also has lungs.
But your definition of a fish was...
No. My definition of mammal is it breathes air. I never said fuck all about fish. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. Boo the loudest for the one you want us to get rid of. All right? Starting with Prince Sidon.
Boo!
Sleepy Fish.
Boo!
On Guard.
Hang on. Say Sleepy Fish's name correctly, because I think you're swaying.
Please.
Rip Van Fish.
Wow, he got more
man.
booze.
Yeah, he got more booze.
He got more booze?
Okay, I mean, to me, it sounds like we're getting rid of Sidon, though.
Fine,
seems like
okay.
that.
Yes.
I think that's right. All right.
Wow.
Oh, you all laughed about the Sleepy Fish.
We sure did.
Now you look like fools.
Put him in there.
Put him on there. You got 40 seconds.
Put him on.
All right, well, you guys, hey, read.
Seaman is George Washington.
Oh, he went behind. He went behind. Oh, my God, what's going on?
He ate him. Oh, God. Ladies and gentlemen, the Mount Rushmore of video game
fish.
We have the George Washington Seaman, the Abraham Lincoln Magikarp.
A new sentence.
The Theodore Roosevelt Rip Van Fish, and the Thomas Jefferson Unguard.
Yeah, he's problematic. For sure.
On Mount Mario 64 eel.
Yay! Thank you, everybody. Hey, that was
Thank you for coming.
Thank you for coming.
For Lucy, for Mike, for Dan, for all the crew at home. I'm Jeff Grubb from GiantBomb.com. Thank you all so much.
Come back tomorrow for Play Club.
Play Club tomorrow right here in the same theater, 3:30 p.m.
Yes.
I am bound, diminished, imprisoned in this wretched cage they call paradise. But my power lingers. It seeps into the very earth, but in vain. It calls to them, mortals. They come seeking fortune, wealth, and glory. blind to what truly awaits, claiming the strength that flows through this land, taking each boon without knowing the cost. You are the key to my freedom. Your souls fuel my return. Soon, I will rise again. Your sacrifice will be my salvation.
Craft. Survive. Fortunately, not alone. Exploring deep into the green abyss together. My weapon.
Full radar up! What? I'm hungry. I'm going to give this my all. You ready?
Then I don't need to hold back. Soul versus Kai. Let's rock.
At least you're enthusiastic. Give me a moment.
And so begins, at long last, my world peace experiment.
Why can't we just kill him together?
Are you ready?
I don't need a new one under you. The game.
Everyone. Welcome to the Pillars of Eternity to Avowed PAX West 2024 panel. Thank you so much for coming out today. Let's hear it for Avowed. My name is Tom Caswell, and I am joined by two of the developers of the game. I have Carrie Patel, the game director, and thank you very much. Yes, please. And then we have John Cotto, who is an area designer for the game, and we will get more into what the fuck an area designer is in a little bit. So we have a lot to talk about and show you guys today. And, you know, as the panel states, it's from Pillars of Eternity to Avowed. We're about to step into this new game, but it comes from this these two previous Pillars games. Can I get a show of hands? Who here has played Pillars of Eternity or Deadfire? All right, so we have a lot of Pillars of Eternity fans, so we got to be on our A game. So we wanted to get the game director of those titles here today, Josh Sawyer, which you're about to see in the video. I fuck up his name in that as well. Josh couldn't be with us today, but we do have a video from him. Before we get to that, though, what is this panel going to be about? So we're going to be talking about Pillars of Eternity with Josh in this pre-recorded video, and we're going to kind of transition into talking about that transition from Pillars to Avowed. And join us to explore the journey from Pillars of Eternity to Avowed. And let's just play the video. Let's get into it. Hey everyone, I am here with Josh. Let me just restart that. Hi everyone, I am here with Josh.
My parents really did not consider the sibilance of my name when they picked it for me.
Josh Sawyer. Hello everyone, I'm here with Josh Sawyer of Obsidian. We are here to talk about the origins of Eora and the Pillars of Eternity universe. Josh, thank you so much for joining me today.
Thank you for having me.
We're on the precipice of this game Avowed releasing, which has its roots in the Pillars of Eternity games that you led direction on. What made you birth Pillars of Eternity into this world?
So it started with an idea that one of my former coworkers, Nathaniel Chapman, had, which was we should have a Kickstarter game. I think it was around the time that Double Fine had their Kickstarter, and a lot of the people at the studio were really like, we should do something that is kind of a throwback to the games that we made back at Black Isle. And I proposed that we make a game that blended kind of Icewind Dale dungeon crawling with Baldur's Gate world exploration and Torment philosophical themes, you know, trying to get all the Infinity Engine games kind of in one game. So really the idea was we want to have a fantasy setting that is welcoming to people that enjoy traditional fantasy, let's say, but also has enough new things in it for players to discover that they're intrigued by the setting and want to learn more about it. I knew that because we were making something that in many ways was, a throwback, and we're very clear in our Kickstarter where we are trying to capture the spirit of these older games, that in some ways necessitated we got to have paladins, we got to have bards, we got to have rangers, we have to have all these things. So then the question largely became, how do we include these, but then wrap them within these metaphysical concepts so that they feel rooted in this world. So, for example, the idea that wizards' grimoires are kind of channeling devices for essence. They pull the magical essence from the in-between into their grimoire, and then the grimoire shapes it, and then they send it out. Or that the chanters, when they are chanting, are evoking the ancestral memories of the souls that are sort of fragmented in the in-between. And it's kind of like a call and reply thing where they call out these ancient poems or songs, and then the energy in the in-between hears that and remembers it and kind of sends the energy to the chanter to make that real. It was also a very fast process. So if I tried to give you an accurate recollection of exactly what happened at every step, I'd be lying because the Kickstarter took off really quickly, and I had to fill in a lot of blanks much faster than I was expecting to.
What was that experience like of kind of crafting this world lockstep with the community?
There's a lot of people that want a lot of very specific things, and I mean, one of the appeals about playing D&D is, if there's a character concept, you can probably make it. So, everyone's sort of asking for the thing that they most like in D&D or in the old Infinity Engine games to be present. So a lot of demands from a lot of different people. Much rather hear those requests directly from the audience early and think about how to accommodate them, rather than kind of do things in the dark until a publisher does a focus test and, that whole process that's very traditional in game development. It was nice, especially for a throwback game, to interact directly with the fans, even if the fans could sometimes be very spicy.
I actually was chatting with your friend and colleague Fergus for my podcast Hit the Limit Break, and we talked about wanting to develop new games like these old games, but obviously the tools and what development looks like now is vastly different from what it was like back then. Can you talk to kind of the balance of trying to build a game that is very much taking inspiration from those old source games, but, balancing out the old way of game development with the new?
So the process by which we author the levels, I'm not going to say it was easy back in the day, but basically, we would render those levels out, and then we would have an artist. Very often that artist was Brian Menzie, who's still with Obsidian, and he would go through and he'd do these wonderful 2D paint overs, and then we'd have what we call a clipping mask to sort of determine sorting. So if a character walked behind something, it would properly sort them in the scene. And then we were kind of done with it. The way that we built them for Pillars and Deadfire was quite involved. It involved building the 3D scene, rendering it out. There are all these different maps for dynamic lighting, because we actually dynamically light the 2D scene using the 3D data in a depth map, like a 2D image. It's all very technical and very crazy. So, the engineers on the team did an incredible job getting this stuff to work. And it's very impressive, but it was also very time consuming. Kind of our principles of level design in an isometric game where perspective is kind of tricky. A lot of the rules that we used and things that we did to help the player and not confuse them in the good old days, we continue to use because those rules still applied. Basic principles of pacing and level design we could still use. Infinity Engine games are old games, and a lot of times when people go back to the old games, the biggest difficulty they have is dealing with interfaces. Pillars and Deadfire, we put a lot of emphasis on saying we want to support all the stuff the player could do, but we want to make it way easier to interact with the world, way less frustrating, lot less time wasted. I have noticed some people say that they go from the Pillars game and then they go back to play the Infinity Engine games, and even the Enhanced Edition, it's kind of a shock.
In your mind, when you look back on Pillars 1 and even 2, is it kind of aligned with that initial vision?
The games wound up feeling maybe more traditional than I expected them to in the end.
Interesting.
To be honest, we weren't even really that confident that we would get funded. And once we were funded and there were so many backers, they really wanted 6 attributes, ability scores. And I had kind of self-imposed a goal of making sure that all the attributes were useful for all the classes.
Sure.
And which they often aren't in D&D. It was a lot of things like that, like little things that seemed to me to be things that we could easily change. But people were really like steadfast of like, no, I want this, like I want 6 characters in the party, which I kind of felt was like maybe one too many. And then in Deadfire, we did go down to 5, which even though people did complain about it, I still think it was the right choice. But it's a difficult balancing act because we pitched everything as a throwback. So if we deviate too much from the expectations of the audience, which we can't know, we can try to intuit, then they're going to get mad. In some ways, I do think they're a little more conservative with design than I thought that they possibly could be. But in terms of the world and the setting, I'm still very happy with it. When I was a kid, I remember when I would get like the boxed set for Greyhawk or the boxed set for Forgotten Realms, and I would just read the books. And so I spent a lot of time just reading about the setting way in advance of making characters. That was such a formative part of appreciating those settings that on Pillars of Eternity, I was like, when you're making a character, you see walls of text and like all these names and gods and cultures and wars. And it never occurred to me that people would be like, hey man, I'm trying to make a character.
We're on the precipice of this new release in the world of Aora. What has your experience been like watching the baton pass almost off, especially because, it's not like this team is making Pillars 3. They are making a completely different game. Has it been tough to kind of see that as how personally you are connected to these games? Or have you been very much hands-off with this experience?
I made this very conscientiously, developed this setting for Obsidian. I would be lying if there's not a lot of the things that I personally like in the setting, but I've never considered it to be mine. It's made for the company to use. I always give my opinion if I'm asked for it, but we're not making, Avowed is not Pillars of Eternity 3. It's not for the audiences of Pillars 1 and 2, but it is for a different, let's say, subset or greater set of that audience. It's less about completely recreating something, which is not, I don't think, important and often is not good for the player experience. And it's more about maintaining enough continuity that the IP feels like, it's adjacent, like we're moving into a different space for the IP to be explored.
Well, Josh, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with me today about Pillars. Right. Yeah, give it for Josh, if he's watching out there. So we're going to get nice and cozy now, and we're going to speak with both Carrie and John about adapting this world and exploring this new part of Aora with the Living Lands in Avowed. So the first thing I'd love to hear from you both, we talk about with Josh saying, to receive the baton. And both of you worked on the previous titles in some capacity. What was it like being on the other side of that and having to carry Pillars into this completely new realm?
So I actually started my career at Obsidian as a narrative designer for Pillars 1, and I was narrative co-lead with Josh on Deadfire. So for me, it was very exciting to return to this world that I've loved very much as a developer, that's really influenced the way that I think about games as a designer and as a narrative designer, and to explore this setting in particular in the Living Lands that many of us on the team were very excited about. I think it represents some of the more fantastical and colorful possibilities in the world of Aora. And so for me, it was the best of returning to something familiar and beloved, but also exploring and finding new corners in it.
What about you, John?
So I started my career on Deadfire at Obsidian, but when I saw the Kickstarter for Pillars of Eternity, I was in college, very excited for it, and way too broke to back it. But when the game came out and I eventually got it, I just fell in love with the world. So when I had a chance to work on it with Deadfire, I was over the moon. And moving to Avowed was like a dream. Games like Morrowind are the ones that were very formative to me. So something in that realm was exactly what I wanted to work on.
Obviously, again, Josh spoke a lot to the balance, right, of making something that feels authentic to the Two Pillars games, but works for a first-person action-adventure RPG. What are the biggest things in your minds that are defining of Pillars that are very apparent, kind of like in Avowed?
So I always think about stories in the Pillars universe as having this very grounded physical layer. The nation-state actors, characters, like they're very grounded. Their motives are believable. And you can kind of feel that dirt under your fingernails when you explore these places and kinds of the forces that drive them. And that very grounded political layer is balanced with this very philosophical, metaphysical layer. There are these stories about gods and their secrets and what those secrets say about the people who are part of the living world. And so for narrative, certainly it's a very rich territory to explore. Because you've got kind of these two stories and then always a player character who is positioned between them, who has a voice in the political world and, a voice or a position of importance with the gods and insights. And so it's a lot of fun, and it creates, I think, a lot of variety in that experience.
What about you, Jim?
The metaphysics, I think, are actually one of the most important and interesting parts of Aora to me. The soul is a very prominent feature in the world, essence, the wheel of reincarnation, and staying true to that and making sure we respect what the previous games did is, I think, one of the bigger challenges.
John, I'd like to talk to you about your role about area designer. What, in a nutshell, kind of what is an area designer?
I have no idea. So
you need someone to explain it to you.
Yeah. I tend to liken it very much to being a dungeon master for tabletop games. It's developing and being the architect of the player's experience, laying out the spaces they go through, the people and things they encounter, the obstacles they fight, the rewards they get, and being able to properly guide a player through those spaces in a fun way is the core of being an area designer. And to do that, we have to collaborate with the other disciplines very heavily. I feel like half the job is just solving problems with artists, programmers, the narrative team, and the like.
And one of the other, you talked about earlier today, you were talking about wearing many hats. One of them is being the unofficial, official lore master of everything about Aora and Pillars of Eternity. And many people kind of come to you as like when they maybe have a question about something. Can you just speak to what it's like having to have that kind of responsibility and like how you deal with that?
Yeah, I love it. I've always had a bit of a steel trap mind for lore, for the nitty-gritty that makes settings unique, and Aora just captured my imagination. It has so many aspects to it that I enjoy. And being the official, unofficial lore master is a lot of onboarding new people to the team, answering questions about the lore, making sure that we are sticking true to truths we've established previously.
You mentioned the metaphysics as something that is, to you at the core of what makes Pillars Pillars. Beyond that, when it comes to the lore, do you have some like favorite lore pieces that are like, this is the thing that'll get you interested beyond just like gameplay and things like that?
A lot. I think the political space of Aora is incredibly interesting. The history is very rich. Yeah. You can dig into it and just find thousands of years worth of history that's been developed for the world. And I think the bestiary is another aspect that really intrigues me. We take staples of the fantasy genre like dragons and undead and have our own twist on them. Where undead are individuals that have their souls, or a soul, put back into their body, and they degrade from being essentially the settings version of vampires, to skeletons, mindless, autonomous little killing machines if they don't get essence. And I just think that sort of cycle of degradation is a very cool twist on a normally, simple trope.
So, obviously, we've been talking a lot about Pillars, but Avowed, 100% a completely different experience. There are a lot of new things that are going to be in this game. So, Carrie and John, I was wondering if you could both talk to some of the key things that people can expect that are maybe going to, not shock, but are new to this experience.
I think from a gameplay and mechanical perspective, one of the things that's different about Avowed is we went with a classless system. So if you've seen some of the previews that we've shown off, you might have seen there are certain skill trees, but none of your choices in those trees lock you into future choices. So, we've got a fighter-themed, a ranger-themed, and a wizard-themed tree. You can obviously specialize in any one of those, but you can also mix and match freely between them. I know in the previous Pillars games, those are class-based, so you're making decisions early on about who your character is going to be and how you're going to grow them. And for us, very consciously on Avowed, we wanted to make a choice that was sort of based more in encouraging players to experiment, to try different things, to maybe respec if they, decide that they want to make a different set of choices, and just to feel free to discover kind of the fun and the possibilities and the sync between different abilities and different weapon sets that they could experiment with. Both games, I think, at their heart, share this core of valuing player expression and encouraging players to, again, try exciting things with their builds, just with a different approach of saying, here's some very specific and specialized builds you can follow, and you're going to follow this theme of a class very closely and find fun ways to iterate within that, or, hey, you're going to have a suite of abilities and a suite of weapons, and it's going to be up to you to mix and match and decide what's fun. Like if you want to play a fighter with a sword and a shield, that's great. But if you'd rather have a pistol and a shield instead, that's fine too.
Is that something that was just very easy to kind of make happen, or because of what was built in Pillars, with it being a much more stricter class system? Is there an explanation in the lore, or how it fits into the world, or it just automatically already fit into the world of Aora, having this kind of, you can kind of be whatever you want at any time?
Yeah, so I mean, in the lore of Pillars, there are certain classes like ciphers where there's the idea that there is, sort of maybe an innate set of abilities and kind of aptitudes that really kind of give you the ability to exercise those powers. But most of the abilities and classes in Pillars, whether you're a fighter or a barbarian, even a wizard, those are learned abilities. If you're a paladin, that is based very much in your zeal and your belief, which is maybe not learned, but it is something that you could say you choose. So for us thinking about Avowed as a classless game, the idea is still that all of these powers that you're using are coming from essence, which is sort of the power that you're drawing from your soul and from the ambient spiritual energy in the world around you. But you are just choosing what that path is that you're going to follow.
And then, John, back to the original question of the new things that people can kind of expect. Obviously, I'm sure there's a lot of new lore that is coming with this game, so feel free to talk about that, or any kind of aspect that you think is worth mentioning.
I think the translation of the abilities from Pillars 1 and 2 into Avowed has been very interesting. Seeing these cool spells or combat maneuvers in first person is very different than from isometric perspective. And of everything that we've done, I think using the Grimoire, being a wizard in particular, is just a very fun experience. I don't want to say too much about it, but it's worth trying for sure.
Well, it's great that you can do that and not be locked into oh fuck, now I'm gonna carry this book around. No, I can pull out the dual pistols if I really need to. Avowed, the biggest fundamental change is that we're finally exploring the living lands, which is a part of the world of Aora that is heavily mentioned in Pillars of Eternity. I was up till 3 a.m. playing Pillars of Eternity last night to kind of get prepped for this panel, and the amount of times the fucking living lands is mentioned in just the first couple of hours of this game, and so we're finally seeing it. What to you guys is the main differences between what the living lands offers comparative to the areas that were explorable in Pillars?
So I think there are a couple things. From an environmental perspective, from an aesthetic perspective, it's very colorful. And that was something that we had a lot of fun leaning into with the art, and that Matt Hansen, our project art director, drove really beautifully for all of us. So we really wanted to lean into the color, the fun, the vibrancy, and also the variety of the different environments you're going to encounter. Like we've shown these sort of gloomy, foresty, swampy environments, and then we've got these kind of highland desert environments, and they're all very colorful, and they're united by these fungal elements that have story purposes that players will discover later. But that was one part of it, and I think the other is that it presented a really great opportunity both for us as devs and also for our fans to explore a clean slate in the world of Aora. We're going to have callbacks, characters, and concepts that are recognizable to our returning fans, but we wanted to tell a story outside of the Watcher's story. And so we wanted to give the player a new character to inhabit, a new set of companions and characters to meet, and kind of a new story to step into. And the Living Lands is sort of this kind of distant frontier that's almost this place of rumor and legend, even to characters in Aora, provided a really great setting for that.
John, yourself.
Yeah, I think the mystery surrounding the Living Lands was one of the most fun things to work with. Like Tom was saying, it's mentioned a lot in Pillars 1 and 2, but most of the time, everything talked about is shrouded in mystery and rumor and uncertainty, so you never really know if what you've learned or been told is actually true. The fact that you can turn a corner, leave one valley into another, and you're in a completely different biome is a fascinating and unique part to the Living Lands that was very fun to be able to explore.
I like what you just said about like the expectation that people might have of what they've heard in Pillars from characters and reading elements, and then coming to the Living Lands and potentially things maybe being different. Is that an active element to this game of like subverting expectations, or is that just something that kind of came about kind of naturally, and you think people will be kind of surprised anyway?
I think it came about naturally. The fact that so much of the previously established information is, rumor and myth meant that we had a clean slate to work with. Obviously, we wanted to stay true to the things that we internally know are established and true to the world. But I think players going into it will find some things they've heard to be true and present, and some things maybe just completely myth.
Ooh. Carrie, I've got here a note that is about voiceover. So in both Pillars and Deadfire, there's a lot of VO. From 1 to 2, there was a big jump in the amount of voice work. And I imagine Avowed is probably an even bigger leap, potentially. What was it like being able to bring a lot more voice to the world of Aora and just working in that space?
It is exciting and also a lot of work, and I've been thankful every day for the last 6 months for our producers, Daniel and Caitlin, who have done an incredible job of shepherding and organizing that process. As y'all might remember from Pillars 1, we VO'd kind of a handful of lines in key conversations, but not everything. In Deadfire, we VO'd everything, and since many of our actors were overseas, for some of us that meant literally 2 a.m. Recording call time that we'd have someone on the narrative team usually sitting in for, just to provide any context on, pronunciation, story context, quests, like, this is just a bark, it's fine, don't worry about it, or whatever the case may be. But one of the biggest differences between writing for a game, an isometric game like Pillars and Deadfire, and writing for a game like Avowed, is, as y'all remember, in Pillars and Deadfire, we have a lot of descriptive text, and that descriptive text does the heavy lifting that, we didn't have kind of the animation and, the more cinematic camera style to do. So you'll describe maybe a little bit about what's going on in a scene, a character's expression, their gestures, and you have to confine it, but you have actually a lot of freedom as a writer to really define that scene. And in Avowed, just like in the Outer Worlds before this, you're really relying on what the player can see in the camera, what expressions, gestures, actions, your animation team can support. And so in some ways that does does limit what you're able to do, but it also can provide a really smooth and cinematic experience for players. But definitely we got to work with an incredible cast for Avowed. There are a lot of characters and a lot of performances I'm extremely excited about y'all getting to hear very soon. So.
Maybe even sooner than you think. So, you know, you were talking about like the descriptive text. Like to me, it's something that playing Pillars, I actually really enjoyed because there was an element of my own narrative and the way that I was reading the story that like really felt, and the art and the storybook pages, like, yeah, there's a lot of kind of that element. And as you mentioned, that is not as present in Avowed because you can have it all happen. And you know, we were talking about earlier the fact that there are a lot of things that you get to do now because of the game that Avowed is, where you can take something from Pillars and expand upon it and kind of bring a completely new dimension to it. So if you could just, both of you have examples of aspects of Pillars that are coming across to Avowed that have been enhanced in that way.
I think one detail that I'm really excited about expanding on in Avowed is animancy. Animancy is a really cool detail of the world of Pillars of Eternity, and basically it is the science of soul study and manipulation. And in some corners of the world, it's this cutting art technology. You know, in Deadfire, you've got an entire faction, the Valian Trading Company, that sort of runs on animancy. In some corners of the world, it's blasphemous, and many people consider it dangerous, and it is. But it's a really interesting territory to explore narratively because, you know, it's like anything else that is, you know, cutting edge and at a bastion of progress. It offers great promise, but also great danger, and it provides a real sense of instability in the world. And there's a particular community in Avowed where it is founded by essentially like a kind of this rogue colony of animancers who left the Valian republics and kind of formed their own little enclave, their own farming enclave, you know, where they grow a lot of the food for the Living Lands and for the other communities in the Living Lands. And what was exciting about that was kind of getting to explore a different flavor of animancy, a different use of animancy, and just sort of tell some different stories about these characters who've taken this somewhat rogue technology and built a community around it.
John, do you have an example?
Yeah, so I've always been a fan of dwarves in fantasy settings, and the exploring aspect of the dwarves in Aora, how, you know, moving on and pathfinding is almost instinctual to them, I thought was a very neat aspect. And in Pillars 1 and 2, there are a number of Park-Runin settlements that are in ruins. They've fallen and failed that the player can explore. And given the chance to sort of expand on that in Avowed, where the Park-Runin are one of the cultures in the Living Lands, and you actually get to meet them and see one of these settlements still thriving, or at least still around.
In my talks with, when I spoke to Fergus about the game, he was saying how one of the big things that has changed toward the end of development is the opening of the game. And we were even talking about this earlier, it being a lot more, you know, initially just kind of thrust into the world. Here we go. And now the prologue is a bit more directed. Are there any other aspects of the game that, as we're nearing the release early next year, in these last kind of stages of development, are very different from kind of how they were toward the beginning?
Yeah, and it's interesting that you bring up the prologue. I've certainly found that in the games I've worked on at Obsidian, you always do the beginning last because it's the thing that you need to land the most carefully, and you want to have the benefit of everything you've learned over, you know, months and years of development when you start building it. And in fact, for us, you know, the idea of including a prologue, that actually came about midway through production. Initially, we would just start the player off in the first region and say, "Fly, little bird, 30. But we realized that wasn't really giving players the best onboarding to the experience. And so, we started creating that prologue probably midway through production. And as you note, we did a couple of pretty heavy passes to really try to land the pacing, the flow, in terms of the narrative, also in terms of the mechanics that we're teaching the player and kind of the little arenas that we're giving players to really experiment with them. But not surprisingly, perhaps, another part of the game that we did some pretty heavy revision on is the very end, which is also another spot where you really want to make sure that you're landing the pacing. And without saying too much about what happens there, there's a lot that happens at the end where we really wanted to deliver on reactivity for the player. We want to show you the consequences of the choices you've made, how you've affected the characters you've met, the communities you've passed through, and kind of what the sum total of those choices is at this point. So as you can imagine, that's a lot of narrative beats, and it's also the part in the game where you are the most powered up. You've hit your level cap, whatever that is going to be based on your playthrough. You've gotten some pretty cool end game powers, and we want to give you a really neat arena and combat scenario to move through where you can really exercise those. And of course, you're going to be having some really big narrative capstone moments to, close off the story and make those final decisions and really kind of land everything you've experienced thus far in the game. So it's a lot, and that requires a lot of fine-tuning of pacing. So one thing, we put everything together, and as you can imagine, there was a lot going on in that experience. So when we went through and evaluated again, we kind of stepped back and said, okay, what are the beats that we wanted to deliver to the player, and how can we really streamline those? And so we had a top-down map, that was essentially a screenshot, from a bird's eye view of that level, and said, all right, here, 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 and here, these are the little narrative kind of vignettes that the player can move through, where if you did these things, if you made these choices, you're gonna experience the repercussions of these with these characters. And then here's where we're gonna have, some heavier combat sections. And then here's where we can break that up just a little bit with some more of these little bite-sized narrative beats. And also, here are pretty two chunky capstone narrative moments, and we can actually condense them into one to really, create one very impactful moment and kind of keep the player's momentum forward moving. So there's a lot to balance, and sometimes it is easier to see what you need to do when you get everything laid out and you can play through it and you say, right, I see that we have all the pieces, and now we can see what is and isn't working about how we've lined them up. Now that we have them, let's figure out how we want to rearrange them.
John?
The first region of the game actually underwent some pretty heavy changes midway through development. Part of that was the addition of the prologue and how we didn't have to be as strict, streamlining the player's experience through the beginning. And originally, about half of the first region was locked off to the player. There was no way to get there until they hit a certain point in the critical path. And that was an assumption that we had making a lot of the content, or all the content of that region. But with the addition of the prologue and feedback saying that it didn't feel great to not be able to go to these parts, we decided to open that up. A process we call the Great Donutification. We actually had this region with a big city in the middle, and the western half was available. And then we just removed those little barriers, and now suddenly all the area around the city can be explored right from the very beginning. And we had to rework a lot of the flow of quests and the assumptions that we had to fit this new possibility.
Carrie, you were talking about the end of the game, and you what's very exciting to me about that is so often I can come to the end of like a big RPG, and I think to Assassin's Creed Valhalla, and you can get Mjolnir, spoiler alert, but you get it after you've done like everything in the game. And it sounds like you very consciously had this idea of like, no, we want people at the height of their power to have that experience of utilizing it and feeling like this all-powerful being. Obviously, also with RPGs, it doesn't end at the end, right? Like, it doesn't end when the story's over. People will continue to live in that world and push beyond the campaign and live in that world. Can you speak to what that experience is of maybe just like Story's over. Now I'm just existing as this incredibly powerful character with all of these abilities. I've got magic. I've got an array of melee and things like that. What is that experience like when people are finished with the campaign?
So we do have a point of no return rather late in the story. So what our hope is that players are going to play through Avowed, make the choices they want to make, build the kind of character that they want to play, get to the end and say, amazing, what if I made different choices? And then try a different character, a different build with a different set of skills, maybe making different choices at key moments and really aligning themselves both in their major decisions and also just philosophically with different characters and different ideas that are present in the story.
John, we were talking earlier, obviously there's a bunch of companions in this game. Your relationships can take on various forms depending on what happens. A lot of focus on, friendships and stuff like this. But I do have a note that just says smut. And you brought up smut, and I have heard that there's quite a lot of smut. So if we could talk about the smut.
So I think, romance and sex and sexuality are very important aspects of any story that should be explored to at least some degree. In Deadfire, there was a very controversial smut book called The Very Good Farmer, or A Very Good Farmer, I'm sorry. And it was, people found it and loved it, and that is a tradition that I wanted to make sure was carried on to at least some degree. And so I... with the power invested in me as one of the sort of part-time writers on the project, I made sure to insert at least one smut book into the game.
Oh, okay. At least one?
At least one.
Okay, cool. Just so you know, there's smut to be found in Avowed. Maybe we answered the question of what area designer is.
Yeah.
Just hiding one smut book.
It's all just a mask to be able to insert smut.
Right. Okay, well, thank you for answering these questions, but we are going to move on to looking at some things. Namely, we've actually got 5 bugs, everyone's favorite thing about an action RPG. So we've got 5 bugs that the team has shared with us, and we're going to take a look at them, and we're just going to kind of not only see them, but you guys can feel free to talk about. And all of these have been squashed, all right? So hopefully, they won't be in the final game. So let's get into it. So the first one, sprawling punt. All right. Yep, that's a sprawling punt, all right, if I've ever seen it. Yep. So can you guys talk about this? And is there punting, like, can there still be some punting in the game? Because this is fun. I love this kind of stuff. But yeah, if you could talk about the sprawling punt.
To a degree, there is some, because ragdolling is fun.
Some smut, some punting.
Yeah. But this is just a very simple example of the physics engine going wild. These things happen, and as the engine continues to get tuned, we get these sort of moments a bit more under control.
Anything to add there, Carrie, or that's it? Sometimes physics be physics, then.
Physics be physics.
All right, cool. All right, the next one is, what's with the face? And yeah, so here you guys seem to want to, so there's like the Mario Party mechanic, the menu of Mario Party where you can drag his face.
Mario 64, even.
Yep. Is it Mario 64, not Mario
both.
Party? It's both. Okay, just want to make sure. I didn't have an N64. I'm really sorry. So what is, physics? Is that the answer to this one, or?
Pose asset exports.
Pose asset?
Exports.
Exports, okay.
A pose asset basically contains the animation data for a particular moment or something that a character is doing. And sometimes when they get exported, they get a little bit derpy. But one thing I really love about this bug is, besides being very funny, I think it shows off just how complex even simple things in game development can be, right? Because we are using at least 3 different bespoke pieces of software. We've got one piece of software where we create the facial rigs, which is where we set the bones in the face, which are all the parts that move and that govern, how and how much and when they move, with different expressions and different lip sync. And then we have our animation software, which is where we actually lip sync and control facial expressions, and that's a different piece of software. And then there's even a different piece of software, which is where we create the physical appearance of characters, the kind of on top of those bones, like what kind of face shapes do they have, skin tones, hair color, all of the details. And then all of that goes into the game engine, which is even a different piece of software. And so at any one point in that chain, if those programs aren't talking to each other the way they need to, if something gets, if there's an error in any part of that translation process, you can get some pretty interesting bugs, and these are absolutely so much fun to run into in the wild in the game too.
How, you're talking about all these layers to something like this. How easy is it? Is it always like finding a needle in a haystack of like trying to find where the issue is, or it's...
I think it depends. You always start with kind of the easiest and most obvious fixes and work your way out from there. And I am by no means an animator or a tech artist. I believe in this one, the animators were pretty easily able to track down just some errors in the settings for this pose asset. But we also had one of our own internal tools programmers working with the engineers on the side of our facial animation software, which is from another team external to Obsidian, and they were working back and forth for at least 6 months. And again, this is working with an incredibly strong piece of software and just getting it to work correctly with our phonemes, the face shapes we have. And you've got here a dwarf. Imagine that on top of that you have humans and elves and then Orlans and Aumaua, which look even less human-like. And you have to make sure that everything you're animating, every mouth shape, every expression, that it's going to work with all of those different faces.
It's kind of hard to watch 50 times, I'm going to be honest, in a row. Sorry about that. Let's move on. The next one is Water World, the classic Kamikaze in a film. So yes, Under the Sea. Yeah, so what's going on here? I assume this is not a part of the Living Lands.
No.
Yeah.
It is weird, and maybe it could be, but no.
Yeah, part of the aura for sure.
I remember this phase very distinctly. We were adding water, a lot of water volumes around the world to be able to properly interact with the elements and for swimming. And at some point, this level and maybe all the other regions too, I don't quite recall, just we're all completely underwater. But not mechanically, just visually. And it took a bit of time to figure out why that happened. So it impacted us a bit, but it was mostly just a funny little goof to work around for a time.
Do you think this was one of the harder kind of things to rectify?
I'm actually not sure.
Okay.
This was something that the programmers were working on.
This looks like an area, all right? And you are the area designer, so if you don't have the answer, man, I don't know.
Well, like I said,
I think you're spending too much time with the swamp.
Yeah, it's communicating with programmers.
No. Very cool. Unfortunately, this isn't in the game. Maybe Avowed 2, though. This could be fun.
This is what happens when you eat those mushrooms. You find.
Oh, right. Okay, we got a couple more here. The next one being Excuse Me coming through. This one, you guys, is fantastic. Let's see if I had a tough time seeing what was actually happening here. So let's see. So yeah, there you go. Yeah. So correct me if I'm wrong. Rats opening doors, not a part of the lore.
Just like raptors, they've learned how.
Yeah. Do you have that? Oh my God, clever girl.
So all of our characters in the world, and this is whether it's an NPC or an animal or even something like a critter like this rat is, they all have these different components on them that govern their behavior, that govern the way they move, if they can get into combat, the way they fight and behave in combat. And so a lot of times when we're creating, new actor types, you have a template that you're working off of. And sometimes that template includes a little bit more than you need. So, do most NPCs need to be able to open doors? Yes, they do. Rats do not. And and we realized that that component was on the rats. And so sometimes this is how you find those bugs. There was a very funny different version of this that we had for a while where rats also had very strong collision on them, I believe. And so you would see them run through these crowds because you would see all the NPCs do this little boop, 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 boop.
That's amazing.
I'm kind of sad we fixed that one.
Yeah, I know. All of these are honestly about two. I'm telling you, this is you've got the building blocks for the game right here. Okay, and here we have the final one. You know, this kind of behavior is the only thing stopping me from getting Chapel Roan tickets. So what is going on here?
Yeah, this little bout of Ring Around the Rosie happening, I'm pretty sure is most likely caused from one of our animation proxies. These are points in the world that have animations assigned to them that NPCs will go to give the world life. And the one standing in the middle is most likely the one that was assigned to it properly, but for some reason or another, something broke somewhere and was just not going to other proxies around, and it was still considered valid for all these other NPCs, and so they try to get to this one space that'll never be available.
Like at a Chapel Roan concert. So we are obviously avowed. We're months away from launch. It's coming out February 18th. I knew it was one of the teens. February 18th, 2025. How are you guys feeling about launching this game, finally getting it out there into the world? Are you kind of like, oh my God, there's so much work ahead, or is it feeling like kind of smooth sailing toward the end? Where are we personally feeling about that?
I'm very excited. So I just got back from Gamescom last week, where we got to show the Dawn Treader quest off to audiences on the show floor and have some hands-on press demos of the quest. And after you work on a game for years, and most of that work is behind closed doors, you're very hush-hush about it. You've got your head down, and you're trying to get things to a state where you're really ready to show off the promise of that game. And there's nothing like getting to finally share it with people and see their excitement when they're coming out of the demo room, when they're asking questions about it. So I'm incredibly energized by what we've been able to accomplish and how folks are responding to it, and I really can't wait for February.
Hell yeah. John Robay?
It's going to be an amazing birthday present.
Oh.
9 days after my birthday is when we release.
Cool.
I can't wait to see people's reactions.
Everyone get that in their calendars, all right? You got to wish John happy birthday on the 9th, I guess.
And to see all the hard work that we've done finally get out in the open, and for people to enjoy it and react to it. And I particularly am excited for folks to see some of the Easter eggs that I've written into the game. Some friends of mine in D&D campaigns have little references to their characters.
Oh. So that's something relevant to only 5 other people on the planet. Yeah. Okay. Well, they are gonna love it, and you guys, I'm sure all will too. Carrie, you mentioned people finally getting hands-on with it last month. Nope, that was also this month in Gamescom in Cologne, Germany. And we got a little video here, kind of showcasing what people were going hands-on with. So let us jump into the action. Okay. This animation is so fire. It's so good.
Most of my desktop backgrounds are from that.
The splinter of air. It rests in a shrine deep within this temple complex, beyond the reach of looters, visitors, or indeed myself. Return it to me, and who knows, perhaps you will meet your expedition along the way. I did not expect you to be so thorough in your explorations. Nevertheless, I am impressed. There's nothing to fear. You won't feel a thing.
Fantastic. Yeah. Not a bad looking game. Very excited about that. And you can all wishlist the game now on Steam. So if you, I assume, are going to pick up a copy, you can go do that. But we just want to thank everyone here so much for joining us today. Game comes out February 18th of next year. Everyone have a wonderful PAX, and yeah, we'll see you in the lands, the living lands.
Thank you.
I am bound, diminished, imprisoned in this wretched cage they call paradise. But my power lingers. It seeps into the very earth, but in vain. Calls to them, mortals. They come seeking fortune, wealth, and glory, blind to what truly awaits, claiming the strength that flows through this land, taking each boon without knowing the cost. You are the key to my freedom. Your souls fuel my return. Soon, I will rise again. Sacrifice will be my salvation.
Craft. Survive. Fortunately, not alone. Exploring deep into the green abyss together. My weapon.
Full radar up! Word! I'm hungry! I'm going to give this my all. You ready?
Then I don't need to hold back.
Soul versus Kai. Let's rock.
At least you're enthusiastic. Give me a moment.
And so begins, at long last, my world peace experiment.
Why can't we just kill him together?
Are you ready?
I don't need a new one under
You're the last one playing with no pressure.
Are you all ready for Actually Live? Well, I have terrible news. Iffy isn't here yet. Iffy's gonna be on the end.
Okay, all right.
So,
Yeah, I'll just scoot. Scoot.
in the meanwhile, I think PAX East was louder than you. I didn't quite get it. Are you ready for Actually Live? It is much better, thank you. I'm Jordan Brown, for those of you that don't know me. I'm also sorry that I'm not BDG. I am guest fact-checking today. We have obviously 3 incredible panelists who Iffy is going to introduce, or maybe you all want to introduce yourselves?
At this rate.
Iffy's on
I
his
don't
way.
think we need to.
Oh, I see a beautiful man in a beautiful suit.
Give it up for Iffy, folks! The one, the
Gentles
only,
and
in an
ladies.
incredible suit, as always. Not even dressed
The
to the
reigning champion
nines,
of
dressed
Actually,
to
the
tens.
host, Iffy! What do you
Hello, everybody.
Do you want us to vamp for?
No, we're just gonna open up this laptop and boogie, baby. Oh man, how's everybody doing, huh? Okay, I was rushing over here to go ahead and give you like the goods, all of the goods, and you know, I just. I'm so happy to see everyone in here. Thank you so much.
Thank you for coming out. All at once on the count of 3, everybody yell out the best game that they've played at PAX so far. 1, 2, 3.
Magic the Gathering!
Oh, cool.
The pirate only went arg. That's not a game, is it? Feel like I'm being lied to. That's okay. Something a liar would say.
No, there's 2 pirates. One of them always lies.
One of them always says yar, the other one always says nar, and you got to figure out which one's which. It's easy to figure out because they say the word, and you're like, well, all right.
Yeah, it's a really easy puzzle, but you got to start somewhere.
Yeah, no, it's all good. I could have let that go on. All right, everyone, welcome to Actually Live. With my guest fact checker, Jordan Brown. How you doing? So the way we're going to do this is I have pulled some of the questions we didn't use from this past season of Actually, put them in this slideshow. We're going to answer them, and if there's time left, we'll do a quick little Q&A. It should be fun. We're going to have a good time. One of these are in the new season. I won't tell you which, but you know, you didn't write it, Jenna, so you don't have an edge.
I wouldn't remember that I had written it or what the answer was anyway.
You know, it's the same thing. People are mentioning things that happened and never stopped blowing up, and I was like, that was a time in my life that I no longer remember. Okay, so let's just go. Let's see what we're gonna pop over. Boom! Our first contestant, Annika Sila, comedian, game designer, TTRPG player, and mayor of Minis. How are you doing? Let's hear it.
Mayor of Minis, that's right. Local government is here, okay?
Of course, then we have Jenna Stieber, actually writer, writes other things too, video essayist, and refuses to quit and get a law degree.
Once told me I should quit Polygon and go get a law degree. I don't know if you knew that.
Yeah, that's why, it's just a reference to that. I did research. And of course, we have Kate Welch, writer, game designer, dungeon designer, and whiskey bard.
I don't know anything about anything.
You're wearing one ring earring.
Yes, I am. I have nothing if not well branded.
Yeah, you know, and that's why I got the whiskey bard there, because you do a story along with all the whiskey that comes out with the...
True.
Yeah.
Questsendwhiskey.com, everybody. We just shipped our Warlock bottle.
Yeah, we're going to get the plugs out of here. We're going to make sure, you know, people know
I always
where to
be
get
plugging.
whiskey.
Always be.
Nope,
Plug
I'm
in.
just going to retract that.
Nope.
No, it's here. It lives forever. We're here live and direct. And, I know some of you might have a question on your mind, and I went ahead and answered that for you because you're like, where's BDG? Where's Brian David Gilbert? We're wondering. I got this picture he sent me literally this morning. I was like, how's it going? Where are you at? And he's on a beach, and he said he wanted me to tell you he was so sad to miss everyone, and he so wishes that he was here instead of there. So yeah, that's that's a man deep in vacation mode. Okay. All right, now there's something I need to tell you three, okay? Because as we know, this is actually, and I should give you the rules. I have here in front of me, both in a PowerPoint that is live right now and on my phone, just in case I forgot some of these answers, a stack of statements. These are incorrect statements about properties that you know and love, and it is up to you to figure out what is wrong, buzz in, and say them. And say
no
I'm
one
actually.
noticed. So good.
Your corrections must start with the phrase I'm actually, or I cannot give you the point, at which point someone can jump in and steal it from you. You're free to interrupt me at any time with your answer. And I think that's all you need to know. Since we don't have active buzzers here, we're going to go back to school yet. We're going to raise our hands. And we're going to see who I notice first. It doesn't matter if you're quicker. As I'm just going to say a name. And that's what we're going with. Are we ready for our first statement?
All right, let's go.
I'm not sure. Y'all was real quiet. I said, are we ready for our first statement? All right, well, your first statement comes from Digimon.
Oh no!
Digimon and Pokemon have lots of similarities. They've both started as video games. They both
actually-
have. Okay, well,
I think we're supposed to raise our hands, Annika.
Oh, no.
That wasn't me. We just look similar because of the tattoos.
Sorry.
We need to switch places. So
well, I will say.
I'll take it back.
That does work because I'm reading. You can come in. It has to be just as snooty as.
Can I just go?
Yeah, you could do that, or you could say actually,
Okay,
whichever
all right, no,
works.
No, keep going. Sorry.
Okay, I'm gonna finish it, but you got first crack at it. Yes, it's they both started as video games. They both have animals fighting at the command of humans. They both have evolutions. The only difference is Digimon aren't caught. They're usually bonded to their partners by fate. And what was your correction going to be?
Actually, they're not just animals fighting at the commands of humans. They're also digital monsters.
I mean, that's not the correction we were looking for. Animals was just kind of the flavor I added there. I mean, they're both Mon. The Mon is the,
Why did I jump on that? I don't know.
You were so
I really thought you had it. You were so confident.
Yeah.
This is going to be like find the buzzer where we're just like, no, it's fine. It's okay.
Annika, did you raise your hand after that?
I did, but I retract my statement.
All right.
I want to actually.
All right,
First
Jenna.
question, can you hear me? Is the mic on? Okay, yeah, I hear it now. Actually, they did not both start as video games. Digimon started as a Tamagotchi-esque virtual pet.
That is correct.
That's what I was going to say. I got nervous.
Started as a Tamagotchi-esque virtual pet. I bought one during the pandemic, and it is still dead. I was like, when you have a kid, it was like, damn, I got an actual daughter now. Like, there was times I was feeding my Digimon first, and I said, this is a problem.
Oh, man.
Yes. Did anyone get in on the Digimon, or actually, like, I was a Digimon truther.
Yeah?
Yeah, I was like, I think Digimon is more deep than Pokemon.
Yeah. See, to overlap, I had a Pikachu Tamagotchi.
Ooh.
Oh.
Yeah.
I remember the first few lines of the Digimon theme song, which was awful. It went, Digimon,
digital monsters, Digimon are the champions.
Actually, it wasn't awful. It was extremely good.
Yeah. Did you forget when they said change into digital monsters too?
Which do we think the Digimon or Pokemon theme is better?
This is the Pokemon theme. I mean, yeah. Yeah.
We can't talk about this. It's getting too heated up here already.
We're voting.
Yes. All right. So that is 1 point for Jenna. Jordan, can you keep track
I'm on
of the score?
it.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Then let's move on to our next statement. That's about consoles. In 1999, Sony was able to undercut the sales of Sega Dreamcast by overpromising before the release of the PlayStation, with its creator Ken Kutaragi going so far to saying, "This will be the ideal home server. Did you see the movie The Matrix? Same interface, same concept. Starting from next year, you can jack into The Matrix."
There's so much here.
There's so much.
Who did that? Say your name. Don't do the sound anymore.
Can we say our own name?
Yeah, say your own name like Pokemon.
I'll do this. Kate. Actually, The Matrix was not a movie. No, that's not it. No.
The Matrix.
Wait.
I almost think that might be like transphobic to say The Matrix was not a movie. At this point, I think, in the year of our Lord 2024.
It was more of an experience.
Yeah, okay, all right. You saved it,
It was a lifestyle, okay? I was a teen in 1999. Go on.
Let her cook.
I can't tell if this is like a linguistic thing, but The Matrix did come out in 1999, but he specifies starting from next year. So I'm just trying to figure out if the issue is because The Matrix did come out. That's not it.
Yeah, that's not it.
For sure. Just wanted to clarify. Totally. Legit. I got to put my linguistics degree to use.
I guess I'm the last one. I've got to guess now. Ooh, I'm going to say, actually, they didn't undercut sales of the Sega Dreamcast?
They definitely did. This is one of the biggest crimes, in my opinion, that Sony has done to date. It was a real fucked up thing that I'm going to get to when we actually find the answer.
I don't know.
I'm going to give everyone one more guess, and then I'm going to call it.
Actually, Ken Kutaragi didn't make the PlayStation.
Ken Kutaragi most definitely made.
Kate.
Actually, he didn't say this. He did make it, but he wasn't the one that said this.
He did, in fact, say this.
Wow.
This is a direct quote.
We're a bunch of PC gamers here.
Yeah, we're all PC gamers.
Actually, it was 1997, not 1999.
That is incorrect.
I feel like that's just my answer.
Okay.
Yeah.
We will call it there. This was what he said about the PlayStation 2, not the PlayStation 1.
Annika, you were close, I feel like.
The PlayStation 2 is what undercut Dreamcast sales because they overpromised on what the PlayStation 2 can do right around the release of Dreamcast when it was releasing a couple months later. So a lot of people saved their money that they were going to spend on the Dreamcast to buy the PlayStation 2, only for it to not be as good as they promised.
I mean, the Matrix is a high bar.
Oh, yes.
Set for your game console.
Fun fact about this, so this is one that I wrote, and BDG, one of the notes he had was that, because originally I used a different quote, and the answer was going to be an even wilder quote, but he was like, no, just like change something else because this quote is so nuts. That it should just stay. And I'm glad that we saw firsthand that he was correct.
Yeah.
It reads a little bit like an Elon Musk quote.
Yeah.
Like that's...
Yeah, the thing is like, there's a point you can hit and still be good. When you go full Elon is when you go off the deep end,
Never go full Elon.
Never go full Elon, never go full Kanye. And at this point, never go full Notch, I guess. Yeah.
Controversial.
This is the stuff we usually cut out. I'd be talking shit.
By the way, if you
let's
Google
move on to our
Sega
next
Dreamcast,
statement.
If you Google Sega Dreamcast, the people also ask is why did Sega Dreamcast fail and why did no one buy the Dreamcast? It's a real bummer of a Google search.
Well, I wish I could answer because my dad wouldn't get it for me. He refused.
The third answer is, why wouldn't my dad get me? Why wouldn't Iffy's dad get me?
Oh, man. Okay, let's move on to our next statement. This one is about Yu-Gi-Oh! Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters was shortened to Yu-Gi-Oh! When it was localized for the U.S. because they didn't want the show to be an infomercial for the card game.
I would say, Annika, actually, that wasn't the reason why they shortened it.
That is correct, but if someone can be more specific about the reason that they shortened it, I will give them the point. If not, Annika, that point is yours.
Jenna, actually, it's because it wasn't called the card game wasn't called Duel Monsters in the Japanese version.
That is incorrect.
Pass.
All right, then, Annika, that point goes to you. There's been no explanation about why the name was shortened.
Oh, okay.
The cards, however, the art on it were changed for that reason to avoid FCC blowback. But I think the reason is because there's two different Yu-Gi-Ohs in Japan. There's one that follows the actual manga where it's about a kid who gambles really well, and then they went to an arc where he was playing this card game that really blew up, and so then they're like, okay, we re-released, and now it's just Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters, not Yu-Gi-Oh!, which was the one about the kid gambling.
Okay.
right.
And Yu-Gi-Oh! Gambler was also taken in the U.S. So they were like, we can't call this kid show.
Yes, so that is a point for Annika, bringing us to 1 point for Jenna, 1 point for Annika, and 0 points.
It's early.
Would you like a Skittle in this trying time?
Yeah. It's going to stay 0.
Yeah.
No, don't say that.
No, believe in yourself.
Yeah.
Believe in yourself. There's tons of chances. All right, let's talk about some more video games. Games like Fortnite, Apex Legends, and Call of Duty Warzone are all part of a genre of video game called Battle Royale, named after the movie and manga by Koshun Takahashi of the same name.
Actually.
Jenna?
Sorry, Jenna.
No, you're fine.
This doesn't mention the book, the light novel that it was based on, which was called Battle Royale, which is the origin of the movie and the manga and all of these games.
If we all point at Jenna.
I'm going to give you the point because you're right, but there is no manga. I switched it around.
Positive?
I'm not, so that's why I'm not going to. Jordan, you know what to do. Welcome to your job. Google.
I literally on this trip down at Pike Market at the Osara commissary picked up a translated copy of the book that I'm really excited to read.
That's sick.
Yeah, it's a really good book. I read it too. Yeah. I loved it. Yeah, it's
I'm
a good
excited.
Time.
I feel like there's a manga with every name, every permutation of a word.
It was a novel. Okay, all right, yeah.
It was not. Yeah. You were right. I was just saying you kept the wrong thing there.
I should have said less. I need to learn from your style, Iffy. You say the thing, you bail.
Yeah. You gotta just try and aim lower.
We know nerds hate specificity, so as long as you keep it high level, you're fine.
Oh yeah, there's so many people this next season that just talk right out of the answer. Because sometimes, where it's like that, I'm like, oh, it's close enough, and sometimes you made it so much more wrong.
There is a manga that came out after and is based on the novel.
All right, see?
Nice work!
I did a thing!
Yeah.
I feel so good about that.
Fact
I genuinely, actually, that's the dream for a nerd.
You're powerful.
I'm powerful.
What does it feel
Yes.
It feels so good. I feel like I ate a box of Skittles.
You want a victory Skittle?
I would like one victory Skittle.
All right.
A normal amount.
That is another point for Jenna. Kate, I do apologize. I feel like this is another one that Annika and Jenna are going to just attack this one.
I just want everyone to know if he asked me to be on this panel yesterday in the hallway. So,
so she hasn't been studying Annika.
You're doing great.
I didn't study anything.
It's just...
Never have, never will.
Yes. All right, the crab lace soul like another crab's treasure. The developer added a few different assist mode options, like giving Krill, the protagonist, a hermit crab, a one-hit kill sword for difficult bosses, extra shell durability, and lowering the enemy's health. Annika,
actually, I think they gave Krill a gun.
Yeah. That is correct. It is not a one-hit kill show. It's a one-hit kill gun.
Really good.
Oh yeah.
Really good.
Just
oh yeah.
Really
Hermit
good,
crab
Annika.
holding an accurate-sized pistol. Yes. So I haven't played this game. This is actually a BTG.
Hey, question.
Yep.
In the context of hermit crab, what does accurate size pistol mean?
Look, Brian wrote this one, so I imagine, yeah. How is it a bigger than the crab
It's a huge
gun?
pistol. It's a biblically accurate pistol.
Okay.
Which in the South is a real thing.
Yes.
Like that is definitely there's a version of the Bible
It's your
where
favorite Bible
Jesus is
scripture
glocked
carved
up.
on
Yeah,
it.
for sure.
All right, well, guess what? It's time for our first shiny question. Okay, so this one is going to have some crowd participation. This is called the silent majority. I'm going to ask a series of binary nerd questions and get everyone in the audience to raise their hands. You must guess what the majority of the audience will guess.
Okay, you guys are on my side. We got this. Let's go. I'm the underdog. Yes.
And as I must always remind everyone, this is a series of questions where whoever gets the most right gets 1 point. Instead, if you're doing math in your head thinking that you're going to get more, and then you argue with me after I give you 1 point, which happens every other episode. So I'm just letting you know. So you'll be keeping score of the score. Got it.
I
All
was
right.
not listening. Let's
Okay.
go.
And so for the audience, we're going to get everyone to lock in the majority or not. And then after that, I'll have everyone raise their hands, whether you agree with it or not. First statement. Souls-likes are the best genre of video game. Do we think,
A personal attack.
It's gonna
do
be
we
okay.
think the majority of audiences will agree or disagree?
Disagree.
Disagree.
Come on, man.
It's not about what you think, Annika. It's about the people.
Look at these filthy casuals out here.
Oh.
They're all playing with the gun.
Okay,
in
so
another crab's foe.
everyone is has disagree. Audience, raise your hand if you agree with this.
So we lost the point?
We
No, you
won.
got it. You got it.
we won.
We
Oh,
got
sorry.
it. We accurately diagnosed them as casuals.
My heart was just shredding talking about Souls
Yes.
likes.
All 6 of you.
Great job, everyone. Hands down.
That's a
We're gonna
hollow victory.
Move
I
on
feel
to
so
our
bad.
next one.
Hollowed victory.
Too many video games are releasing.
Agree.
Do we believe that everyone's
Not
going
this
to agree?
year.
This is agree.
Oh,
They will
Not
agree.
this year.
I feel like there's so many.
Oh,
to
it's
play
way
and
too
so
many.
little time.
Way too many. We're all adults. Look at all
Okay,
this. Look at
so-
all these
Wait,
filthy
I
casual
think
adults
people
in
will
here.
agree.
So two.
Yeah, if you
So
think
we're
that
saying
it's
2
safe, if you think
agree
the
and 1
majority-
disagree.
There's so many.
2 agree, 1 disagree. Okay, locked in. Audience, raise your hands if you agree.
Ooh, tricky.
This is tricky, but I do think that is not the
I
majority.
don't think it
It's
is.
not.
Yes, that is a
Love
point
it. My people.
for Jenna.
I'm busy playing Nancy Drew backlog games because of you. Sorry. It's on me.
They're good. Her Interactive has quietly been putting out some of the best mystery games, mystery puzzle games. Check them out, Nancy Drew. They came, a new one came out this year. It's not just 2003 games.
Do you want to update them about the gun?
It is an accurate to a krill with a gun. It is.
So it's like relative
It's
to the
huge.
girl's
Times
size.
the size.
Yes.
Yeah.
No,
Human
it's full
size gun.
size.
Human size.
It's a human-sized gun.
human-sized
not
gun
a hermit
and a
crab-sized
tiny,
gun.
tiny krill.
Yeah.
If you shot a lobster, that would be, first of all, messy, but it would obliterate it.
Yeah.
That's why it's a one-hit.
Yeah, that's a
gun.
one-hit, yeah.
Okay, yeah. No, you got me.
All right, so that Jenna, you got the point that turn. This next one, I'm gonna have to All right. The original.
Oh my God.
The original Mass Effect 3 ending was good. Do we think people are going to agree or disagree?
I mean, there was an audible moan.
I know, guys, it's called the silent majority. So we don't give away our answers. All right.
I see a lot of contrarians
in
this audience who just want to throw a monkey wrench into things.
Okay,
but no, it wasn't good.
So we got all across the board disagree. Raise your hand if you agree.
That it was good. Yeah. Okay. All right.
I'm sorry, I don't need to live. If I save the world, kill me. I'm done.
You did it.
Make me the new Jesus, space Jesus.
Whoa.
Yeah.
You would be a great Jesus.
Yeah, I know. Hell yeah. Can you imagine? My name rhymes so well, like a lot of Christian bops coming, you know? All right, now we are so everyone got that point. It's time for our last one. I'm excited to see what everyone's answer is, if they agree or disagree. Newcastle is the best Apex Legends character to play. He was also written very well. Some would say that his lore is the glue that is holding the Apex universe together. Do you agree or disagree? Don't raise your hands yet. Do we think they're going to agree or disagree?
Were you colluding just now?
No, I was giving context.
Oh, okay. Well, I was gonna
yeah.
say-
Did you not know that I wrote Newcastle in Apex Legends, Kate?
No, I
Are you
didn't
not
know. I
keeping
didn't
up?
know that you
I
wrote
posted-
Newcastle in Apex Legends because he is the best character to play and written very well.
That
I
should
would
have been
never
your
have guessed.
clue when you played it. Yeah.
Do we think that the audience is going to agree?
He
Or
sounds
dis-
so hopeful. He's like, do you think the audience thinks so too?
Oh, we'll see.
You have to, guys.
No, we'll see.
Come on.
Audience revealed.
Look at him. He needs this. He just called himself Space Jesus. Let's give the guy a win.
He just lost a game of Magic to me, so he really.
You couldn't wait.
this.
You couldn't wait. Couldn't wait 1 second to just let everybody know. All
You
right.
crushed me last time. I
Okay,
needed that.
Yeah. All right, audience, agree or disagree?
Wow.
Oh, okay. There was some spicy ones.
No, it's
all right,
not
I know
how-
who is getting a picture after the panel. Thanks for letting me know. No one gets a point for that. So, Jordan, can you give us a final tally?
Jenna with 3 wins the point.
All right.
2
1
for
point.
Annika
I
and
listened.
You're doing it.
Mostly I was just watching Jenna being like,
Can we get a score tally, Jordan?
Kate with 0.
golf rules, baby.
Annika with 2.
Ooh.
Tepid. I like tepid.
And Jenna with 3.
All right. Well, let's keep this show going, all right? We're going to rock on to our next statement. After the success of Clueless, ABC decided to premiere a TV show of the same name, debuting in 1996 as part of their TGIF lineup. The series follows Cher, Dionne, Amber, Murray through high school, though they were unable to cast the original actors in the iconic teenage role. Wallace Shawn and Twink Kaplan reprised the roles of Mr. Hall and Miss Geist.
Jenna.
You're right, yes?
Actually, I don't believe Wallace Shawn reprised his role.
That is no. That is not what's incorrect.
Annika. Actually, because this would be funny and accurate, the original cast actually did all come back for it.
Alicia Silverstone. She's back in plaid.
So here's what we're gonna do. Because it's very hard to finagle from here. You did figure out what is wrong. Everyone but one person came back from the cast. And if you or anyone else can name who that person is, we'll give you the point. But if anyone can name who the person that was unable to come back was, you were, you can, Kate.
Actually, it was Paul Rudd who didn't come back.
No.
Is he in Clueless? He is, right?
I think yeah, but I don't think he was in this thing. No, I don't. Maybe. No, that's not. I'm looking at the answer.
He was notably he was not in high school, so he would not have returned to play out the high school.
He looks like he could pull off a high schooler.
He totally could.
Yeah.
But
Yes.
I don't know the answer.
Jenna, do you have a guess?
I think it was Dion. Didn't come back. The actor for Dion.
No, that is incorrect. Cher was the role that was recast because it was Alicia Silverstone.
You made that.
That's why I thought that was a layup. Alicia Silverstone. Yeah, she's not going to be able to do the TV show because she's Alicia Silverstone.
She was too busy being Batgirl.
Yeah, that was.
Oh my God.
So that point goes to Annika.
Nice.
Stacey Dash, Eliza Donovan, and Donald Faison all returned to play Dion Amber and Wallace. And that's why I had that glitch, because I saw that Wallace and I was like, is that the right Wallace? No, that's not. It's all good. We figured it out in the end. That's a point for Annika.
Good job.
Woo!
Really doing it.
I've never seen
All right, let's keep this going. This next question is about Buffy. Also, I should say that this question is going to be from our girly episode that we are doing this season. The people asked for it, and we did do the girly episode. This one isn't going to be in it. This is one of the ones that didn't make it in there. But we are doing a girly episode, I should clarify. Let's move on to our next statement. Even though the show was called Buffy the Vampire Slayer, Buffy isn't the only Slayer around. The show would introduce another Slayer, Faith, who got her powers when Buffy temporarily died during her fight with the Master at the end of season 1.
Okay. Jenna, I want to clarify. So I wrote questions for this season. And in writing questions, I made sure I went through and looked at the other questions that were on offer because I wanted to make sure I wasn't writing an overlapping Buffy question.
Okay.
But I also know, I'm pretty certain that the answer that was in the spreadsheet for this one was not fully accurate.
Ooh.
Oh.
Yes, I know this is the most complicated one you could have pulled for this.
Okay.
So I have an answer that might be different from what you have.
Okay, I want you to say the answer, then I'll have Jordan. You Google, you know the thing. Yeah. What is your answer?
Actually, I think the actual answer for this was that Kendra was another Slayer that was introduced.
Yes.
But I would add an additional layer on top of that, which is that in the final season of Buffy the Vampire Slayer, quite a large number of women were empowered with the Slayer abilities at the very end in the final fight of the show, which I do not think is additional information on offer.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I don't know what I'm supposed to look up.
Yeah.
Just Google, was Jenna right?
Well, I know that is correct, but the statement was that that was about this Faith person being introduced as this new Slayer, and that being wrong, and Kendra being the new Slayer.
Yeah.
It is not like the only other one, which then that would be correct. Would it be Kendra?
Yes. And it was Kendra, I believe. Well, Kendra was introduced in season 2 because Buffy died and the Slayer power moved on, which would set the ground for the final season of Buffy when they realized that there was sort of this mystical lineage that could be passed down. I watched the show a little.
It makes a lot of sense to me that you're really into Buffy.
Because I have an undercut now in 2024.
Fully, yes. And it's working, to be clear, it is working.
Yeah, I really don't know, because the thing that was, everyone go ahead and give Jenna's undercut a round of applause.
I like that you showed it off. Oh, you mean this undercut?
Yeah, but the question wasn't that it was the statement wasn't that it was the only Slayer. It's the fact that Kendra got it when Buffy temporarily died, and then when Kendra died, Faith got the powers. So I think I'm just gonna nullify that one and let that be a cool Buffy powwow that we had. where people got to see that, you did the Buffy, research, and that there is also going to be a Buffy episode.
The fact you don't even get a point for that.
Yeah.
Moral victory.
Yeah.
So good about it.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like my strategy is the opposite of yours, Iffy, which is that I overload you with so much information that I just meander my way into a point sometimes.
Look. Sometimes it makes sense, but sometimes it's like, oh yeah, we didn't say that though. That's what we were saying. You're right. We didn't say that though. Y'all good over there, Skittles?
So wait, did Jenna get a point for that or not?
I will not be eating Skittles.
No.
Okay.
Right.
Well, you two are talking. We don't
Yeah.
interrupt because we don't know anything about Buffy.
All right, that's all good.
Having a snack.
Let's see where the anime heads are. In the hit anime Jujutsu Kaisen, Yuji Itadori unearths a magical crystal and becomes host to the demon or curse named Ryomen Sukuna, who he must now share his body with.
I think we found where the anime heads
The
are.
thing about doing it live is you have some people being like, oh yeah, and some people are like, what did he just say?
Just guess, Kate. Just guess.
Kate.
All right, Kate.
Actually, Yuji Itadori unearths a magical crystal and becomes host to a demon whose name is Purse. Not Curse.
No, it's
Point for Kate. Pity point.
Yeah. Nope.
One pity point for Kate.
No, his name is Sukuna. Yeah, it's not Purse. There's a demon named Purse in the series.
I don't know.
Annika is parsing, so I'm gonna throw out my
Yeah, I have a very specific look on my face.
Actually, they don't call it a demon.
Oh, it is most definitely a demon. As a demon, you use curse demon, and you use curse techniques.
Okay.
Purse.
Annika, actually, strictly speaking, Yuji Itadori doesn't have to share his body with Ryomen Sukuna.
Oh, he's definitely sharing that. That's kind of one of
I
the main,
said that like I knew, though,
Yeah, it's
and
like-
that's what's important.
Like truly
speaking,
one of
now,
the main
if you check
conflicts
the
of the whole
text-
series is him
That's
having
like
to
the
share
one
that. Yeah, the one
conceit
thing
of
is that he's stuck sharing that body.
Yeah, Jujutsu Kaisen translates to share body with demon. Yeah.
Actually, it's not a hit anime. Nobody's ever heard of it. I don't know.
I'll have you know.
That wasn't a dunk.
I'll have
You're
you
gonna
know.
have to go out the back when you leave.
Yeah.
No idea.
It is most definitely a hit anime. There's tons of people at this moment getting cringy Sukuna tattoos on their face.
They're
Then posting gym videos of them lifting weights, which I'm like, hell yeah, brother, you're lifting, it's all that, but,
All right, we're just going to pick it apart.
Okay.
Kate, he doesn't unearth a magical crystal. He unearths an egg, actually, that...
You found out what's wrong.
Actually, he doesn't unearth a magical crystal.
Yes. Well, that's what I was. That's the same thing.
But you didn't say
have
I'm
to.
actually.
You have to. No.
I didn't say actually, did I?
Did
I say actually?
Oh wow.
I heard it.
Yeah.
I heard
No.
it.
No.
All right. I was so caught up in you
Fuck my
actually
life.
having the correct answer. You did not say I'm actually Annika. You get the point unless either Kate or Jenna can be more specific about what Yuji does in order to become the host of Sukuna.
She's trying to gift me the point.
No, you do. You will not. Just make a gift.
All right. Actually, he...
God, what is it? Everyone put your hands down. Put them down. The
Actually,
hand
I know.
portion
No,
is
I got it, everybody. I got it. You ready? Okay. Actually, he unearths a finger.
I thought they were trying to indicate fingering.
He got fingered.
I love you guys.
He does not unearth a finger.
Wait, really?
That is not what he does to the finger. If you can guess what he does to the finger, and everybody, don't you dare. If you can guess what he does with the finger, I will give you this point.
I don't want to guess what he does with the finger.
You got it.
Okay, he doesn't unearth the finger. He bites it off. Actually, he bites it off. He bites off someone's finger. Actually,
might be the demon's finger?
actually, he bites off a demon's finger and eats it and swallows it.
I think, actually, I don't know.
I know, so I don't know what happened over here. I don't know what happened, but you are correct. He eats it. He doesn't bite it off. It is a finger that was wrapped up, and while it was a moment of danger, and he had to look for a way to survive. He throws it up and he swallows that finger whole, and it's Sukuna's finger. So we'll give you the
like
point.
a cartoon cat, just like. I love that.
So,
do you want a score update now?
Yeah, let's get a score update.
So, Jenna with 3.
Okay.
Annika with 3.
Okay.
Kate with 1!
All right, it is truly anyone's game. And this also brings us to our last question, which as always concerns real-life skills.
Oh no.
When wearing a new suit, be sure to remove the temporary stitches that close skirt slits, blazer vents, and pockets.
Actually, they are not sewn in bright neon colors, and they are typically very tight.
That is correct.
Yes, yeah!
It bugs the shit out of me.
So that brings our final score to Kate with 2, and our winners for today with 3 points, Annika and Jenna.
Sorry, my hands are really sweaty.
I like it.
What's happening? Yeah. Yeah, how do y'all feel about that? Y'all feel powerful?
Yeah.
Yes.
I feel good.
I feel great.
Did Jordan use show the eating finger?
Yeah.
Yes. It does. It's not
I
bitten
just
off.
showed me the finger.
It's not bit off. Yeah, it's all good. Well, it seems like we have some time for some questions and answers. And if you line up next to the mics there at the end of the hall, feel free, and we will answer as many as we can. You have Jenna, who wrote on the season. You have Jordan, who is the official dropout reporter at this point. Me, the host. And, if you have something fun for Annika and Kate, they can answer.
If you have questions about Dark Souls 2 lore, you can ask those.
All right, we're waiting for everyone to line up. We're looking good. It's good. All right, everyone's getting ready. Okay, tight.
He's consumed 15 fingers?
Yes. Yes, but, be quiet. Some people might not have called it, but yes, he's...
It's all you got.
Yeah, Sukuna has...
Hey, catch up, casuals.
But it's so the concept is that he's going to eat the fingers because the more fingers he eats, the more Sukuna takes over his body, and then they are going to kill him. And he's sacrificing his body to do that for the betterment of the Jujutsu sorcerer community. Let's start our questions.
Iffy, I have a question for you. Can you please fucking close your Audible or your Audacity, whatever this fucking... Please, God.
No, because I don't know what I have opened.
I need to save a file.
Yeah, it's going to be wide open. Sorry, what was it? Hello.
Hi. Not a question, but because I can't go on Discord and submit a correction, I would like to submit a correction.
Okay. Yes.
Which is that the character played by Paul Rudd in Clueless, that character was in the TV show, but was not played by Paul Rudd. So technically correct.
Technically correct.
Wait, that is a three-way tie then.
Yeah, that means it's a tie.
A three-way tie!
Yeah. Did you all figure out that mathematically only one person would lose?
We
And that would
crossed the
still be a two-way tie? Yeah, okay, cool.
We have...
Oh, yes.
Over here.
All right, let's go.
So, why is Newcastle the best character in,
Some may say, the person who wrote it, has had a vision that is clear every time you played it, and he drags people, and he looks good.
what if they just skip the loading screens?
Well, yeah, then they'd miss a lot of lore. Read your load. If you play Apex Legends, go into the loading screen, look at it. There's lots of lore there that I think people don't read. All right. Yes.
All right. What would you say is the best piece of advice you received in taking on the role of host for Actually?
Ooh.
Good question.
Yeah, because when I took over as host, Trap and I talked, and he was, really it was, just kind of have fun with it. I think when I took over, they were like, it's been on for so long, and we want to give it like this refresh. We want to kind of have it be something like new, interesting, and fun. So like make it your own and like inject yourself. And I think that naturally happened with me and Brian. We just have so many similar interests. So we first season, you remember that meeting, we were like, we want to do a mecha episode. Then we were trying to find mecha folks, and then and then the episode came through, and it's very interesting to see how just many times we go back to the original. We have every prompt that's ever been asked, and hasn't been too much overlap of stuff of that's already been asked or that's always been done.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Question for Kate.
Ooh.
I was wondering if you could break down Fingergate.
Fingergate, I guess, is the moment that happened right now. When there was collusion in this panel.
I
don't like that phrase.
My PR company has advised me not to make a lot of statements on PRgate at this time. I expect that no apology will be forthcoming whatsoever. So don't hold your breath on that. But I will say that there are about 60 people in this room that are on my side. And I think we're all going to keep our mouths shut.
Yeah. And
Thank you.
That includes at least 2 people on the stage. So.
Just a quick tech question. Is it just me, or did the number
got much larger?
Oh, yeah.
It was 10 minutes.
Did y'all add that? If let us know if that's a mistake, but that number went up.
I think we're actually, if you subtract 30 minutes from that, that's exactly what we have.
Okay, but if it's that, we're just going to ask questions, give people time. Hey, what's the question?
Hey, Iffy, Jenna, Kate, Annika, Jordan, great job with the live show today.
Thank you. Thank you.
So my question, Iffy, I've always been a big fan of the shiny questions and designing that, and I've always wondered, because I feel like there's a lot of actually game devs who are big Dropout fans, if you've ever considered reaching out to game devs to come in and do guest shiny questions or things like that.
Ooh.
I'm asking selfishly because I'm let me come in maybe.
I think we the shiny questions, and we kind of yes. Yes, first off and foremost, the fact that Game Changer got the first playable video game question is a thorn in my side, and Sam will pay. But we were always trying to heighten and up the ante on shiny questions. And there's a mix you want to do, right? Because everyone, I feel like Actually is a fun comedy show to watch, but it's also a show that you kind of watch Jeopardy. So it's always when we're coming up with fun, shiny questions, I think there is the thinking of the way that someone watching along can still kind of participate. So with that in mind, if you can think of a way where you can make a game that can be played along at home, or be ready to launch it so that after...
I'll send you a list.
All right. All right. Well, then we can definitely talk because I think, yeah, we are always looking for fun stuff. Art would probably love to make a big arcade box that people would play at a Shiny Stage, and I think if it was something where we would flip the answers and then put it out for everyone to play, that would be fun, and I think people would be okay with not being able to play along for that section if they were able to play along later.
Yeah, no, looking forward to season 10. Also, Mass Effect 3 ending was good. Y'all can fight me.
I've fact-checked the clock. It is correct. We have the room till 6:30.
Oh, okay. Damn, oh, wow. Should have made that game longer. Next question.
I want to say, Iffy, love the fit.
Oh, thank you.
You were something to aspire to, and I appreciate your look every time you're on.
So, thank you.
This one's a general question. I know we're a bunch of fucking nerds up in here, but what is everybody's current favorite song or musical artist?
Ooh.
Chaperone.
There it is.
Non-stop every day.
I listen to such embarrassingly bad, like, wubby EDM that I am gonna excuse myself from this question.
No, I was
Say
listening to all kinds of tech house last night, getting into Australian hits from 2005. Come on.
That sounds better. I've been really into an artist named Death Pact. You should check him out.
Hell
Real
yeah.
wubby, real good.
The only thing I've been listening to recently, and consider this a PSA for everyone in this room, is that after many years, the Katamari Damacy soundtrack is now on Spotify. I genuinely would check every year, being like, maybe now, and this time my diligence. Yeah, if my diligence was rewarded, it's on Spotify. So that's what I've been listening to.
Amazing.
Oh, man, I think mine, I'm huge in my Dungeon Synth era, so, you know, Fog Weaver, Questmaster. I've just what is his name? Rat. It was the Rat, you know which one. You know the one. There's a rat, and he sends, and Dungeon Synth is really fun because they send you tapes on Bandcamp, and it was like my buddy Jeremy pulled me in, and I've been locked in ever since. Outside of that, I would say Mexican OT has been like my favorite hip hop guy right now. Just love it. Just like the way he raps is solid, and Glass Beams too. I've been liking as well. Nice funky band.
I have the worst answer. I have a 3-year-old, so it's a lot of Ain't Gonna Rain No More on repeat for hours.
All right.
Because it turns out, now that Spotify exists, he can demand any song at any time. The world's very different.
Do you need a Skittle? You sound like
I do need a Skittle, yes, please. I would like 2 Skittles, exactly.
All right, next question.
First thing, I'm sorry. So, I'm actually the first person who said the correction, did not say I'm actually at the beginning. Also, I'm actually on your slides, the answers, only the first one said I'm actually too.
Oh yeah, that was on purpose. So I purposely, it's not for me to say I'm actually, that's just the answer. And but when we're writing the questions, we type in I'm actually before it. When we reveal it on the show, we typically just throw the statement up, at least in this past season. So I forgot to erase that I'm actually, because I don't have to say I'm actually. But I think the reason is because, well, I'm going to just take your word for it. I'm not going to trust my memory right now. But yeah, thank you so much.
Also, do you like my shirt?
Yes. So yes, you have the official actually fact checker shirt once. Thank you for grabbing that. 2, it was very funny just seeing just this past season. So this is the suit that I wear in the next season, and every shoot, every episode we'd go, I'd wear the suit, one shirt every day, and I'd switch the tie every episode. And I'd have to go get dressed for lunch and all this, and Brian's like, I wore a new shirt. And it was our favorite joke. He did it every time, and I laughed every time.
And actually, Fortnite's original mode was not a battle royale.
That was going to be my actually. I was like, it was actually Fortnite was a tower defense.
Yes, and this seems to be asking a bit much in a pedantic show, but. But in that grouping, like, yes, Fortnite is specifically Fortnite Battle Royale. I am well aware because I was there in the beta when Fortnite came and they said, what if we just did a Battle Royale because PUBG and all this stuff is fun? What's going to happen? This is just for fun. And then it became their most popular product. And I don't even know if they're touching Save the World anymore. But I would play the Save the World mode. But I think now, colloquially, Fortnite is referring to the Battle Royale mode. So when I was listing all of it, I didn't feel the need to specify Fortnite Battle Royale.
I did.
Next question.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Hello.
So being that you guys are all on the Dropout Network, who's been like one of the most fun people on set to like hang out with or riff with or, you know, be around while you guys are filming?
Oh.
Because we're not on the
Spider-Man meme.
Yes. Yeah. I guess for me, I mean, it's all like we're all friends, so it's just like fun with like everyone. Like it feels like a cop-out answer, but there isn't like so much. Because also like since we're all like a lot of us know each other through UCB and stuff, we just have kind of like loadouts in a sense, where it's like I know if I'm doing something with Siobhan, I'm going to make her life a living hell. You know, but you know, same thing. Like you know, Brennan and I, we have this like fun rivalry that we kind of like amp up, and with Lou, it's like that's the homie rap, that's the homie. So you know, I think make Brendan and Siobhan's life a living hell, and everyone else, it's like fun bits.
I have a follow-up question. What does Vic smell like?
Oh, good.
Does she smell good?
Yeah.
Seems like she'd smell really good.
Yeah, real good. You know, I wasn't smelling much in the alien face because my nose was just completely wrapped up. But yeah, it's great.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right.
Typically would have liked to ask a question that I think people in the room would be interested in or has some kind of like information that elicits a really good answer, but I have to know because I've never actually met somebody with a linguistics degree outside of school. Do you actually have a linguistics degree?
Yeah.
And if so, do you have a favorite subspecialty?
This is my favorite question. Everyone applaud.
Yeah. I did. I went to a weird undergrad where we still had to do a dissertation, and I did mine on the linguistic theories of humor and their applicability to puns. So I think.
For real?
Yeah.
Whoa.
So I think linguistic theories of humor and how humor works on like a syntactic or semantic level is really, really interesting.
That's so cool.
And it was an undisclosed number of years ago, and I have anything else I remember about it. So we'll leave it there.
Thank you.
I have to leave.
Yes.
I thought this panel was an hour and I had to go somewhere.
Oh yeah, go for it.
Is that okay?
Yeah, of course.
Okay,
and if people wanted to see you later tonight, where could they find you?
Yes, where will they find you?
You can't.
You're not on the. You don't have any more panels?
No.
Oh, all right.
No, you can find. If you see me at the show floor, though, you can tell me how great I did.
Let's all talk. That would be so fun.
Everybody watch me give them hugs.
We love.
I've interviewed a lot of people at Dropout, so I can tell you that Iffy is genuinely one of the nicest human beings on the planet and gives universally the best hugs in the world.
Oh, man.
Yeah, well recognized.
All right, let's ask a few more questions, and then I'll let y'all not be trapped in here anymore.
I was just wondering, is there a reason for the Polygon star to actually pipeline?
I mean, yeah, that would be, because there's a lot of Polygon folk on the writing team now. Yeah, I'd say, I feel like it's, when we were looking for writers, I mean, we loved Jenna so much. And then, when we just needed more, just same thing, another Polygoner.
Yeah, I mean, I think Polygon known for their facts and their humor.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Yeah, when Brian asked me to go on, I was like, I'd do anything to work with Brian again. He's incredible. And it's like, actually, it's such a great show.
Yeah.
And it's just like a genuine privilege, not to get serious, a genuine privilege to be here.
So when Brian eventually Highlander's iffy and takes over his power.
Oh, yeah.
We'll just be an entirely polygon show at that point.
Ooh, you think that there's going to be like a secession rule where when Brian's not the fact checker anymore, I take over that? If he becomes president of Dropouts,
Yeah,
then
yeah,
everybody just kind of
everyone's
goes
just-
up. No.
All right. Thank you so much.
Hi, this question's for Iffy. Bit of a controversial question. Among the Smosh crew, who do you think has made you laugh the hardest and how?
Pick favorites.
Oh,
Yeah.
I know. I was like, oh, that's who made me. I mean, it's very hard. Yeah, it's hard to. Once again, everyone has like a different way they know to make me laugh. Like I feel like whenever we do like try not to laugh, and I just see like. Shane makes a face where he thinks he has something really good that just already makes you laugh. But when he comes out shirtless, and I know he's going to be white iffy, like that always gets me. But yeah. So I'd say that, or whenever I can do, when I was able to do Nigerian voices at Jackie, he's connect on that level.
Awesome, thank you.
I just want to know who everyone's dream guest for Actually would be.
Ooh.
Manifest. You have to manifest.
I know. Yeah. I'm trying to think of people that we didn't ask, and the people that we didn't ask, and they just couldn't do it because of scheduling reasons or something. But I thought, because I don't want to spoil if it happens later. Yeah. I don't know. I think it'd be fun to have like LeVar Burton and a lot of next generation folks on the couch, and like some of those like OGs, or like that's what I'm gonna say.
That's a really good poll.
I would love for you to do like movie trivia episode and have Nicolas Cage on. If we're going with
Nicolas Cage,
because he loves film so much, and he's so authentic about his love. I think that would be amazing.
Okay.
That was going to be my answer. Like, genuinely, I'm like, I just think he'd be good at it.
All right. Well, yeah. There's your answer. Thank you so much.
All right. Hi, Effie.
Hello.
I really woke up today and chose violence, so I'd like to force you to issue a hot take in front of all these people and the internet.
Okay.
Who is the best party character in Final Fantasy VII, in your opinion?
Oh man, that's. Oh, that's super. Like I'm trying to think of someone who I'm just never going to switch out by any means. And then I remember, because I would have said Aerith, but we all know what happens there. I was very mad about it. I genuinely cried when that happened as a kid, and my older brother was like, "You crying?" I was like, "You don't understand. I love her." So, without that being said, I really do love, Barrett for many reasons, and I want to stand by my black brother, fellow black dad, just out there with a gun hand.
Correct answer.
I think, Jordan, did you have an answer as well? Because you've played a lot of...
I mean, I also cried, but oh man, I was so sad that spoilers. I don't know. Vincent Valentine isn't playable in Rebirth because I love me some Vincent Valentine.
Oh man, yeah, maybe in the next sequel. Next question.
Hi, I just want to preface this by saying, Iffy, you're my favorite himbo.
Oh, thank you. Ooh.
My question is there a question you wish could be on Actually, but you can't for any specific reason, like maybe it's too inappropriate or like too niche or something?
No, we're kind of getting to do whatever we want. Yeah, like pretty much anything that we come up with, we just do it. Is there any? I guess I'll turn this to you. Was there something you wish got asked and you maybe were told anything?
Ooh, no, I haven't really pushed the boundaries of what's going to be acceptable for a dropout platform, but maybe next season.
Yeah, we
I could
did
be a
one where you had to pick the hero based on their butts. I think after that, I was like, look,
Yeah, I don't know if I can top that, so to speak.
yeah, I definitely can top Captain America. Yeah.
Okay, no, next season, if you have me back to write again, I'll
will.
maybe do some like Emmanuel in space questions. That could be fun.
Okay, yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, I'll have to think about it.
Yeah,
You're really setting me off on a weird journey.
Most fuckable Bloodborne boss.
Yeah, because there is a factual
There is an
answer.
objective answer,
Yeah.
So you keep pushing. This is like now has reached another panel of Annika pushing the most fuckable Bloodborne boss.
This is not the first time that has
yes.
come up on a panel in this room with these two.
But I will have you know, when I wrote on a show for Sci-Fi called The Great Debate, and this was I was looked at like I was crazy. They thought I was a madman. There was a game I wanted to play called MILF, Monsters I'd Like to Fuck.
Yes.
And the head writer at the time was like, he was like, you think people are gonna think monsters are hot? And I was like,
Oh, no.
and then he made me explain to him why I said Mothra has a fat ass.
That should be self-evident.
Yes, I mean, if you look. But yes, thank you so much. Next question.
Please, I gotta know. Please tell us more about how you beat Iffy at Magic the Gathering.
I was playing Kudo, who's a new commander who makes everything into 2/2 bears, and I'm running a token deck, and I had a hard time finishing the game, but I crushed. Kudo really popped off. It was only like my fourth time.
Here's what happened. I'm running Bello, Bello's king. Everyone loves a cute raccoon that can turn all your enchantments and artifacts into 4/4. And I just figured out the enchantment with the cons, where you pick Dragon or Con, where it's like when it does 1 damage for every creature that leaves the battlefield. And I said, I know how this thing works. And as it went around the pod, Annika then asked, so whose deck works on artifacts and enchantments, and then plays a card that destroyed all my artifacts and enchantments, while they continuously made more and more things. And I said, just kill me. Like, let's start a new game. It's over. You stopped my thing, And so, that's how they won.
Infinite
Thank
bears.
you.
Too many bears. Yep.
Yes.
So mine is just to justify a smaller community that's been slightly forgotten. You said Dark Souls 2 you could talk about all day because everybody just loves to talk about Dark Souls 3 and Dark Souls 1, but they just won't talk about Dark Souls 2.
Dark Souls 2 is incredible, and I know that it gets a lot of hate because it is a little janky, but which is fine. But Dark Souls 2 does the best job of representing the very human impact of the Halloween curse. So it's the only one where you see these NPCs grieving the loss of purpose, grieving the loss of who they were. No other Dark Souls handles that very well. It's a good game. Sorry. I just stop and breathe like a toddler. Thank you.
Exactly what I needed.
Yes.
So my friends and I are very competitive, and I have to ask you, what does Brennan Lee Mulligan do that makes you still like him?
Fighting words.
I mean, he's an amazing.
I do like him, I will say.
Yeah. Okay, good clarification, because it's going to be on site. But yeah, no, Brennan is just a very caring person, warm personality, and everything you kind of want in a friend, but also just extremely passionate. And I think the reason we click so hard when we see each other is that we get fired up by the exact same things. We like to tell stories in the same way. We like to make people feel seen in the same way. And I think that is what, really charges me up, is just kind of seeing his success, his growth, and just how he just is just like always thinking about other people before himself, and just fun to. Because of that, that's when it's fun to pretend like you're at odds in a nerdy game show, because it's like, oh, we really like each other, but it's funny to pretend like we hate each other.
Beautifully said. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, next question.
Hi, I have the generic question that you're going to be hearing because it's a Q&A at PAX.
Yes.
Assuming that you've been on the floor and you've seen what's out there, what is a game or other product that you're excited for to come out?
I'm going to say, Borderlands 4. I'm real excited for people to play that. I think, it was announced at Gamescom. We got a little trailer. I can't wait till we hear more. I can't wait till we hear about who's writing for it. Sorry, Sam. Yeah, that's one of the games. I think definitely just kind of looking forward to just. Y'all want to jump in with some games while I try and rack my brain for? Definitely Monster Hunter Wilds. I'm a Monster Hunter.
Yeah.
Just fiend, and just seeing all the stuff, and I really am try to abuse my status to be like, hey, this line is long. Do you have something for creators? They did not.
I'm going to offer up, because presumably you're all coming back tomorrow and are going to play some demos, 3 that really stuck out to me. There's so many. But one was called Love Eternal from Isprid Games. It looks, the graphics are not going to pop out at you, but the gameplay movement is so smooth. It's buttery. It's going to melt in your mouth. There is also a game called Feltopia.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry to snipe you.
No.
But Feltopia, it's entirely all of the animation is like real life felted yarn that they have animated. It's very cool, and I actually quite like the gameplay as well. And then Tethergeist. Yeah, I played that, and again, just it's kind of a Celeste-like and just really, really satisfying movement. I'm sorry I took Feltopia.
That's the old everything else. I'm just like, check out Nancy Drew. The writing's better than you think it's going to be.
All right.
I played Commander for the first time, Magic the Gathering today, the end of my experience at PAX. I've been here today.
And sorry, who won that game?
No one, because we scooped the cards because you were taking too long.
But I did still win.
Wow, you crushed both of them in Magic the Gathering?
It was a whole pot.
It was my second game.
And you got
should
crushed.
have beaten me.
All right, thank you so much. Next question.
Hi, I was wondering, how do you feel about Sam Reich?
Is the person behind you going to ask how I feel about another cast member? Because if so, I was like, we're going to get them all out right now. Yeah, Sam's great. Sam's, solid. Another solid human. It really is. I think working for Dropout, the fun thing is, I've worked for a lot of media companies that y'all might have seen me in. Your Geek and Sundry, your Nerdist, BuzzFeed Multiplayer, rest in peace if that's still around. Rooster Teeth, Smosh, and even Smosh is kind of in this category now. But all these companies, it was a group of creative people who are under some corporate overlord that at any time can decide, this investment isn't good enough, and then you stop being able to create. And I think Sam, taking that risk and starting Dropout and being able to text your CEO and be like, let's get some Greek food, and even do things like this. So at any other company, if I was like, yo, I want to do the show that I do here live at PAX, it was like, okay, well, we got to do a meeting. We got to see if we get approvals, and there's all this. And with, the way that Dropout works, it's me, the host of Actually, and the co-EP, and our team, and then above us is, the people who run the company. It's just right there, and they're all people I know, and it was very much so go on and do it. And at first, every time I did it, I would just be like, you sure? I was just waiting for it to end because I was as a live performer, I wanted to do live versions of this, and so like because of that, it's going to be, just more live actuallys. I'm using the cons to like tighten it up, get it going. And I really do appreciate everyone for coming out. I truly do. Like this is fun to do, and I want to get crowd participation involved. Obviously, the hands up game worked perfectly. And we're just going to keep just trying to perfect like what does the live version of the show looks like, so that when you're waiting for a new season, maybe you can go out and see it live and interact with the show in a completely different way. So.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Fun fact, Sam Reich has never spelled my name correctly. Including in emails where my name is.
Next question.
Hi, a big fan of actually. I was wondering this for a while about the legal limits portions, the shiny questions. Have you ever actually gotten into any legal trouble for that?
No, we actually haven't, and it's because it's like weird legal stuff. Like even writing the question, we're like, well, this is like we call it legal limit, but we can't say it's the amount that we're legally about to pay because there's technically no like finite amount. But we have yet to get in trouble for the length of that we play on the show.
Sorry. Thanks.
Of course.
Yeah,
thank you so much for the
thank
question. All right, next question.
If you had gotten another Nat 20 on Never Stop Blowing Up, what will you have done with it?
It's so funny because everyone was talking about the finding the infinite combo to do it, and there was at that point I was like in a Gundam. We were in the final throes of the game, so there wasn't necessarily anything I would do to like take over the game, because that I think the shortened version of the conversation was there, and I think the longer one was me being like, I've done the math, I can do this and roll until I get a D20, and he was like, oh, do you want to take the seat? And it's like, no, because everything we're doing, I think we're caught up in the storytelling. As wild and goofy as like that whole season was, I think every choice being made is like more to what we think the characters would do. What do we think would happen? And I know people were like, why did Wendell take everyone's mononoxanil and pour it out? And it's like, because that's what Wendell would do. Like Wendell was going to try and save this person. He was, as far as like Wendell knew, you die in the game, you die in real life. So as a human, he saw someone die. So he was like, I'm going to try everything I can to make sure this person doesn't die in front of me, even if I am this fake bootleg Vin Diesel body in this jungle with this jaguar that is going to sing a song. And yeah, so I think in that moment, if I got the D20, I think I would have just done something that was had nothing to do with the story. Maybe delete Jacob's kills or something like that to make him mad. But at that point, the story was ramping up, and it got to that point where, like, as a player, when you're at a table, you're like, ooh, I want to know what the DM's about to say. I want to know how we're gonna land this ship. So I think, the short answer is nothing. The long answer is everything I just said.
Slay.
And I think we got our last question right there.
Do any of you have a favorite real life moment you got to actually someone?
Ooh.
Oh, what a damning question.
I've never, being like a Midwesterner, I've never explicitly been actually. It's always couched in the language of like, I'm probably wrong. Based on my memory, but probably not. So not explicitly, no.
Yeah, it's just, for me, it just happens all the time because I just like know so much. That's like, how do you pick out a favorite star in the sky?
Yeah. I'm not an actually really. I feel like the closest thing I get to actually is countering spells in Magic the Gathering. Like it's like, oh no, you're not gonna do whatever bullshit you were trying to do right there. But I am a good person, so I don't play much blue. So yeah, I guess that's the answer. I guess I don't have any like big actually moments, but I'll start thinking about them.
Yeah, it was
Thank you so much.
a good question.
Yes.
Yeah. It's a thinker.
Yes. Thank you so much, everyone, for stopping by to the panel. Thank yourself.
Thank you.
I think I have to skedaddle and run to wherever this meet and greet is. I don't know where it is. I have to check an email. But truly, it really means the world to see everyone here excited and happy and hanging. I do really, it makes, it's kind of neat. I'm not going to tell the story about how when I was in 8th grade, no one came to my birthday party, and that's, but no, I have enough. Sometimes you just need some like character development, and that helped. I was like, I gotta be funnier. But everyone enjoy your PAX. The new season will probably come out like in a while, but there's lots of fun stuff. Gastronauts has announced there's still one more show that was in that Rolodex of shows that has not been announced yet, and that should be being announced soon. So stay tuned. We got some more great shows for you on Dropout, and we're continuing all the ones you love. Thank you so much.
Craft. Survive. Fortunately, not alone. Exploring deep into the green abyss together. My weapon. Radar up! What? I'm hungry.
I'm going to give this my all. You ready?
Then I don't need to hold back.
Soul versus Kai. Let's rock.
enthusiastic. Give me a moment.
And so begins, at long last, my world peace experiment.
Why can't we just kill him together?
Are you ready?
I don't need a new one under you.
I am bound, diminished, imprisoned in this wretched cage they call paradise. But my power lingers. It seeps into the very earth, but in vain. Calls to them, mortals. They come seeking fortune, wealth, and glory, blind to what truly awaits, claiming the strength that flows through this land, taking each boon without knowing the cost. You are the key to my freedom. Your souls fuel my return. Soon, I will rise again. Your sacrifice will be my salvation.